אבל נראה שלי, בגלל מדיפות, ולפתוח, מה למי חצורים, ושתי מקורס קודש חוץ לו. האויב המתיר, אתה יכול לסגר בחוץ לו. ולכן אתה לא יכול לתפוק מהאויב. אפילו מהדרום, החודש בחוץ לו, סלאב דוירס. שקים פה, להבדיר, להבשיר דוירס. בסדר. אבל זה בא להתיר את עצמה. אתה בא, אתה לוקח סורים שאסורים עכשיו, ואתה שם את זה על המזבח, ותוך כדי שאתה שם את זה על המזבח, זה מתיר את עצמו. זוכר, אני אפשר ללמוד ממנו. רק מביני, יופי, זה יבנה מתקרדת שאלה שסייפה. אם אתה אומר שאוי מה, זה מתיר את עצמו, אז גם שטריפו יתיר את עצמו. אין לך מתחוס. אני יותר סורים יש כמצפוס. רק מביא לראיה מורימר, התורה אומרת לך להביא אויבר. הצורה היחידה להביא את האויבר זה להביא משהו שאסור לבני אדם לאכול. באותו יום, למה? כי זה חודש, ואז אתה שם את זה למזבח, ואז זה נהיה מותר. מה אתה מביא לי? מה אתה שואל את השאלה משם? אז ככה עושים את זה. זה הדרך יהודית לעשות את זה. אז שם משהו להגיד מפת, מפת מהפש יהודיה. כשעשו להגיד, הוא מותר לגבוה. עכשיו, גמרא מבינה שאסור לבן אדם פרטי לעשות את תוירס, ומותר לקדוש ברוך הוא לעשות את תוירס. זאת אומרת, מפתם גדול, מי שעושה את התוירס זה בן אדם, זה הקדוש ברוך הוא. אין לו פתאום התוירס יחיה שעושה להגיד, הוא מותר לגבוה. כשאתה עושה את תוירס, זה אסור לבן אדם פרטי להריח את זה, אבל זה מותר לקדוש ברוך הוא. אז לפני שאני ממשיך הלאה, אני רציתי קודם כל להראות לכם כאן, זה פתור, כן? נוי, בבוימר, ציפוירים, טלבנו, קרקוי, צורי, ציור, נוסות, רונו, ואיסנר, קויש, או הכנת פתורס, רבי יוסף מיוחד היום.
How do they have access to say weird power that they can make someone fall on someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead? That's all very anxiety producing. Strict kind of motives. Where you're going, God and God alone has those kinds of power. Of course, you'll see that same anxiety played somehow later in, for instance, Christianity. Christianity has an easy answer to that. Their answer is, we're working with the damn devil, right? If we're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, these Israelites, what they're about monotheism, don't have that, right? And so this is a much more complicated problem than these people before, at least at this point, monolithic that later on fall all kinds of bad stuff, as you can see further on. The clearest account of magical practice of
מה? פתאום התוירס, שתהיה מצווה זה בכך. אתה לא יכול להביא שום בעיה מכאן, כי אין דרך אחרת. מה שאין כן, למשל בטרייפו יש דרך אחרת, תראים משהו בלי טרייפו. דרך זה הדרך הכי, לכן אי אפשר להביא בעיה מכאן, בואי סעי, בואו ונביא.
She's a mistress of the clothes. Now, we don't know who all is. It seems possible this word is related to it may be related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors. And therefore, we might translate this word as something like a person who has access to the ancestors of the dead.
כולו תראה ולא יאמר. והיה לנו סתירה ברב שמעון בר יוחאי. רב שמעון בר יוחאי אומר מצד אחד, אם מישהו מביא קורבן מהחשת ואומר שזה מחבת, בסדר גמור, זה עולה לו, זה בסדר, יוצא ידי חובה. מצד שני הוא אומר שלא. אז ראינו שלוש נפקמינס, כאילו להסביר את הסתירה. רבא אומר שכשהוא עושה שינוי בעלים, אז זה לא טוב. כשהוא עושה שינוי במנחה זה כן טוב. אז למה רבי ורבשי לא אומרים כמו רבי? סתם אני שם את זה על המסך, ככה אפשר לראות הכל ברור וצדוק. מה זה כולו לא אומרים כמו רבי? רבי ורבשי. למה לא? כי בכל דבר, וזה גם חשוב לזכור שבכל תירוץ, תירוצים חוקים כאלה, ולכל תירוץ יש קושייה או משהו, אין כאן איזה הסבר פצצה. כולו גרב ולא יאמרי דאר גרב, מחשוב ודמין כרי חוסר רחמונה. ויש גם מחלוקת עצומה, שרבא הרי אומר, הוא מסביר את לשום ברחוב, שבן אדם עושה טעות גסה, שברור שזה טעות, אז ודאי שהוא לא טועה, ודאי שבן אדם קורא, מסתכל על הילד שלו וקורא לו את השם של הבחור שלו, זה גם גסה שפשוט שזה לא טעות אפילו. אבל הם חולקים והם אומרים לא, זה טעות גסה זה כן טעות. זה נפקימין עצומה. זה אדרבה ומחשוב ודמין קרי פוסר רחמונה. הפוך, אם זה ניכר שזה טעות, אז זה כן פסול. זה לא קשר, הרב אומר שזה קשר שאתה עושה טעות בציבור. עכשיו, כי רוב לא יאמר, מה רוב אומר? שנפקימין עם בן אדם לוקח מנחה, הוא מסתכל על המנחה, הוא אומר, הרי זה אוי לו. הוא מסתכל על לחם, לא יכול להיות אוי לו. לחם זה מנחה. אוי לו זה אוי לו, קורבן, בהמה זה אוי לו. אז זה הנפקימין. מתי רב שמעון בר יוחאי אומר שזה פסול? שהוא אומר שם זבח. טעות גסה, הנה הם אומרים טעות גסה, זה פסול. הוא מסתכל על המנחה ואומר וואי זה אוי לו. הלך לו. הוא מסתכל על המנחה ואומר במקום מרחשת, הוא אומר מחבת, במקום מחבת הוא אומר מרחשת, בסדר. אז למה רבי ורבשי לא אומרים כמו רוב האמצעים? זו היסטורס לא עם משהו. כי רובה, זה המשך שמה, שרובה לוקח את המילים, זו היסטורס המנחה, שכל המנחות הם אותו דבר, אז אם אתה עושה טעות במרחשת, במחבת זה בסדר גמור. הם לא אוהבים את זה, אחרת כן, יש שם את הבעיה עם חטוס, הם לא אוהבים את הדבר הזה. כי רבשי לא יאמר, רבי ורובה בצד ימין, הם לא סוברים כמו רבשי בצד שמאל. מה רבשי אומר? שיש נפקימין בן אדם שאומר מחבת במקום מרחשת, או מרחשת במקום מחבת, זה בסדר, אבל כשהוא אומר מנחת מרחשת, מנחת מחבת, אז הוא פוסל את זה. קושיה דרבה אחר בלי דרובה. ראינו ששואל למה רב שמעון בר יוחאי אומר שאם בן אדם טועה בין מנחה לגלולו, מנחה חריבה, שזה שם לגלולו, עכשיו רב שמעון אומר שזה כן טוב, למה שזה יהיה טוב? אוקיי. אז זו שאלה שמפריך את רבשי, אז הם לא אוהבים את זה. אומר את הגימור, מילצי לפשיטי לרב ולהייקיס. שמה רבי אומר? רבי אומר מחשבה שכל כך פשוט שהוא משקר, הוא קורא למחבת מרחשת, מרחשת מחבת, הוא קורא פשוט שהוא משקר שזה טוב, זה נשאר טוב. ומצד שני רוב אומר הפוך, שקל גס זה לא טוב, זה פוסל את המין. זה מביילי לרבי ישי. נכון, מי זה לפשיט לרב ולהייקיס? לרב ולהייקיס, פשוט כל אחד, כל כיוון מביילי לרבי ישי, זה באמת קשה לרבי ישי. רבי ישי, רבי ישי מברייסי, מנחה לשום זבח, מה לי אומר רבי ישי? בא סובר רבי שמעון בר יוחאי, כשאדם מסתכל על מנחה, הוא אומר זה קורבן, זה אוי לו. כמה יודעים שמשהו מחשוב ודמין כבוד לתעוש לו, האם הסיבה היא שרבי שמעון בר יוחאי אומר שאם זה פשוט שהוא משקר, הוא אומר שטויות, הוא בעל מהלכים שלה ששלמו, סתם מדבר שטויות, זה לא פוסל, לא מחשוב ודמין כבוד. כאן, כשבן אדם מסתכל על חתיכת לחם הוא אומר שזה בשר, שזה אוי לו, זה כל כך שטויות, זה אפילו שטויות, זה לא פוסל. ויודעים את הדברים שהם זו היסטוריה מנחה, וזבח לא יקסים. אולי זה זמן ששתו את הפסוק, זו היסטוריה מנחה. וקורבן לא תלוי בזה, שברגע שהוא קורא ללחם קורבן, זה פסוק. כלומר, הוא הגענו לנושא דל של רבי שמעון. האם מישהו בכלל מבין מה שרבי שמעון בר יוחאי אומר? יש לנו 3 פירושים לרבי שמעון, יש לנו רבי, רובה ורבשי, ולכל אחד יש בעיה מכאן ומכאן, אז אין לנו פירוש חזק. אין לנו איזה יסוד שאנחנו יכולים ללכת איתה. כי רבי לא משען, כמו שרבי אומר, אנחנו לא רוצים מתארץ פשוט בשביל הבית. כי הבית שואל, אתה מביא הקש, שאין בעיה לעשות טעות בתוך המנוחת. כאילו, אם אתה קורא למינכה אחד מהקשת במקום אחלה, זה לא בעיה. אבל אם אתה משנה את הבעלים, אתה אומר שזה רובו, במקום שני זה בעיה. למה? אם טעות במינכה זה לא טעות, אז זה לא משנה איזה טעות, אם זה בעלים או לא בעלים, זה בעיה. קרוב אליו משנה להם, בשביל זה הספייס אחד, כמו שאמרנו קודם. הרוב הולך עם זו הספייס המינכה, שכל המנחות הם אותו דבר, זה משנה את העושה, וזה תוציא אותו. אז אם ככה, תעשה את אותו ספר בעת אחד. ואם בעת אחד זה בשביל דם, ואחת החלק, שזה יהיה טוב. למה אתה אומר שזה לא טוב? יותר אחד זה כתוב תקחה מילים, וזו הספייס אחת. רש"י לא משנה להכתוב שרש"י לא קודש ושום דבר ואחר ורבי כמו שאמרנו קודם שנשאל אם ככה למה רבי שמעון אומר שבן אדם מתבלבל בין מנחה רגילה ומנחה חריג ולפולום למה לפי רבי שמעון זה טוב? אומרת הגמרא חוץ במנחה זכות ומנחה ספלוץ אז ראינו במשנה הראשונה כמו שראינו במשנה הראשונה שבן אדם הוא סוער במנחה אז ממשיכים לעשות את המנחה נכון שהבעל הבית לא יוצא לכתובה והוא צריך להביא מנחה אחרת, אבל הוא ממשיך הלאה. חוץ ששתיים, מנחת חויטה, שאמרתי זה ראשי תיבות שבט, זה שביל פיתוי ותומו, וגם מנחת סקנויז, המנחה שהסויטה מביא. וביקשתי מיושי שיעשה את זה מאוד מהר עד שנגיע לה, זה שהבעל מזהיר את האישה לא להתייחד, והיא תחתה, הוא מביא אותה לביס המקדש, וקוראים לה את הראש, ומתמודדים, ומתמודדים, וצריכה לעשות כל מיני טיולים, אז כותבים את כל הזה, וקוראים את זה, מבינים מים מהציור, ולוקחים אחר שם במקום הזה, מלאים, ונראה לזה. וסולד. הנה, זה המנחה שהסוף מביאה, זה בעצם היה, אם יש מישהו שיכול לערוך את זה, שישים את זה שם, תחילת השיעור שלי מזכיר את המנחה של הסוף. ואז הוא עושה פריפה באנדושה, סאלה, מוירס, מוירס, אנדושה. וואו, פעם היה לנו מזבח כזה היום. עכשיו היא שותה את המים והיא מתפוצצת, יופי. אם אתה עושה טעות שם, ואתה חושב שזה לא מנחה של סויטה, זה מנחה של דובו, בוא נגיד, תזרוק את כל המנחה לזה. למה? יש להם במנחה סחויטה, אחד הזכריות, זה פשוט מאוד. המנחה של החויטה, שזה בעצם קורבן אוהל ביוירד, אז זה מנחה סחויטה, זה בשביל חטא, וחטא זה חטא, אז בחטא אז אנחנו יודעים מהמשנה הראשונה שסברנו, שמישהו טועה, תזרוק את זה לזה. זה חויטה. לא יעזור לב משאמים לא יתנו ללבוינו, כי חטוס היא, כתוב. חטא חויטה, חויטה נזכר, למה? אתה לא שם שמן, אתה לא שם לבוינו, שום דבר, וככה, כמה. אלא מרז כלו, יזמונו לו, אבל מנחה. של הסויטו, איך אנחנו יודעים שמסוטאות, זורק את זה לזבל, פתאום ניתן לקמי. דרב נחמן, מנחס פנויס, בסורן לדובו, הגמרא ממשיכה, שהמנחה של הסויטו, אם נשאר כסף מיותר, בוא נגיד ששם כסף בצד בשביל זה, ואחר כך המקרים ירדו, נשאר כסף, זה נשאר לימודו. אבל לי שפיר קארוס, אתה אומר טוב, מזכיר אובוי, כתוב מילה אובוי. אם כתוב מילה אובוי כאן, כתוב מילה אובוי במקום אחר, איך אנחנו קוראים לזה? זה גזיר שוק. יש אותו מילה מכאן וכאן. כתוב מזכיר אובוי סיבה. כתוב אחד סקסיב, או יסון עושה נוחם עוסיס, זה אבוי או אידה. באחד כתוב אובוי, ובסויטי כתוב אובוי. באחד עוס מסורי לדבר. כמו אחד זה נשאר מיותר, זה הולך לדבר. מנחס פנויס, מסורו לדבר. מנחס פנויס, מסורו לדבר. אז מה שנשאר זה נדבר, הוא כברת, אז מה זה פסולו של איזה שמו, ונזכרו איזה פסולו שלו איזה שמו, כמו אתה שואל אותי, איך אני יודע שאם אתה עושה טעות, או שאתה חושב מחשבה אחרת, שאתה מביא את החטוס, את המנחס חויטה, שתזרוק את זה לזבל, אז אתה אומר לך חטוס רגיל, חטוס רגיל אם אתה עושה טעות, אתה חושב שזה לא חטוס, זה שלומי, זה לזבל, אז גם, במחלס פלויס, כי יש לנו את המילה, או בנוי בו, זה נשוב, לומדים אחד מהשני. זה הבאזים של הגמור עכשיו. עכשיו, הגמור יפה מאוד, למטו, שמייפוסו שלו לשמוי, גם באושום, נגיד, שבאחד, הוא טעה, והוא אמר שזה שלום במקום אושן, בוא נזרוק את זה לזה ותגרום הרוב ולא במחתוס. גם באושן לא כתוב את המילה אובן. תורך זה יושם שעשית לי מלכה, תעשה אושן. ביצע לנו. הוא אומר לו, אובן אובן, איפה כתוב בפסוק? תראו, באושן כתוב את המילה אובן. איפה כתוב? במלך שסכתו ועוסק, זה כתוב שמה שלא יעשה עושה. ולא יודע, ואושן זה אושן, ולא עושה אבוי נוי. אז הנה כתוב את המילה אבוי. אתה אומר, לא כתוב אבוי, כתוב אבוי נוי, זה משהו אחר, זה לא דומה למה שכתוב בחד, בחד כתוב אבוי, לא כתוב אבוי נוי. אוי לא חדש. אתה אומר, דונו מאבוי מאבוי, דונו מאבוי מאבוי נוי, אבוי נוי מאבוי, אי אפשר ללמוד את המילה הזאת, אבוי נוי שכתוב מאשום, בחד כזאת מילה אחרת. שואלת הגמרא השאלה המפורסמת שיש 11 פעם בש"ס. בין נפקא מינה והפונו זה בי רבי שמואל, ושוב הכהן ובו הכהן. כשיש נגע בבית, אפילו זה גודל של דש, דיס, אז מראים את זה לכהן. עכשיו, הוא בא, ואחרי שבוע הוא חוזר. אז כתוב בתורה, ושוב הכהן ובו הכהן. אז כל אחד יודע שהמילה שוב והמילה פה זה לא אותו מילה. עכשיו הכוונה היא אותו דבר. ושוב, הוא חוזר. הוא בא, הוא חוזר לבית. אף על פי כן, אפילו שזו מילה אחרת לגמרי, אפשר ללמוד את זה רשוב. שמה? שההלכות שיש בשבוע הראשון, יש גם בשבוע השני. עכשיו הכהן הוא בא הכהן. זו הביע. זו גיום מלא. ואוי. ליגמר אבוי נאבוי מאוד לשמי עשה כהן. בשבועת העדוס, שבן אדם אומר אני לא יודע עדות, ושם כתוב גם בסיב, אם לא יגיד, ונוסע אבוי נוי. הנה. אז אם אתה לומד אבוי נאבוי, אז בוא נלמד גם שבוע סייד. אלו כי גם זה רשוב למויסר נדובו וגם. לא. שובר שאובן אובן, אנחנו רק לומדים דבר. לומדים מה שנשאר הולך לדבר, הולך לפושקה, לשופר שהיו עושים את הכסף עם דבר, עכשיו זה הולך. וחלטאים או אם זה שובר. רגע, אתה לומד דבר אחד, זאת אומרת הכל, כמעט מחתוס, שזה פוסל אותו לגמרי. לא נחמון, גם אחד זה שוחט יסוד לחתוס. זה מיעוט. דווקא בחטוס צריך לשחוט מיוחד בחטוס. אם אתה חושב מחשבה אחרת שאתה שוחט שלומים זה לא טוב, או זה לשמוק שרש שלא לשמוק פסולות, אז זה רק לזבל. אבל כל קודשם יש מיעוט, שזה רק בביתה הזאת, זה רק בחד הזה, אבל כל קודשם בין לשמוק, בין שלא לשמוק שרש. וכל הקורבנות האחרים אין את הדבר הזה, אז תכלס אין לנו לימוד ללמוד דבר אחר. אפילו מנחס חויטר עכשיו שאין לנו לימוד. איך אנחנו יודעים אם זה חויטה, וכך מנחס חויטר. עכשיו לעצמו שזה לא מרחש שזה, זה לא מנחס חויטר, זה מנחס נדובה. איך אנחנו יודעים שזורקים כזה דבר לזה? אין לנו פסוק שזורקים לזה. אלא מנחס חויטר ומנחס חויטר זה פסוק בשביל לשמור מנון. איך אנחנו יודעים? אבל גם הרפאה שסתם מה נשמור לסליפו, כאן זה כתוב את המילה הוא בעצם, אחד עשו, אורנמי, אוקסיבו, והוא, אז גם במרכז חויטי כתוב את אותו מילה, הוא. כתגמור הם ככה, אורנמי, אוקסיב בי, הוא. אם אתה הולך לפי המילה הוא, אז תמשיך, אז יש שם גם שכתוב הוא. אם טעית באשם, וכלל זה לא אשם, זה שלום, זה רק לזה. כתגמור הוא, לאחר סתור סימון. טוב, אז מי שלא היה בסביחים, כל קורבן יש לו הימורים, יש לו חלקים שלא נאכלים לבני אדם, לוקחים אותם ושמים אותם על המזבח, שזה הכליות, יותר את הכבד והחלב, זה סטייק הזה, יותר את הכבד, אז את זה שמים על המזבח. עכשיו, ההימורים האלה זה לא מפריע. זאת אומרת, אם בן אדם שכח לשים את ההימורים על המזבח, עדיין הבעל הבית יוצא ידי חובה לידי הקורבן. הכהנים יכולים לאכול. זה לא מתי, ההימורים לא מתירים לך שום דבר. סוף צריך לעשות. עדיף לעשות את זה. שכחת, אז לא נורא, לא סוף העולם. במילא, המילה הוא באושם מגיע אחרי ההימורים. זה מגיע אחרי ההימורים, זה אומר שזה לא חשוב בכלל. הוא לאחר קורס הימורים ביסניה, אבל לא שנאמר ברור, אלא לאחר קורס הימורים. הוא עצמו של רוטר הימורים קשה. אם אתה לא שם את ההימורים, אז הוא בעצמו האשם הוא קשה. ומילא ההימורים הכי חשובים, אז המילה הוא, אין בזה לימוד. אז אם ככה, אין בזה לימוד, אז ואלו כולם, וזה כתוב את המילה בכלל, באושם. אבל הוא לא שאין בזה לימוד. אמרו לו הרב, אושם שניתק לריו, משחוטו הסתר. זה גשמק מהסיפורים הכי יפים שיש לנו. אושם, בן אדם לקח אושם, הוא היה חייב אושם. זה נאבק בו. מה הוא עושה? הוא הלך קנה חדש. ועד שהוא השתמש בחדש, או שהוא השתמש בחדש, הוא שחט את החדש, והגיע הראשון, האורגינלי הגיע. מה עושים מהראשון? אז מנתקים אותו לראייה. מה זה מנתקים? אומר רש"י, לוקחים אותו, נותנים את זה לרועה. מנתקים, נותנים לרועה. ובאותו רגע, הוא נהיה ניתק לראייה. או, אז מה זה לתת לרועה? יש לנו מה שאנחנו קוראים כבש להם. הנה, לחדשים בלבד, מי שהיה בשיעור, בבקשה לא להסתכל. הנה, שם, תסתכלו. הולך לכבש להם. מה זה כבש להם? הוא רואה בשדה, ומחכים עד שיהיה לו איזה מום. הנה, גם זה מיוחד. זה כל מיני ספורט, כל מיני דברים, שיהיה להם מום. ואז אתה לוקח את הבלמום ומוכר אותו. עם הכסף אתה קונה אוילו. ואוילו זה בשביל קצב מזבח. מה זה קצב מזבח? זה בעצם ענף שונה. זאת אומרת, אם יש איזו תקופה שאין קורבנות, איזה שעה או משהו שאין קורבנות על המזבח, אז לוקחים את האוילה הזה ושמים את זה על המזבח, זה קצב מזבח. זאת אומרת, הגמור, אושם שלי תגיד במשפט מסתם, שמת את האושם בראייה, שהוא יראה עד שיסתובב, עד שהוא יקבל בו. ובאת פתאום, תפסת אותו ושחט אותו. אז מה? אז הוא בעצם אוילה, הוא עזב את האושם, הוא נהיה אוילה, למה? כי אחר כך, תמכור אותו, תעשה איתו כסף, מה קוראים הכסף? הכסף זה אוילה, זה לקנות אוילה, הכסף זה. אז עכשיו, כשהתבלת ועשית את זה יותר מוקדם, זה עדיין אוילה. תסתכן, נגיד תקלוי, מה הוא, אנחנו לומדים את ההלכה הזאת שזה חייב להיות משהו ששמת את זה בצד בשביל שתקבל בום, אבל אם עדיין לא נתת את זה לרועה, אז הוא נשאר אושם. הוא ואבו יוסי הוא נשאר אושם. אז אם שחטת אותו בתור אושם. זה לא טוב. אומר רב, מנחס האימר, זה יש חידוש עצום. וקודם כל נראה מה זה אומר. אומר זה קורבן שמביאים כבש ביחד עם כמו כבר לי בעברית, לא צורה, וזה ביום השני של פסח, ב-16 לניסון, ששם אנחנו מביאים את זה בתור קורבן, וזה מתיר לנו, זה היתר, זה מתיר לנו לאכול את כל התנועה ואת השעורה שגדל לפני פסח. לפני שמביאים את הקורבן הזה, אי אפשר לאכול את החיטה בשעורה, קוראים לזה חודש.
In the days of the Beis HaMikdash, before anyone could eat from the new grain of the year, Omer must be brought first. Erev Pesach, each of the Bezdin prepared 3 bundles for the harvest. That night, the people gather with torches. 3 messengers stand ready. They call out, "Has the sun set?" "Yes." "Is this sickle?" "Yes." "Is it the 16th of Nisan?" "Yes." The men harvest 3 sa'ah of barley. Then brought to the Beis HaMikdash for their eating to separate the grain from the stars. They are then roasted in an oven over the fire. Spread on the azara to separate the chaff from the grain. Ground into flour. They are then sifted using 13 sieves in order to attain a fine consistency. The Kohen then mixes the flour with oil for the mitzvah of Lila. The wheat is added as man does with mitzvah. He then does tnufa, raising the shards in the air. Then he does a part. And the wine to a fire. Then and on, all the grain was published. Now, committed for consumption.
אז תקשיבו לחידוש של רב, 3 שורות מלמטה. אומר רב, מי לך ישראל משקמוצה שלא נשמע. אם עשית את הקריצה לשם מלחת מוטבת. סודה. תיקח את האוימה ותזרוק לעזר. למה? אוי נדבוס לחקתי ולא יקרו. אנחנו נראה בעצם, יש לנו שתי אפשרויות. יש מה שאנחנו קוראים מתי. יש מחפר. בדרך כלל קורבן זה בא לחפר. שהוא עבר על איזו עבירה, הוא מביא חפר. משהו אחר, אושר. ולפעמים הקורבן בא להזכיר לך משהו. להזכיר לך את האוכל, את התבואה שגדל לפני פסח. מכיוון שזה בא להזכיר ולא התארת, זה לא עבד, אז אין מה לעשות עם זה. אין מה להמשיך בתהליך של האוימה, גם את זה לזרוק על זה. וכן את האוימה באשם נוזיר. אותו דבר אנחנו רואים באשם נוזיר, נבדה לדומים. באשם מצויר. באשם נוזיר זה כשבן אדם מקבל על עצמו נזירות שלא ישתה יין, שלא יתאמן למת, ובאמצע הוא נקמא למת. אז הוא צריך להתחיל מההתחלה, אם הוא קיבל על עצמו 30 יום, אז הוא מתחיל עוד פעם 30 יום. אם הוא קיבל על עצמו 30 שנה, אז באותו רגע הוא צריך להתחיל 30 שנה מחדש. הוא מביא יושר. וצויר גם כן, שהוא צריך להביא 3 קורבנות, שם מסויר אוי לא וחד. ששבתם שלא לשמון, פסולים, הוא משוחד בתוך קורבן אחר, פסול. למה? אוי לו, בואו להכשיר ולא יכשיר. כאן זה בא להכשיר, אז רש"י אומר כאן שזה בא להכשיר אותו להיכנס למחנה. במקומות אחרים, אז שאומר שזה מתיר אותו להיכנס למקדש, כל פעמים, מועיל ובוא להכשיר להכשיר. למה זה פסול? אותו סיבה שרב אמרנו קודם, שאם זה בא להתיר משהו, זה לא הצליח לעשות את מה שהוא בא להתיר, אז הוא פסול לגמרי. תפילן למעלה מהמשנה, כל המלוך השנית משהו שלא ישמע משנה. עכשיו, שאלה פשוטה מאוד. למה אצלנו במשנה זה לא מעובר? כתוב, אלו שלא יעלה לבעל אוכל בשולחן. חוץ, ממנחס חויטי, ממנחס חויטי, 2 שתחזור כזה. למה? לשיטה עשו יש יותר מ2. תגיד גם את השם מצוירה ואת השם נוזיר, וגם את המנחס, בוא נגיד את המנחס אוימר, למה לא תקבול משנה? אם זה לסנלמי, חזור מנחס אוימר, את האושר מצויר זה למשנה אחרת. ובואו יקטונו בו יוחיד, והוציא ולא גטונו. נכון, זה יכול להיות במשנה. במשנה כתוב רק את הדברים שבאים בפרטי, לא לציבור. קורבן אוימר זה לכל כלל ישראל. עוד סיבה קיטוני בו בגלל העצמו, ובגלל זה אנחנו לא גטוני. אוימר זה בא ביחד עם קורבן אחר, עם כבש. לא בא לבד. ועוד סיבה, קיטוני א' שקבעו להם זמן, עוד קבעו להם זמן, לא גטוני. מתי אוימר? כל שנה ביום השני של פסח. אבל זה לא משהו שאנחנו מדברים במשנה. אנחנו רוצים להגיד במשנה דברים שאין לנו זמן כפול. אומר מה, כן אתה אוימר באשם נוזיר, באשם מצויר, שוחטון שלא לשמון פסולים. אוי, בוא להכשיר ולא יכשיר. עכשיו נביא את הקושייה, אז תוך קושייה שהיה לנו על מחסן. למה זה לא כתוב במשנה בתור בלכה שזורקים לזה? הנה, המשנה הראשונה של זבוחים, שכתוב ששתי קורבנות, שאותה חושב מחשבה אחרת. זורק לזה, ולמה הם? קורבן חטוס, קורבן פסח. הנה, יש לנו עוד. כל הזמן שוחטון שלא ישמון שאירים, או שעלו לבעל משופעי, והחוץ מפסן חטוס, איזה צודק, איזה נמי, איזה שם לא עוזר, שם נמצאים לו. למה אתה לא מביא את שתי הקורבנות של נזיר ומצוירות ולא לאח ולא שיר? כיוון שהם באים לתת לנזיר להמשיך הלאה עם הנזירות שלו. ולמצויר לא להיכנס למחנה, זה בא להתיר וזה לא בא להתיר, אז תזרוק לזה אם נגיע שם זה לזה שם אירס, זה פטרות, שזה כיוון שיש עוד סוגי אשם, שהם לא באים להתיר, הם באים לכפר, לא פסיק אליהם. אז כבר אי אפשר להגיד, אשם כזה ככה ואשם כזה ככה. אז זה לא להגיד רק אשם, מילה אחת. אי אפשר להגיד מילה אחת, כי יש אשם שהוא בא לכפר, ובאמת נזרוק על זה, אבל יש, סליחה, אשם שהוא בא להתיר ולזרוק על זה, אבל אשם שבא לכפר שלא נזרוק על זה. לא לרבי יהודי, מצינו שחילק הכוס יובים מחפים ובים מפשים. לא לרבי יהודי. ראינו שיש נפקימין בין קורבן שמכפר לקורבן שמכשיר. וחפרי מזבו דעשו לאחרים. בא כאן לחידוש גדול, רעיון, שקורבן שהוא בא לכפר, אפשר להביא את זה אחרי שהבן אדם מת, באיזושהי מקרה מיוחד. אבל קורבן שבא להתיר משהו, אז אי אפשר להביא אחרי שבא לבית אף פעם. וחפרי מזבו דעשו לאחרים, מכשיר מזבו דעשו לאחרים, מסנן. מישהו שביא לך כוסו במזו. אישה שהיא יולדת, אז היא צריכה להביא שתי קורבנות. אם היא עשירה, היא תביא את החטוס ואת האוילו, שניהם דמו. אם היא ענייה, אז היא מביאה את החטוס בתור אוף, ואת האוילו בדמו. רק זה הפוך על הפוך. והייתי שואל אתכם, איזה מהם בא לכפור הזה, ואיזה מהם בא להתיר. ומסתום הייתם אומרים לי שהחטוס בא לכפור, חטוס זה לא, חטוס זה בא להתיר, ולהתיר אותה לאכול חודשים, והאוילון זה בא לכפור. כתוב, ואישו שביא חטוס ומייסו, ממתה, שאנחנו יודעים, יש 5 חטאות שמתות, חטוס, חטוס שמאור, באמצעי זה חטוס שמייסו בעולם. אם הבעלים מביאים חטוס, והבעלים מתו, אז החטוס פשוט מת. שמים אותו בחדר, לא מכילים עד שהוא. אז אם היא הביאה חטוס והיא מתה, הביאו יום שמואלוס. החטוס לא מביא, אבל את האוילו, החטוס, האוילו היורשים חייבים להביא. שזה בעצם להביא כבש, חדש. לא חדש, להביא את הכבש. מה קורה? אז זהו, רגע. היא כבר הביאה את החטוס, היא הביאה את האור, היא מתה. אז היורשים ממשיכים להביא את האוילו. אוילו זה במייסו, אם היא הביאה את הקורבן, את הכבש, את האוילו, והחלקים אותה, לא יביאו יורשים חטוס. אז הקורבנים, למה לא יביאו יורשים חטוס? אז אתם מביאים אחרים מזה. הקורבנים רואים מכאן שאת האוילו כן מביאים. או אישור שביא החטוס ובמיסו, ויהיו שמואלוסו. זה בעצם כפול. זה לא יביאו שמואלוסו. מה אז כאילו, אם יהיו תוריד דברים שמים בזי, השמנמי מלסבו דעשו לאחרים, מה? לא. אז מה רואים מכאן? את הכפורו, רואים מפרש מהיולדת שכפורים מביאים לאחרים. אבל משהו שמתיר, זה היה, החטוס בא להתיר את האישה להיכנס לאכול קודשים, זה לא מביאים לאחרים. הוא שואל שכן הם מוצאים שמכשיר זה בא לאחרים, זה מכשיר נמי מלסבו דעשו לאחרים. דבר מעניין, צריכים קודם כל, מה זה להביא אוילו שבא לכפר חמיס? אז זה ברור, זה צריכים לזכור. אי אפשר לעשות שובות אחרי שבן אדם. אין כזה דבר. אז היום שיכולים להביא את האוילו של האישה, שזה בעצם כפרה, למה כפרה? אז ראינו, כולם מכירים, כי היא נשבעה באמצע הלידה, וזה לא היה כל כך פשוט, שזה הסיבה. לא שהיא עברה על איזה חטא מצילי. אז מביאים את זה, אבל זה לא נותן כפרה למות. ברגע שבן אדם יצא מהעולם הזה, כבר לא יכול להתקדם. יכול להשאיר $1,000,000 לכל מיני קורבנות של כפרה, אז זה לא יעזור לו. שוב, שבועלם הזה, כשבן אדם חי. צריכים לזכור את זה. טוב. במשנה אנחנו רוצים להביא ראיה שמשהו שמתיר לבן אדם לעשות משהו, הוא מת, אפשר להביא את זה אחרי שהוא מת. אנשים נעם אלנו לא עזרו להכניס את זה, סתם, למה אחרי שמו יסתם נזיר? מישהו שהוא נזיר, הוא יודע שהוא יצטרך להביא קורבנות, 3 קורבנות. איזה קורבנות, הנה, עכשיו אפשר לראות את זה. אז אוי לו. הוא שם כסף בצד. לא ינהנים ולא ימוילים. אסור ליהנות להשתמש בכסף, אבל אם מישהו כן ישתמש, הוא לא עובר על מעילה, לא צריך להוסיף 25% ולהביא קורבן. למה? למה לא? יש יסוד גדול שלא עוברים על מעילה. מעילה זה להשתמש בכספים, בדברים של הביס המקדש. אין מעילה בקודשי קל. עכשיו כל הכסף הזה יכול ללכת לקנות שלומי. עכשיו בואו נסתכל שנייה. יש לנו חטוס, בואי לא בשלומי. השתיים מימין, אחד זה בואי לא, הם קודשי קודשי. אז זה יש מעיל. אבל השלומי זה קודשי קל. זו קטגוריה יותר נמוכה, פחות מחמיר. ואם מועלים בקודשים קלים, אז לא עוברים. לכן, בגלל שאפשר לקחת כל הכסף ולקנות שלומים, אז כל הכסף יש לו הלוכה שאין מזה מעיל. ישובים לא בואי, כולם שלומים. או צבין, בייס. הבן אדם ששם את הכסף, זה שם את הכסף שלו בצד, הוא מת, בואי לא יסתומים, ואנחנו לא יודעים מה הוא רוצה לעשות עם הכסף, יגיד כולם דובר, ואנחנו לא אומרים שמסינה שזה נופל לנדוב. רושים, אבל אם הוא פירש שהכסף הזה ילך לזה, הכסף הזה נקנה בזה חד, הכסף הזה נקנה בזה שלום. אז תלוי, באחד, אז הכסף שהולך לאחד, אז שהולך לים המלח, אין מה לעשות עם זה, זה כאן שווה זה ועולה, אז הכסף אין מה לעשות עם זה, זה את הכסף לים. יש כאלה שווים את דווקא ים המלח, בצורה נקודה זה שהכסף צריך לעבד מהעולם. לא ינהל ולא ימועל, מכיוון שזה עומד בעיבוד, אז אי אפשר להשתמש בזה בצורה שאתה חייב לבית המקדש. אל תשתמש, אבל אם כן השתמש, אתה לא מקבל את הקנס של ה-25% תשלום לבית המקדש ולהביא קורבן. מאוי לו, ומה קורה מאוי לו? שזה גם קודשי. יובי ומאוי לו, אז תיקח את הכסף, וגם זה אוי לו. זה אוי לו שמייסו בעולה, זה לא נורא. ומאוי לו, יש בזה פרשות מילה. פחתו שהכסף הולך, עומד בזרת הים, זה הולך לתת לאיבוד, אז אין בזה מיל. וכאן זה הולך לקנות קורבן, אז יש בזה בעיה רצינית, שזה אסור להשתמש בזה, ואם אתה משתמש, אתה משלם 25%. דמי שלומים, מה קורה מהכסף של שלומים? יובים הם שלומים, זה שלומים, ונאכולים ליום אחד. בדרך כלל זה נאכל יומיים. עכשיו צריך להחמיר ולאכול רק יום אחד. זה נתונים לחם, לא זה לחם. ואוהלו שלום דינוזים, מכשירים נינו, הרי אוהלו והשלומים, זה נותן היתר לנוזים, שיוכל לשתות יין, באמת, וכי עשו לאחר מזה, ואנחנו אומרים, שהבן אדם מת, בוא נשתמש בכסף שלו לפני עוד שלומים ואוהלו, אמר רק עבר, כה אומר, אוכי, כה אומר רבי ירמיהו, כך מתרץ, ומצינו איכשהו קבוע דבו לאחר מזה, לא. אז בוודאי שיש מכשיר שבא מזה, אין מכשיר קבוע שבא מזה. זה לא זה, איך שנקבעו, זה לא נחשב קבוע, אדם אומר, גיל לך לחס משלוש מיוצא. אם, לכן הוא עושה גילה, בוא נראה גילה. עכשיו בוא נראה גילה. אם הוא מתגלח אחרי שהוא הביא את האוילום, אז הנזיר יוצא ידי חוי. אם הוא מתגלח אחרי שהוא הביא את השלומים, הוא יוצא ידי חוי. זאת אומרת, הקורבן לא קבוע. בואי סי! שלכם אלף. ונאי. טוב רבוי סי. רבוי סי, אנחנו עושים 10 שורות מלמד בדף בייז, עמוד בייז. כבר דף אחד בתוך המסכת, סימן, אוי לא מולד בזה. אתמול אמרנו מושג, רבי הסביר בראשים ביכול, שאם המעשה של בן-אדם בוכיח למה שהוא מתכוון, אז לא אכפת לנו מה הוא אומר. אז אם הוא אומר, אני מבין מרחשת, הוא עושה מחבת, הוא מחבת. ונשאלת השאלה, אם בן-אדם למשל, מביא קורבן פסח של חילולים שזה טבס, בן שנה, והוא מביא שור גדול, הוא מביא פרה ענקית, רגל, האם המעשה מוכיח שהוא לא מתכוון להביא קורבן פסח? אם בן אדם שוחט או מולק עוף מעל חוט הספרה, האם זה מוכיח שזה עולת העוף ולא חטאת העוף? זה בעצם כל הדף של היום. כל מיני דברים יביא כבש בן שנה, האם זה מוכיח שזה קורבן פסח ולא משהו אחר שזה בן שנתיים. זכר, עולה צריכה להיות זכר ולא נקבה, והוא מביא נקבה, האם זה מראה שהוא זכרתוס ולא אוהב. מולד, מיצו, חב זויף, קודשקדושים, קודשקלם, גם מדבר, הוא שכב את זה בצפון בית המקדש, האם זה ראיה שזה קודשקדושים ולא קודשקלם. הוא שכב את זה בדרום הזרה, האם זה ראיה שזה קודשקלם ולא קודשקדושים. אלא מיד טוען, אתה אומר, אוי לעשה שמולות, ולמה לא היה משום קפצי, זהו, אנחנו יודעים, מדבר על מליקת העוף, ויש שתי סוגי ציפורים שמביאים בבית המקדש. קודם כל, הסוג ציפור עיונה או תור, דומה מאוד עיונה. מביאים את זה לשתי דברים, או לעולה או לחטוס. ויש בהם מפגימים ספציפיים. עולת העוף זה מעל הקו האדום שיש במזבח, מעל, וחטאת העוף זה מתחת. זה דבר ראשון. דבר שני זה שעולה עושים מיצוי אדם, שזה לעשות כבד של להכיר, ולא הזעה, שזה לזרוק את העוף לכיוון המקדש. וחטוס עושים קודם הזעה, זורקים, ואחר כך עושים כבד על הקיר. בוא נראה. זה מליקה. עם הציפורן של הפועל, הוא חותך מאחורי הצוואר של העוף, וכך הוא הורג את העוף, אין שליטה בבית המקדש, יש רק מליקה. וזה, כפי שאתם רואים, זה מעל את הקו האדום, ומראה לנו בעצם שהוא עושה כאן עולת העוף, לכאורה. מה הוא עושה? הוא עושה מיצוי אדם. לוחץ את זה על הקיר ומוציא את זה. זה קצת מוזמן, זה לא יודע. כאן אנחנו רואים שהוא מתחת לחוט הספרה האדום, מתחת לקו האדום, הוא עושה הזעת אדם. הוא זורק את הציפור, הוא לא לוחץ את הציפור על המיטה. אז אומרת הגמרא, אוי לעשות שמולות, אין לו משותף לו, הוא אמר שהוא עושה חטוס, והוא מהלך את הציפור, שזה יהיה עולת העוף. למה? מעשה מותים שמולה, ברור שזה עולה דיפה וזויפי, ומגע הבארית, זה היה חטוס, וזה מתחת למחוט, מתחת לאדום, והגמור, דיפה וזויפי למעלה מ-10, מה, כנראה לא יכול לשחוט, לעשות מליקה, שלך וזויפי, מה הלך את עושים? הוא אמר, למדנו, ולכבות את המזבח, שהוא עושה את המליקה של חדש, טוב, אפילו מעל החוט הסגנון, זה קשר, טוב, אתה צודק, ובוא ננסה עוד פעם. לא לעשות שמיצו בו למעלה, הוא שם מציא אותה, הוא לחץ את העוף. הוא שאם חד ישראל, אם הוא עושה הוא עושה מיצוי אדם מעל, הוא אמר שהוא עושה חטוס, עכשיו, מיצוי אדם של חטוס, זה למטה מהחוט הסגנון, מהחוט הלבן. שזה יהיה ברור שהוא עושה אויבה. אז הם מכירים על ידו, הוא עושה אויבה. אחד הסויפי, כי זה החטוס, קודם כל, אתה עבור בדור. קודם כל, הוא היה עושה את זה מתחת לאדום, כמו בתמונה. דבר שני זה, והזאת הוא היה עושה, אז זאת, הוא לא היה עושה מיצו. אמרו, כאילו נרמלה, זה מיצו, אולי מה שהוא עושה זה מיצו שמגיע אחרי הזו. לא ברור מה הוא עושה. נכון, הוא צריך לעשות מיצו. אחרי הזו. אולי זה באמת היה אחרי הזו. לא, מיצו דומה בכל מאוד ומפגע. עכשיו, מה שאתה שואל אותי, למה הוא עושה את זה מעל החוט על האדום? אם הוא עושה את זה שם, זה קשה. אבל הגמרא ממשיכה לשאול, אחד הזוהים שהיא זו דומה למה? עכשיו, אחד הזוהים, שהוא עושה הזו, אבל הוא מתכוון לא אוהלו. אוהלו לא עושים הזו, עושים רק מיצו. אז ברור שזה חד. אז למה, ביכול, רק אמרת ההלכה שלו, ולא, דבר שאם אתה מבלבל, במינכו, ואתה אומר, מחש, במקום מחמס, זה קשה, למה הוא לא אומר זה? אז עוד פעם, אחד הזוהים, שהיא זה דומה למטה, בשם מועד הזה. אחד, הוא לקח את העוף, והוא עושה הזעה, הוא מתכוון לעולם. פירציה, שזה טוב, למה אתה עושה אותי כמו ליד אחד הזוהים? זה פשוט שמה שהוא עושה זה אחד. ויואל זוהים, באמת היה עושה לו, למה לא לעבוד? הוא עושה את זה מה היה אחרי זה? הוא מיצו יעבור בזה, הוא עושה מיצו, הוא לא עזר. הוא אומר לי לגמור, אתה צודק, נכון, תפסת אותי. וזה אתה צודק, במקרה הזה. לא חינם. אז מה הבעיה, לפי שהנה, המלך זדול ולסבור אותם. למה הוא אמר שדווקא מנחו, אם אתה מתבלבל, זה בסדר, ולא באופן. הנה, יש לנו מקרה שאחת. למטה, לאחית הסיפור, עושה, עזור, זה ברור שזה לא עולה, נכון. נזבחים ולא יפוס. מה שהוא מתכוון זה רק בבהמות שהוא מתבלבל, זה לא טוב. אבל באופן הוא מתבלבל זה טוב. שעות הגמור ירדה על קודש מקדש משם. סוף הוא אין שם קודש מקלם נראה אצלנו. יש, אז זה הביס המקדש. אני לא אסתכל. טוב, בית המקדש. יש את הסגול, יש את הסגול ואת הירוק. הירוק זה מקום ששוחטים רק קודש מקדש. ובסגול אפשר לשחוט גם קודש מקלם. זה הצפון והדרום. ירוק זה הצפון של האזור, והסגול זה הדרום. עכשיו, שם באמת איזה קודש קודש, במהירות, נזכיר לו אלו, מי שחדש, קודש קודש מצד ימין. אחד עושה שם או לא, זה העיקר, שמי שהציגו, הם רק נשחטים בצד הצפוני של האזור. הקודש מקלם גם בצד הדרומי. שואל לגמור, ברגע שאתה שוחט משהו, קודש קודש ששוחטו בצפון, לשם קודש מקלם, התכוונת שזה קודש מקלם, לירצה. זה פשוט שאתה שופט שם קודש קודשים, לא? ועשה הם יוכיחים. קודש קודשים נראה. הסיבה ששחט את זה מצד בירוק ולא בסגול, זה פשוט שאתה יודע שזה קודש קודשים. מה אם אמרתם את זה קודש קודשים? עכשיו פריסיס שואל את השאלה הפשוטה, מה? קודש קודשים אפשר גם וגם, אפשר גם לשחוט בירוק וגם בסגול, אז אם הוא שחט את זה בירוק, מה פתאום שזה קודש קודשים? קודש קודשים, אולי זה קודש קודשים שמותר גם שם. אז אומר פריסיס, שבדרך כלל שוחטים את הקודש מקלם בסגול, בדרום, אין לו במקום שם. אז זה מבלבל אנשים. ועשה הם בכירים עליהם, זה קודש קודשים. לכאורה, זה קודש קודשים. זה קודש מקלם דור מהעבר בזה. אם זה היה קודש מקלם, זה שוחט את זה בדור. עוד הגמור, כן, כמו שחשבנו, אין עוד אמור אחרונה, אף בדור. בדור ולא בצור ומיומה. מותר לשחוט קודש מקלם בכל האזורים, גם בדרום וגם בצפון. אם אתה שוחט משהו בצפון, זה לא אומר שזה קודש קודשים. יכול להיות גם, לסנן, שבילות בכל מקום האזור, אפשר לשחוט את זה בכל מקום. טוב, אבל הגמרא ממשיכה, קודש מקלם ששחוט בדרום, זה יותר קשה. עכשיו אתה לוקח משהו, קודש מקלם, ששחוט בדרום, לשם קודש קודשים לרצה. מכיוון שאסור לך לשחוט קודש קודשים בדרום, ואתה שוחט את זה בדרום, ואתה אומר שזה קודשים, לכאורה, הנושאים שלך מוכיחים, אז הם מוכיחים עליהם בקודש מקלם. ודאי שמה שאתה עושה כאן זה קודש מקלם, קודש קודשים בצוף אין עבור עוד יותר. אולי השוחט קודש קודשים בדרום, רק בצפון. ובאמת הגמרא, אוקיי, כאן הגמרא כבר מציע משהו חדש. אמרי, קודש קודשים הוא מעבר דעבר ושוחט הוא, נכון? אסור לו לשחוט בדרום, אבל הוא נודע, נודע עלינו. ואחי, אם אתה כבר הולך לכיוון הזה, שאתה יכול לעבור עבירות, ואחי, אז מה הרווחת? אז גם במחפש, במחשש, תגיד שהוא עבר עבירה, שהוא עושה משהו שהוא לא היה צריך לעשות, הוא עושה את זה. יואבי, מה זה שמחשש נמי, היי לגור קודם כל למחשש, אומר, היי מחשש נודע, לא יודע מה יצא במחפש, מחשש, ומה אבא, הוא יודע אבא, הוא עבר מה שהוא היה צריך לעשות, היי זה במחפש. למה רבי שמעון אומר, שאדם מביא משהו במחשת, הוא מתכוון למחשת, אולי לא, אולי הוא רוצה להביא מחבת בתור מחשת ולעבור. אבל אני אומר, עושה תמונה ממחשת נודע, נכון, אם אתה נודר מחשת, כי מייסי לא, במחמס, אבל ברגע שאתה שם את זה בתוך המחבת, זה הופך למחבת. בסנן, רואים הרערי עליהם מחמס, ואיבי במחמס. או במחשת ואיבי במחמס. מה שאיבי, מדי נדר לא יוצא, זאת אומרת, הכלי קובע משהו. עכשיו, זה גמור מזו. אולי, ברגע שאתה אומר על הקמח הזה, זו, אז זה כבר נועל את זה. רוצים את המילים האלה, לא אוהבים במחס ואוהבים במחס. כריסנן, כמו שאמרנו, זוהי, לא אוהבים, כמו שדיברנו אתמול, שבן אדם מסתכל על בהמה ואומר זו, אז אם הבהמה הזאת הולכת, חייף, מתה, הוא אומר עליי, אז הוא חייב להביא עוד אחד. אז גם בקמח שאומר זו, בחשת, זו לא אוהבים במחס, ואוהבים במחס. ומהחשת ואוהבים במחס. ברגע שהוא אומר זו, אז הוא נועל את זה. הרי זה פסולה. אז אומרת הגמור לרבנו האחרונה, אתה צודק. אם זה רבנו, הם באמת אומרים שזו הורס, אבל רב שמעון, אם הוא אומר, רב שמעון, אף ידי ניר יוצא, זה לא נכון שלא יוצא, כן יוצא את זה. המכניס דמון ולא יקומו. מה שהוא אומר בפרפס שלו, זה לא אכפת לי שהוא אומר זו, לא אכפת לי שהוא אומר מרחשת, ברגע שהוא עושה את זה בתוך מחווה, אז זה מחווה. מה שהוא מוסיף מילים, כל המילים שלו זה כלום. כמו שרש"י משתמש בלשון, זה רוח, פעם זה סתם שטויות שהוא אומר. ולא יגלומו, לא ישנו אומר זו, לא ישנו אומר, אלא מיעטו. אוי לו ששוחד השם חטוס תרץ. עכשיו זה גשמה. עוד פעם, אותו שאלה, אוי לו וחטוס. כולם יודעים שאוי לו זה זכר. חטוס, כולם יודעים, נקבה. אז הנה, אז שוב, זה אותו שאלה, זה המעשה מוכיח. שמה? אוי לו ששוחד השם חטוס תרץ, די זוכר ואין נקבה. אם אתה רציתי מבית אוי לו, ואמרת שזה חטוס, מה אכפת לך מה שאמרת? זה לא אכפת לי מה שאמרת. אתה לא יכול להגיד על זכר שזה נקבה, וזה נקבה שזה זכר. אם הבאת לזכר, זה ברור שאתה הבאת אוילה. מה אתה אומר לי התכוונת לך? אבל אני אומר, כאילו ניקסול. זוכר הוא לא יביע. אבל יש חטוס אחד, שזה לא נקבה, שזה זכר, ולכן אנשים יכולים להתבלבל. זה נשמע שאפילו אם הנוסי לא נמצא בביס המקדש, הוא כבר נמצא, אבל אנשים יכולים להתבלבל. אדם שעומד בצד לא יודע אם זה חטוס של הנוסי, או אוילה, הוא לא יודע, הוא לא מבין, לא יודע מה זה. טוב, אבל לא אומר לשבוא, אז הגמרא אומרת, בסדר, בוא נניח שאתה צודק. מה אנחנו עושים הפוך? אומר לשם חטוס יוכי, והגמרא, אבל בן אדם אומר מפורש שזה לא של הנוסי, זה של הבן אדם הפרטי, הוא מביא משהו פרטי, אז אי אפשר עכשיו להתבלבל, אי אפשר להגיד שזה החטוס של הנוסי, כלומר זה חטוס של יוכי. ובחד של יוחד זה נקבה, הוא זוכר. אז למה רב שמעון לא יגיד במקרה הזה שהמעשה מוכיח שזה יוחד לא נקבה. רב שמעון רק אומר את ההלכה שלו במנחה, לא בקורבן. וסור, ועוד שאלה אחת מסוימת שמוי לו תרצו, מה אתה עושה הפוך? הבאת החטוס, ואמרת שזה אוי לו. עכשיו ודאי שאי אפשר לבבל, אוי לדעת. זה נושא שמביא אוי לו נקבה. ואוי זאת. בואו מחס יולה על יורדים, היום זה לא כל כך מצאו את אותם הקיבה בשר יותר דברים. כסים, היום אין להם את הזנב הזה. אוקיי, כסים ישנים. אבל אז בזמן הגמור היה להם את הזנב הענק הזה, שמאוד מאוד מכסה את הזכרוס ונקרוס. אז אי אפשר לדעת מה. עכשיו לא מתבלבלים, כן מתבלבלים, זה לא פשוט מה הוא מתכוון. אבל באומר, אותן אחרי חדאי קיפס, או זה אם יש כבש ולכבש יש על ואו יש לו זנב גדול, אייסי סירי מה יקרה, מה קורה מביא, וגם אבל אתם צריכים להכיר בסדר הדתה יודעים שם. דוגמה, אם אתה רואה איזה כלב ברחוב, מישהו שואל אותך אחר כך, זה זכר נקבה מה שראיתי, אתה מסתכל, זה לא מעניין, זה לא משהו שאנשים מסתכלים. אבל שעוד הגמור בפסח ששופטו, משהו נרצי, אבל מה קורה? קוראים פסח. קוראים פסח, הוא אומר שזה אושום, עכשיו הגמרא הולכת לכיוון אחר, לא זכה בנקבה, אלא גיל, די בן שונה. קוראים פסח צריך להיות מתחת לגיל שנה, די בן 2, ואושום צריך להיות בן 2. הוא אומר, כי הוא דידה שם לא זיר, ושם צריך לו, בן אדם הוא נזיר. הוא אומר שהוא לא ישתה יין, הוא לא יתאמן למת, הוא גדל את השערות שלו, ובטעות הוא הולך לבעיה או משהו, עכשיו הוא צריך להביא אשם נוזר, גם צוירו, גם מביא אשם, אדם שיש לו צרד, אז הוא מביא את האשם, ושם הכבש הוא בן שנה, זה מאוד דומה לקורם פסח, לכן אפשר להתבלבל, לא הפסידו לו, אפשר להתבלבלים. אומר שום אשם זה אלו, זה שום אשם זה אלו, אז מה קורה מקורם פסח? הוא אומר שזה לא קורם פסח, זה אשם זה אלו, מה יגנה מימה? ושם הבן אדם לא מתבלבל, למה? כי זה משהו שונה לגמרי, זה בין 2, וסור שם זה שם יהיה לזה שוחד, בשום פסח, ורצו, מכיוון שזה בין 2, הוא עושה את זה לשם פסח, ברור שזה צריך להיות, או פסח טוב, או כאילו השם זה יהיה לזה טוב, למה? כי הוא לא יתבלבל בין שנה לשנתיים, תגנים בעורם, ואילו משלמה מהימן שתי שנה. אלו, בין שונה ובין ששונה, למה אתה יודעים שם? קשה להבדיל בין כבש בין שנה לשנתיים, זה נראה אותו דבר. דיגה בין שונה למחזי בין שנה. דיגה בין 2 למחזי בין שונה. יש כבשים שנראים יותר מבוגרים. כבשים בעצמם, אז איך אנשים לא יתבלבלו בכבשים מתבלבלים? אין את הבעיה. מכיר את האוהלו. לא, שם, עדיין מהשם.
Young boy, please stand up
ילד
and give
קטן,
the seat to the man who
עמוד,
is studying the daily Talmud.
הבחור המבוגר, שלומד.
I am not a man,
אני
I
לא
am a
גבר.
woman.
אין וואחד.
Show some respect. I am not a young boy, I am an older man. I could be your grandfather.
יכול להיות סבא שלך. הוא אומר, הגמור, סור ששחוט לשום ראשם רצה. לקחת גדי, ושחטת אותו לשם אשם. עכשיו, אשם זה חייב להיות כבש, לא גדי. ואי צמר ואי סוי. עכשיו שוב יש לנו את העניין הזה של רב שמעון. אם זה מוכח מהמעשה שלו, הוא לקח גדי, אז ודאי שזה לא ראשם. אז זה לא פסול, זה טוב. למה? כי אחד יש לו צמר ואי סייר. אומרת, הגמרא אמרי, דכרו וכמו, לא. אולי הוא הוביל את כל השערות של הכבש, ונראה כמו גדי. אם אתה לוקח כבש ועושה לו תספורת, הוא יכול להיראות כמו גדי. לא נראה. אבל עגל הוא פער ששחוט לו משום פסח. לקחת עגל, לקחת פרה. כל אחד יודע שאתה לא יכול להביא קורם פסח בפרה. משום פסח, בושו. עושה את זה לפסח והשם, ורצו. לא, אבל צריך להיות כבש. זה יגיד לו כמה בעזר בראשם. לא, כי אין את זה בקורפס בראשם. אתה תפסת אותי, יהיה נכון, אני נכון. וזה, כשאני יודע שזה קשה, שהמעשה מוכר. הבעיה זה, הוא לא יסגור. לא יסגור. הוא אמר שזה רק במנחה ולא בזבחים, לא בקורבן. הוא כיוון רוב הקורבנות. יש קורבן אחד, הוא פסח שמביא שור, אין לו חנם. שם זה יהיה באמת קשה. דווקא לו מפייס למען. רוב אמר, לא יודע שאנחנו חוזרים לסתירה בין יושבים ביכולת בעצמו. שמצד אחד הוא אומר שאתה מביא קורבן מנחה, זה מנחה. שאתה אומר שזה מהחשת, אפילו שזה נראה מחבת, או זה מחמד, זה נראה מהחשת, זה קשה. מצוין. זה עולה לבעלים, אז זאת אומרת, הבעלים לא צריכים להביא אותך. מצד שני, הוא אומר שזה לא טוב. לא עיקר, שגם בקומץ מנחו לשום מנחו, גם בקומץ מנחו לשום זרע. מה שקרה זה שהבן אדם, זה מאוד מעניין, הוא לא יודע איך זה עובד, הוא אומר, תראו את המנחה הזאת, את הלחם הזה, זו אוילו, זה חור בנוילו. עכשיו אני יכול להבין את זה עכשיו, קצת. אדם לא יודע, זה משיח מגיע, אנשים מתבלבלים, מה זה אוילו? אתה נותן מתנה לקדוש ברוך הוא, אז הוא חשב, כמו שאתה יכול לתת כבש, בתור מתנה לקדוש ברוך הוא נותן גם לחם, הוא קורא לזה אוילו. זה הבעיה, שם פסלת את זה. אבל אם אתה מנחה בתוך מנחה, אתה אומר שזה מנחת החשת במקום מנחת מחבת, זה קשה. אם אתה מתבלבל ואתה אומר שזה כמובן אמיתי, אז זה פסול. למה? מנחה לשום מנחה, וזו היסטוריה סמיכה, מכיוון שכתוב בפסוק, וזו היסטוריה סמיכה, זה תורה אחת, זה כל המלאכה. תורה לזה כל המלאכה, זאת אומרת, אין לא לשמו במנחה. אם אתה מתבלבל, אתה עושה מחבז במקום חשת, זה לא בעיה. כי אין לשמו, זה כולם אותו דבר, כולם כאילו זה משפחה אחת יפה, שכל המלאכה. מלכה לשום זרע, ויש את המכניס, אתה אומר שזה לא בלבול, אתה אומר שזה כמובן, וואי, זהו, הרסת את זה. זו היסטוריה של מלכה, וזרע לא יגזים. אותו בשם הכל. או, ואותנו, ויש למעשה מלכישנו מלכם, רבי שמעון אמר שהסיבה זה בגלל שכתוב זה היסטוריה של מלכה. בגלל שהמעשה מוכיח, שזה מלכה וזה לא זרע. אתה יכול לראות שזה בעיה. ארוכה. אבל גם זה מחשוב, זה לא ימין קוראים. אז רק שאומר שכוונה כאן זה מחשבה שכן ניכר. אבל גם שזו מחשבה שניכר, צריכים להסביר מה כתוב. זה לא ניכר, אוקיי, אני מסביר. זה פוסל, אפילו שזו מחשבה שזה ניכר, מה שאתה עושה, אתה תראה המנחה קראת לזה קורבן, אז תלוי. וזו, לכן כתוב בזה היסטוריה של מנחה, לכן זה קשר למה התורה אחת מכל המלאכות. אם זה מנחה בתוך מנחה, זה בסדר. מה היה אבל בזבוח מליכו? אבל אגב, זה שחיטה אחרי זה כלום. אפילו שבן אדם יכול להתבלבל. יכול להגיד, אנשים יתחילו להגיד, אם הוא פיתרת את זה, אז מותר לשנות בקורבנות גם. וזו היסטוריה של מנחה, וזבח לא יצא. זה דווקא במנחות, ולא בקורבנות. אלא מעטו, חטס חילף, ששוקל של חטס דם. בן אדם שאכל חילף, שזה איסור קורס. והוא חייב להביא קורבן חטס. במקום זה הוא אמר, אני מביא חטוס בגלל ששקיתי דם. אז אם הוא היה צריך להביא חטוס בגלל שהוא אכל חלק. הוא אמר שזה חטוס של דם. אז כשנראה עוד מעט שזה מאוד דומה, כי שתיים זה חיוב קורס. ושום חטוס על המזורת, חטוס שהוא עבד במזורת, שהוא חטוס נוזי, שהוא חטוס מטרה. תראי כשאירו, ותרצה. למה? אם הוא מבל והוא מביא כל אחד שזה במקום זה, שזה קשר למה? באותו סיבה שאמרנו לפני שנייה, דובר נחמון, וזה היסטוריה של חטוס. לא שאמרנו וזה היסטוריה של מלכה, אז גם שם כתוב וזה היסטוריה של חטוס. אז תיקח את כל החטאות, נשים אותם בקבוצה אחת, תגיד, אם התבלת בין אחד לשני, זה לא משנה. תראה, אז זה כל החטאות. אמרת גם אומרים שמי נופלים לנו את הצודה. רבונון, אבל זה בעיה. עומר רובר, אחד מסתכל ששאר כל שם אחד מסתם, שום פעם זה כשהוא נכון, זה קשה. שם חסר. למה קשה? כי כולם הם פורס, אז נוזר, אז מצויר הוא פסולו, אבל אתה מתבלבל בין נוזר ומצויר זה בעיה, למה? ואני אוהל את עדיין, כיוון שאתה מביא עוד קורבנות ביחד, ויש לך אוילו, אז יתבלבלו ויגידו שאחת זה כמו אוילו כזה, שאחת זה בא בתור אוילו, וזה יהיה בלבול גדול. אבל ברגע רוב המסנה, לכולו ופסולו, הוא אומר שאין כזה דבר שכל החתול זה מדובר בכל קבוצה, בכל קטגוריה, גם אחת הסחילה ואחת הסדם הם שתי דברים שונים, אתה מביא אחד, אתה מתבלבל, אתה אומר זה אחד הסחילה ואחת הסדם, זה פסול. למה? שאחד יסול לך אותו, שם חוס לך אותו, כיוון שכתוב בשם התחוסו, זה מכוון למה שאתה צריך להביא. אתה צריך להביא דם, אתה מביא דם. זה אוקיי. ומה שיום? עוד פעם חוזרים לסתירה בין רבשים ביכול. שמצד אחד הוא אומר שאתה מביא מנחו של מחס, אתה קורא לזה מהחשב, זה לא בעיה. זה הבעל הבית יצא את טובה. מצד שני, הוא אומר שזה בעייתי מאוד. אז הוא אומר, לא יקע שכאן, שהוא בעצם יותר קיבוצים אלה אתמול, חזור את זה, לא יקע, כאן בכל מצמח זה שום החשב. למה זה קשר? כי הוא פשוט, הוא אומר את המילה מרחשת, מחבה. הוא לא אומר מנחת מרחשת, מנחת מחבה. למה כל זה מנחת? כשאתה אומר שזה מנחה שונה, אתה אומר שזה מנחה של מרחשת, זה פוסל. אתה רואה לזה, אתה סתם אומר שטויות. אתה אומר, הנה, הבאתי מחבת, זה לא מחבת בכלל. טוב, זה מרחשת עם מחבת. תראו, איזה יום. מה זה מרחשת? זה יותר עבר, יותר עמוק. אז הלחם שיוצא ממנו יותר רע, אפילו שיש איזה יותר כמות שמן כמו יותר נמוך, נקרא לזה. וכאן הוא נהיה יותר קשה. הוא כמו מחבת, כמו שיש לנו היום. הוא אומר גם רש"י לקשי, כמה גם נאמר, כיפה. זה מרחשת. למה? גם כל מצווה מחבס זה שום מנחס מרחשת. מחבס זה שום מרחשת, זה מונוקו מרחשת. הוא מתכוון לכלי, הוא מחשובו למונו לא יקפוס לו. למה מנחס מחבס זה שום מנחס מרחשת, ומנחס יקפוס לו במחשובו כמרחשת. אנחנו לא אכפת לנו במילים שלו. לא אותנו הבנים שמעשה מרחית מלאכות. הרי רבשימן אמר שהנקודה זה שהמעשה מוכיח. אורי גול, אבל גם במחשוב הגולמין זה פוסק. אז שוב אפשר להגיד שכמו שמה שאמרנו קודם, שמוצאים את המילה גולוי, מחשבה שאפשר להכיר שמה שהוא עושה וזה צריך לפסול, שלא לפסול. ומה היה אבל בזבוח ממנו כן, אבל גם תשחית האחס לכולם, זה גם האחס לכולם, אבל האחס לכולם. בקורבן זה נראה אותו דבר. בזביך הדבר זה במחשוב כמחשב. מכיוון שהוא מחשב בגוף הקורבן בעצמו, זה פוסל. אומר לרבח, לרבי ברוב ולרבשי, חווי ולשם בלי. הוא לוקח משהו שזה מאוד, אין לזה שום שם. כמו... יש פה את זה, שמוני מרב, זה כאן אחד, זה צריך לחתן שלי. אברמי, לא יודע, צריך לחתן 3 פעמים. חווי בו זה בלי שם. כאן הוא עושה קמיצה יפה, מכניס את היד שלו ככה ולוקח 3 אצבעות, שווי של קמח. אבל אין שם את השמן שראינו אתמול, שזה מקודם. אז הוא אומר את הגמור שבעצם, מה קרה כאן? הוא לקח את היבש הזה, בלי שמן, הוא אומר שזה בלול, עם שמן. מה היום אומרים שמן, למה זה קשה? הרי... כן, שמן אומר, זה קשה. אומר לי, בשום בינו בעלמו, מה שהוא מתכוון זה, שהוא קורא לזה בילו. זה השם שלו. רש"י אומר שהוא אומר דברי רוח. דברי רוח לא פוסל כלום. ככה הוא קורא לזה. לא הרי לשום שלום נמי, לשום שלום דענו, אז תגיד, אותו דבר בקורבן. למה קורבן זה שונה? למה הוא אומר, אני עובד לשלום, אם אתה פוסל את זה, תגיד לא, הוא לא מתכוון לשלום, הוא מתכוון לשלום. מה זה שלום? הוא עושה שלום בינו לבין הקדוש ברוך הוא. זה יעשה שלום בין הריבועים שלו. ולגמור אי אפשר לעשות כזה דבר. למה? כי ברגע שהפסוק קורא לזה שלומם, אתה לא יכול להגיד, הוא התכוון למילה אחרת. לא ריאה שלא עושים זה בשלומם, שלומם. אז זה ממש שלום, גדול מפורש בפסוק שלום. התורה קוראת למושג הזה, לקורבן הזה שלום. אבל לא אחר, מנחה, גופו, מקרבילו, אין מילה שקוראים לזה בלול, מנחה בלולה. זה מנחה שאתה מוסיף שם, שהתורה קוראת לזה בלולה, אבל זה לא השם של המנחה. כשאתה מוסיף שם, אומרים, זה בלול. זה לא מנחה בלולה. זה מנחה בלולה בשם. זה לא מנחה בלולה, זה מנחה בלולה בשם. זה מנחה שיש לזה שם. לא בשם הניקוד. לא סתם אלוהי, זה לא השם שלו. לכן, אם אתה אומר, לא זה בלולה, זה סתם דברי שטות. לא מתחשבים במילים שאתה אומר, ורבוי סי, שלכם ערב טוב, ערב טוב רבוי סי. רבוי סי, להראות לכם סתם, אנחנו נראה הרבה מזה במסכת, אבל להבין מה זה מנחה. מנחה, יש כל מיני סוגים, כפי שאנחנו רואים, יש את הלחם הפונים, זה כל שבוע היו מביאים 12 לחמים, שמים את זה על השולחן, יש מנחס מרחש צ'קלס. בואו נתמקד רק על השתיים ראשונים, לא צריכים לדעת את זה, לא צריכים להבין את זה, זה סתם לסבר את העיניים קצת, שניקח את שתי המנחות האלה למעלה, מנחת מרחשת ומנחת מחבת, שזה בעצם הם אותו דבר, ומה? המנחת מחבת, מכיוון שזה מחבת, וזה שטוח, יש לזה אותו כמות שמן, הוא שטוח אז הוא נשרף מהר, אז הוא יוצא בצורה אחרת. המרחשת הוא יותר רך, מכיוון שהשמן נשאר בכלי, לא יודע איך זה עובד בדיוק, אבל הוא לא שטוח, אז עד שהוא נשרף השמן, אז הוא יותר אבק, אז זה יותר רך. אז אומרת המשנה, כל המנוחה שנקמצו. אז קמיצה, אנחנו נראה עוד פעם ועוד פעם מה זה קמיצה, לא יודע שצריך לראות את זה עכשיו, אבל מה זה הסרטון? נראה את זה ביחד איתכם. זה כאילו קודם שמים שמן, יפה, אחר כך שמים את הקמח, אחר כך שמים עוד שמן, עכשיו חוללים את זה, וואו איזה יופי, אני רואה את זה פעם ראשונה איתכם. עכשיו, לא, זה לא טוב, זה לא טוב. זה לא עושה קמצה כאן. ככה הוא מראה, אבל לא, זה לא טוב, הוא דילג על זה לא לגמרי, טוב. הוא לא עושה קמיצה. כאן הוא פותח אותם לארבע חתיכות. זה לא חתיכות. לא זה כאן. עכשיו הוא עושה הגושן. הגושן זה שהוא נוגע עכשיו הוא יכניס את הלבוינו בצד, הנה, זה הלבונה. נוסיף את זה. יכולים שהוא סודק, אני לא יודע, לבי צפו 4. זה היה לפני השנים. אני שם את זה בצד. אנחנו נראה, כאילו, תוך כדי המסכת נראה שיש כאן כמה תלויות, וזה, בסדר, הנה, זה הקמיצה שעושה. בטח. הקמיצה שמה, יפה, הקמיצה הכי עכשיו הוא מקטיר את זה. ראיתם שהוא שם את זה על האש, האש נהיה יותר גדול, כמו אמיתי. זה השיריים, מותר לאכול את השיריים, יפה. אוקיי, מאוד מאוד יפה. מי שהיה איתנו בזבח הוא יודע שיש 4 פגון, ומי שלא היה. אמור לדעת את זה, אבל לא משנה. יש 4 עבודות. מה 4 עבודות? שחיטה, קבלה, הולכה, סליקה. מה זה אומר? כל שוחטים, אחר כך מקבלים את הדם. כאילו אדם יוצא מהצוואר, אז צריכים לתפוס את זה, זה קבלה. מוליכים את זה, אחר כך מוליכים את זה למזבח, אחר כך זורקים את זה. אז גם אצלנו במשנה יש 4 עבודות, שלא ניכנס בהם, אבל הקמיצה זה כמו לשחוט. זה העבודה הראשונה. אחר כך, כשאתה לוקח את הקמיצה ואתה שם את זה בתוך הכלי השני, יש 2 כלי שורש, זה מתחיל עם כלי אחד גדול, אחר כך אתה מכניס את זה לכלי יותר קטן, אז זה קבלה. אחר כך אתה צריך ללכת למזבח, אתה הולך למזבח. במזבח, אתה שם את זה על המזבח כמו שראינו באש, אז זה ההקטרה, זה כמו הזריקה. אם בכל אחד מה4 העבודות האלה, בקמיצה, בקבלה, בהולכה, בהקטרה, אם אתה חושב לעצמך שזה מנחה אחרת, זאת אומרת, בלבלת בין מרחשת למחבת, כן, זה סתם 2 דוגמאות של מנחות, במקום לחשוב שזה הדק ההוא, חשבתי שזה העבר, במקום העבר חשבתי שזה דק, במקום הרך חשבתי שהוא קשה, קשרס. זה קשה. אלו שלעונו לביילים משלפות. מה בעצם היה צריך אמור להיות כתוב כאן? ולא עלו לבעלים בשם חובה. המילה אלו זה מיותר בכורה. הגמרא תדבר על זה. מה זה אלו? זה אלו. ולא עלו לבעלים בשם חובה. מה זה אומר? בואו נגיד מה זה. אני חייב להביא ממך, אני הבטחתי את זה, נדרתי את זה, או שאני חייב את זה, אני מביא את זה, הייתי אמור לצאת ידי חובה על ידי המנחה הזאת, אבל ההוא, הכהן התבלבל, הוא חשב שזה מנחה אחרת, ממשיכים לעשות את מה שצריך לעשות, רק אני צריך להביא עוד אחד, אני צריך ללכת הביתה, לשלם עוד פעם, ללכת לקופה שם בביס המקדוש, לתת להם כסף, והם ייתנו לי את הקמח ואת השמן עוד פעם. חוץ ומנחס חויטה. אני זוכר, במשנה הראשונה בסבותם, אם אתה עושה שלא לשמוע, זאת אומרת, הבאת אוילו, ואתה חשבת שזה שלומים, זה קשה, אתה ממשיך לעשות, אלא שזה לא עולה לבעלים, ואתה צריך להביא עוד אחד, אבל אתה ממשיך לעשות את העבודה. חוץ משתיים, איזה 2? חטוס וקורם פסח, חטוס וקורם פסח. אז גם אצלנו במשנה יש אותו דבר, חוץ ממנחס חויטה, שזה מאוד דומה לחטוס. מה זה מנחס חויטה? אז אפשר לזכור, יש כאן סימן יפה, שבט. מה זה שבט? יש 3 דברים שאתה מביא מנחס חויטה. הדבר הראשון זה שמיעת קול. כשאתה מכיר עדות ואתה לא רוצה להגיד את העדות, וביטוי שבועס ביטוי, זה פט, אתה נשבע לשקר, וטט זה תומת מקדש וקדושה. אם אתה נכנס לבית המקדש ואין לך כסף, לפעמים להביא קורבן, אם אתה מאוד עני, אתה מביא קצת קמח. עכשיו, המנחס חויטה, זה גם דרך, כן, אני זוכר שמנדי אוהבה צעק על זה, חויטה נזכר הוא תמיד אומר. יוצא שבן אדם שחטא, הוא חוסך כסף, הוא לא צריך להביא שמן, הוא רק מביא קצת קמח, כמה כבר עולה קמח. אז ככה אני זוכר, שבן אדם שהוא חוטא, הוא מביא את הכי זול שיש, את הכי לא יפה שיש, את הקודש ברוך הוא מנחס קנויס, מנחה שהסויטר, אז מה זה מנחס קנויס? שאם הסויטר זה אישה שבעלה חושד אותה, שמתייחדת עם מישהו אחר, והוא מזהיר אותה, והיא לא הקשיבה לבעלה. יש לנו סרטון ארוך שלא הכנסתי כאן, על כל זה של הסויטר, ואם היא צריכה להביא כזה מנחה, והכהן חושב לעצמו, וואי, זה לא בשביל הסויטר, זה בשביל השויטר, שעשה משהו אחר, הוא עושה איזה משהו אחר, היא לא יוצאת ידי חובה, הם לא ממשיכים הלאה, פשוט לא יצא. לוקחים את המנחה וזורקים לזבל מיד. כשעושים לחטוס, שחשבת שזה שלומים, בחטוס גם, זורקים לזבל. בקופים פסח, אם אתה חושב שזה שלומים, משהו אחר, אתה יודע, זורק לזבל. שתי קורבנות, והנה, 2 מנחות. מנחס חויטה ומנחס קנויש, שמוצאים שלא ישמע. אז הנה, דברים מאוד פשוטים. עשית את הקמיצה, עשית ככה, מכניסים את היד ככה ישר, לוקחים 3 אצבעות, זה קמיצה, ככה. עושים ככה, מה זה? עכשיו, כשאנחנו נראה אם זה אבק, כמו שראינו שם, שזה כבר אפוי, זה מהדברים הכי קשים וכואבים לעשות, מהדברים הקושי צריכים איזה כוח רציני, לחתוך את זה עם בוהן עם האצבע הקטנה הזאת, ולעשות את זה ממש ישר, זרת. אם להסיט את הקמיצה שלא לשמו, חשבת שזה לא מנחת חוטא, אלא מנחת לא יודע מה, נוסם בכלי והילך, הנה, אז עכשיו המשנה אומרת, יש לנו את הארבע עבודות. מה הארבע עבודות? קמיצה, נוסם בכלי זה מה? זה קבלה, והילך הוא הולך עד המזבח, זה הולכת, והיקטיב זה העבודה הרביעית, שלא לשמון מוצאת כל זה, אפשר לעצמו שזה משהו אחר. או לשמון ושלא לשמון. אז בואי זה תקשיבו, כאן התחלת יפה מאוד, עשית את זה לשם המנחה, אמור להיות המנחה, כאן עשית את זה לשם הסוידר, ופתאום באמצע בשלא לשמון, עשית את הקניצה לשמור, אבל בסוף את ההולכה עשית בשלא לשמור, אז זה לא טוב. עכשיו צריכים לדעת למה כתוב במשנה את החלק הזה, או שלא לשמור, נתחלת על רגל שמאל, אז זהו, פספסת, הלכת. מה זה שתשמע למשנה לחזור על זה, התחלת לא טוב, אז זה לא טוב, או, ואחר כך גמרת טוב, לא ידעים בנגוד, זה לא נתאז. אומר רש"י, לא, אתה חושב שאתה הולך לפי הדבר האחרון שעשית, התחלת לא טוב, בסדר, אבל בסוף עשית שינית דווקא, והבנת שאתה עושה את זה לשם הדבר הנכון, אז אולי הולכים לפי הלשון האחרון, אף על פי כן, יש לי את הרש"י כאן שרוצה לראות בפנים, אבל שלא לשמוע, ואלה שלי מנהל, ופעמים פעם וגמר, אבל כמה שלא לשמוע, ולפעמים, למה תקוב את זה? התחלת לא יפה, לא טוב, אז זהו, נגמר, מה חידוש בזה? ולכן לשמוע ושלא לשמוע, התחלת טוב, ועשית לא טוב, הוא בסדר, רק זה פשוט. טוב בזמן שנה אחת, כל אחד יהיה לשון, אבל שלא לשמוע לא, הייתי חושב את הלשון האחרון, טוב, ממש לא טוב. לא אומר גם משנה, קיצה לשמוע, איך זה עובד, לשם מלחס חויטה, לשם מלחס מדובר. עכשיו זה עצמך בהתחלה שזה טוב לחוטא, ופתאום החלטת, אמרנו זה מלחת מדובר, אז הרסת. שלא לשמוע ולשמוע, מה זה שהתחלת טוב ואחר כך גמרת לטוב, ושם מלחס מדובר ושם מלחס חויטה, יפה. התחלנו בכזה ומשכנו בכזה, אז זה לא טוב. אבל אז אמר, לא אומרים למישהו אלו. מה זה המילה אלו? אתה צריך להגיד, ולא עלו לבעלים, ישכון חובה, מה זה אלו? אבל אני אומר, זה מאוד נשמח פה. ביסנה ולא יהיה לבעלים שלך, מה אשמה לו, לבעלים ולא יהיה לי שום חובה, אומר לך גופה של אלו, הכוונה זה שאתה ממשיך לעשות מה שאתה עושה, אל תזרוק את זה לזה, ואל תמשיך עם השטויות שלך. אתה בטעות חשבת שזה לא מלחס חויטה, זה מלחס לדובר, אז אל תגיד וואי, עשיתי טעות, אז טוב, נמשיך עם הטעות, מפסיקים וחוזרים למה שצריך לעשות, זה מלחס חויטה, זה מלחס חויטה, תחשוב שזה מלחס חויטה. נכון, הבעלים צריכים להביא עוד אחד, עשית טעות כאן, אבל זה לא אומר שאתה ממשיך עם הטעות, אבל אני נשאר לו. לבעלים לא היה לו שום חויטה, אבל זה מלחס שלו, אבל זה טוב למלחס, ואיזה לשנות, ואסור לשנות, אסור להגיד עשיתי טעות, אז בוא נמשיך עם הטעות. תדרבה, כמו שרב אומר. הוא אומר רב, אוי לו ששופט שלו, לשמוע, אדם מביא אוי לו, הוא שחט את זה בשם שלומי, בוא נגיד. או אסור לזרוק דומה שלו לשמוע. אל תמשיך עם הרעות שלך, אל תגיד, שחטת בטעות שזה שלומי, אז בוא גם נזרוק את הדם לשון. לא, אם כבר אז כבר זה בוא נלך על הכל, לא. עשית את ספרות, אתה חוזר. בוא יצא עם הסבורה, ובוא יצא עם הסבורה. יש לנו אולי פסוק הזה, בוא נשתמש בגליון בריא. בוא יצא עם הסבורה, משום משנה בו, שלנו משנה בו במיזו, בגלל שעשית את ההוא, אז בשביל זה, תמשיך עם הטעות שלך. לאדם היה צריך להביא מלחס חויטה, והוא טעה בראש שלו ואומר שזה מלחס מדובר. בסדר. טוב. אז משלם קצת על הטעות, ומביאים עוד מלכה. אבל מה עושים עכשיו? ממשיכים עם המלחס חויטה, חוזרים למה שהיה. תבוא איזה מסבור, זה גאיון בריא. משום משני בו, בגלל שעשית את טעות, כל אני לשני בו לבני זומה, בגלל שעשית את טעות, אז תמשיכים את הטעות, לא ממשיכים טעויות. תבוא איזה נפור. הנה, יש פסוק. נגוס זה ועושה תשמע ועשיסה, כאשר נותרת לשתם ולוקח לדבר, כל בשביל מה צבחים, ובסך ובחירות יודע זה בעל פה. כל אחד בשיעור יודע מה זה נדר ומה זה נדבר. נדר זה הרי אולי. זאת אומרת, לא אכפת לי איזה בהמה הזאת, אבל אני חייב להביא בהמה. אז אם הבהמה הזאת מתה, אני צריך להביא עוד אחד. נדבר זה דווקא הבהמה הזאת. אני מביא את זה, אחד, את ההוא השחור עם הפס הלבן, את זה. אם השחור עם הפס הלבן מת, וכתוב, זה נדבה. זה מה שתמיד בנדר ונדבה. איך זוכרים את זה? אז יש לנו משהו מאוד מצחיק, זה לא מצחיק בכלל, זה כאילו עצוב, אבל אנשים זוכרים את זה, זה נדבה, זה, יש תכף המילה נדבה, יש דוב. דוב הם עושים את הדוב בזיו, שגם חייב באמריקה. וככה זה עושה, הוא זכר, הנה, זי, הוא אמר זי, דוב, הוא הבין מיד. טוב, מבלבלים, זה לא הרי זו. כמובן זה גמור נדבה, נדר. למה אתה קורא לזה נדבה ולמה זה כך כזה? נדר, עשית נדר, תראי. אבל גמור נדר, קורא לי נדר, קורא לי נדבה. אותו פסוק, כתוב. כמו שזה קשור נדרתו, כתוב שזה נדר, כתוב נדבה. מה שמגיע נדבה, אז מה זה? אלא זה שני. אם כמו שנדרת ישראל נדר. אם שמרת, אמרת שתראי נכנס בקרשס, וזה מה שחייב, הכל חשב, הכל בסדר, אז יצאת ידי חובה. אבל אם נדבר, אם לא חשבת את הדבר נכון, זאת אומרת, אם עושה שלא לשמור, מה זה שלא לשמור? הוא חושב על מנחה אחרת, אז זה נדבה. מה זה נדבה? שבן אדם אומר, הרי זו, מה זה זי? הוא חייב להחליט את זה. אם משהו קרה לאותו דור ולאותו בהמה, אז יש לו חייס, הוא חייב להביא. הוא אומר, אני אומר, נדבר גם נשאר לשנות, נדבר אסור לשנות. אוקיי, אני אומר, תקבל זה מזה. לא אם נעשי זה נגר בשנות. מה קל לעבור שם? פעם ישנה כתוב שמעשית את טעות, אז זה לא יצא בידי חובה. ממשיכים הלאה ולא יצא בידי, אתם צריכים להיות לכם. המשנה לא הולך כמו הרבים ביחד, ניסן, רבים מנהים. כל המנחות שלי קוצרים שלא לשמון שירויס, ואולו, לבעלי של סייבה. אולו, מה זה אולו? יצא בידי חובה, אפילו מעשית להחזיר שלא לשמה, שחשבת משהו אחר. שאלה מנחות זה לא מזבחים, רגע, זה לא דומה לזה מזבחים, זה לא דומה לקורבנות. עכשיו כל מזמח פייס לשום הפשס, מעשה מחירים, עוד מעט נראה, יש רבשימים. אחד מהספרות זה, רבשים ביכול מאוד, במחנס בכלל ובלתי, לכן החסידים מאוד אוהבים את רבשים ביכול, הולכים לקבר שלו, הם מאוד, יש לו, החסידים הרי הם הפשט הוא כזה בפרס, הוא כך, רבשים ביכול דורש כמה דקות, הגמרא תגיד זה עוד מה. הוא כאילו, את הפנימים של התורה, מה באמת התורה התכוונה, מה אתה זוכר קבוצת? זאת אומרת שזה לא דומה לקורבן. למה? שהכל ישמח ואז לשם החשס, מעשה מלכיכם. אנגלית אומרים actions, it's the other word. שאתה עושה מעשה, אתה יודע בדיוק מה אתה מתכוון. חריבו לשום בלולו, מעשה מלכיכם, לא לשום חריבו. בן אדם עושה משהו יבש, זאת אומרת, לעשו איתו, הנה כאן כתב לעשו איתו סמה, ציבי תשובה, אם הוא, אז אתה יודע בדיוק מה שהוא עושה, אתה לא יכול להגיד, בן אדם עשה את הקשה, אבל הוא חשב שזה רע, אבל לא עשית קשה, אז התכוונת לקשה, אף אחד מה אמרת. ככה שמעון אומר, מעשה מלכיכם, אתה יכול לראות מהמעשה שלו, מה הוא התכוון, כי כל מנחה זה שונה. חברים, שום לא למעשה מלכיכם, לא לשום חברים, אבל מזבחם היינו כן, זה אני יכול להבין ממסך מזבחם, שחיטה חס לכולם, שחיטה חס לכולם, לבוא לארץ לכולם, זה תמיד אותו דבר, אז מי אפשר לראות מהמעשה שלו, שהתכוון נועי לו, לשלומים או לפסח, זה אותו דבר, אתה שוחק וזורק, אותו דבר. לא יודע, גמרא הוליך לרמה שהיא, אז יש לנו בעיה, כן? רב שמעון אומר שהוא יצא ידי חובה, אצלנו במשנה כתוב שלא יוצא ידי חובה, אז יש כאן 3 אפשרויות. מה תגיד, ייתכן שרב שמעון מתכוון ככה, המשנה זה ככה, מה שהוא אומר זה משהו אחר. אני חושב לדבר שהוא אומר כמה כל הזמן חס לשום מפרשת. יש בן אדם שלא אומר, הוא לא נותן מילה, הוא לא אומר אני עושה מלכת מפרשת, הוא לא אומר אני עושה מלכת מחבה. זה מחבה, הוא עושה מפרשת. לפעמים זה מלכת מחבס לשום מלכת מפרשת. כשאדם אומר את המילה, אז זהו, אז הוא הורס את זה. במילה שלה, ברגע שהוא עושה את המילה מלכה, הוא עושה מלכת מפרשת, אז הוא עושה משהו. מה זה לשום מלכה? כיוון שהוא קורא למלכה אחרת, אז הוא פוסל את זה. כי הוא צריך להביא אחר. לא יצא בחובה. אלא לרבי ורבי, מה יגידו לי מה... נמציא רבי ורבי שאנחנו עוד שנייה נסביר מה זה, איך מסבירים את הסתירה בין המשנה שלנו לרשם ברחוי, שאומר שהתקן יצא ידי חובה, במשנה כתוב שלא יצא ידי חובה. תגידי, במקום שאני ראה בו, שמה? מה ראה בו? כאן בשביל קודש, כאן בשביל בעלי. בקיצור, יש שתי דברים שבן אדם יכול לשנות בכוונה שלו. או שהוא חושב שהכהן, שהוא מביא את המנחה, הוא חושב לעצמו שזה בעלים אחרים. במקום לבני הוא עושה את זה בצביקה. זה משהו אחר, זה בעלים אחרים. ויש עוד דבר שהוא מתבלבל, במקום שהוא יחשוב שזה מרחשת, הוא עושה את זה בנחס חויטו. אז זה נפקי מילה. ואחד, זה הבן אדם יצא ידי חובה, והשני לא. שמה? בשביל קודש. אם הוא משנה את הסוג, אז זה בסדר. כאן בשביל בעלים, המשנה מדברת שהוא שינה את הבעלים, ולכן במשנה זה לא טוב שאתה משנה. הפועל נותן קרדיט לשמעון במקום רובן, אז הוא הורס את זה. פשוט הגמור, המסניס לשני קודש הוא. וכאן נאמר, איך אתה יכול להגיד כזה תראו, כתוב מפורש במשנה, עצה לשמוע ושלא לשמוע, בשום מלחס חויטה, בשום מלחס נדובה, לא כתוב רובן ושלמון, כתוב מפורש במשנה, שהבעיה היא שהוא שינה את הסוג ממך. גם משם רבו, ואפילו תגיד, כמו שרבו מכאן, כאן בכל עצמו יכול לשום מנחה, כאן בכל עצמו יכול לשום זרע, מלך, כשהוא לקח את המנחה, הוא אומר שזה לקורבן, זה לא למנחה, זה לזרע, לקורבן בהמה. המסניס מנחה לשום מנחה, אבל במשנה כתוב מפורש שהוא עושה את זה למנחה, לא לקורבן, פתאום שלא לשמון ולשמון, והמשנה מסבירה מה זה, ושאם מנחס נדוב או לשם מנחס חויטה, זה כזה לקורבן, מתכוון למנחה. אלו לרבי ורבי מחר במסניס ולא גרשים, לפי רבי ורבי אי אפשר לפרש המשנה שלנו, לא בטוח בשום דבר. הוא אומר את הגמור ורמי דרבי שמעון עד רבי שמעון. יש לנו סתירה בעצם בתוך רבי שמעון ביחד, והמדיסאים רבי שמעון אומר, קודש קדושים, כתוב במנחה. פסוק במנחה כתוב, קודש קדושים, שהמנחה היא כמו מה רבי זי, כמו חטוס כמו ראשון. יש לך קמח שדומה לחטוס ראשון. יש מהם כחטוס, יש מהם כראשון. אז מה זה כחטוס ראשון? אנחנו תכף נסיים. יש מהם כחטוס ויש מהם כראשון. יש מנחות שדומים לחטוס, מנחות שדומים לראשון. נכנס כל תעלי כחטוס. זה פשוט. זה אדם שחוטא, אז הוא בדרך כלל מביא חטוס, עכשיו הוא מביא מחט חוטא. לפיך, רוצה שלא נשמע פסולי כחטוס. אם עשית בקניצה וחשבת שזה לא מלחס קודש, שזה מה? אז אם מלחס לא יודע מה מדובו, תזרוק לה זרבל. מלחס מדובה לא יקרוש. אבל מלחת מדובה זה כמו ראשון. לפיכו. לכן, רוצה שלא לשמוע שיירו. זה לא במשנה הראשונה של זבורים, שיש רק שתי קורבנות שאתה זורק לזבל, שזה חטוס, זה פסח, אז גם במנחות יש משהו דומה, שזה מלחס חוטא, אתה זורק לזבל. אבל אם זה מלכה אחרת לפלטה, ולא זה מלכה זה משכים עליו. וזה דבר יקרה שנגרית מאוד שלא לשמור כשאירה. הוא כראשון, ואנחנו ממשיכים, זה כמו ראשון. מה ראשון בראשון? בנומרציה, כמו ראשון, שאם תהיית, ממשיכים עליו, תעבורי דואב אתה שם את זה על המזבח, אבל הבעל הבית צריך להביא את קורבן, לשלם עוד פעם $500, אף מלכס נדובו, כשאירה בנומרציה, זה גם מלכת נדבה. זה לא מרצה, אתה צריך להביא עוד אחד, אבל עד ממשיכים את העבודה. אומר רבא, לא יקשו, בשביל קודש. אז יש לנו כאן סתירה ודורשים ביכולת עצמה. אז אומר רב לא יקרא שאין בעיה, כאן בשביל קודש, כאן בשביל בעיה. אז זה הרב שדיברנו עליו קודם. שדווקא מיני, אם הוא שינה את הסוג קורבן, אז זה בסדר, אבל אם שינית את הבעלים, זה לא טוב. למה? כי אם אתה משנה את הסוג קורבן, אז זה מרחק מהמעשה שלך, מה עשית? אתה, לפעמים אנשים מתבלבלים, אומרים דבר לא נכון, אבל אתה רואה, הנה, הוא שם את זה במחלה, אז הוא עושה מחלה, אני לא יכול להגיד שהוא עושה מרחשת, שהוא עושה את זה במחלה. אבל כשאתה משנה את הבעלים, זהו, הרסת את הכל. נתת קרדיט לזה, במקום שמעון, אז זהו, אין מעשה שמוכיח על זה. הבאי הולך למחשוב את זה כמו נקשי, רגע, זה יפה מאוד מה שאתה אומר, אבל תכלס זה פסוק שאומר שהרסת. מה משאיר כל זמן לשני בעלי? אם אתה לומד את זה מהקש, זה מהתורה, אז מה אכפת לי אם עשית טעות מי הבעלים ועשית טעות מה ממך? תכלס עשית טעות, זה רק לזרם. ומלא מעשה מוכיחים וכמה לבשים צבורי, זה בעצם לא פסוק, זה בא מהיגיון. דורשים לדור שלנו לקרוא, הוא דורשים תמיד בכל התורה, לוקח דברים והוא מסביר למה, אז הוא אומר, יש לו כסף, אין לו כסף, מה? אין אפתימין בדבר הזה, אחרי הוא אומר להזים על זה, ועכשיו, סליחה, דורשים היסטורי, דורשים לדור שלנו לקרוא, תמיד הוא מסביר מה עומד מאחורי המצווה, עכשיו אתה לא מכיר חוסר לעצמם, אז בן אדם שחשב בראש שלו משהו, אז זה פסול מיד, כי אי אפשר להכיר מה הוא חשב ומה הוא לא חשב. עכשיו אדומים כבר לא יחזר כמו המחשבה, שרואים בחוש שהוא בישל כזה, הוא עפה כזה מינכו, וזה לא היה משהו יצא מהפה שלו, אז זה לא פסול. לא הבוי סי, שלכם ערב טוב, ונעים.
has the better quality of the girls there. Because I noticed in Los Angeles, it's a different kind of Hooters than it's not good. Mom's actually one of the waitresses. They have no good Hooters. And I don't want to say anything further because this is a podcast, right? So yeah, no, nothing's being recorded. That's Ryan over here. He's just very distracted on anything to be recorded. It's fucking disgusting. What did I tell you about texting during the show? All right, Tom. It's nice to meet you. Fun times. You got to plug your show. Go to Hooters. Tommy McNaughty. He's on Twitter at Tommy McNaughty. All the way from Minnesota. Just a good old boy. This weather out there today is good for me. I like it like this. Windy and cold. I just stop breathing. Just don't breathe. Stop breathing. You have to breathe. Yeah. You should stop breathing and you should stop flying. There's a wrong point here. Yeah. I pulled another name out of the bucket. The show goes on. Put your hands together for Matthew Maloney. Alliteration. Maybe this is the UFC fighter. All right, heads up, everybody. I'm coming in like halfway through my set about time travel. All right. So what this means is everyone in this room is alive thanks to Adolf Hitler. So you can't go back in time to kill Hitler because that would mean that you would never exist. And I know some of you are thinking, that doesn't matter to me. I would still go back in time. It's the right thing to do. I would still kill Hitler. It means I would never exist. It doesn't fucking work that way. This isn't Back to the Future where you'll just start fading away from photographs. It doesn't make any sense. If you don't exist, why would anyone take your picture? Do you think if Bonnie had failed to get his parents back together, George McFly would have just walked around with pictures of no one in his wallet? George, why do you have all these pictures of nobody? Oh, those are just the pictures of the children that I don't have. Yes, go. Okay. Those are pictures of the people that I don't have. If stop. Maggie Maloney in what has got to be one of the funniest performances by a Best Boy employee. It's so good, I fucked it up. Stepped on my It is. He's a combination between Best Buy and Bob's Big Boys. It actually does make sense. I wish I could go back in time and change that chip. Wow, there you go. It plays right into it. He's a fucking star. Matthew Maloney, an absolute slaughterfest here tonight. That's fucking great. Even your nipples are hard in that performance. Fuck yeah, crush fest, dude. It's so fun. Is that a longer joke? Is that like a piece of it? That was really well done. I just did it for the first time last night, actually. About like a 7-minute thing. Why it's a bad idea to go back in time and kill Hitler. And it did really well. And an old Jewish man came up to me after the show and said that was very smart, very funny. Well, anyone were to hate this, it'd be you, so that's great. Right? Yeah. You can perhaps convince the Jews that like it was all positive. You know, I'm saying it might not only work at the Comedy Store, I think it'll work at Temple too. Which is huge. Matt, there you go. I'm almost happy he left the mic on the piano. Boy Scouts connected to a church. My Boy Scouts connected with a church organization. Very much not so. Do you still have it? Like all the costumes and it wasn't a costume, Brian, it was a uniform. It's used as costumes. They are now. And neckties and stuff. Well, that's fun, Matthew. You've been getting a lot of spots going up a lot. I'm trying. Where do you live? Almost great. So then where do you get up around? Do you get up almost great? No, I drove out here and I'm an Uber driver, so I drive out here and I do all my business during the day and then do you try to find a ride? Somebody in Palm Springs is trying to Uber. That happened one time. Wow. That happened one time. How much did you make for that? I came out with like 170 something. They came out 220 something. It was bad. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. How many times did you stop and take a shit on the way? I get the feeling that when you start letting out a little couple cards and give them a little warning that it's coming, you're like, so I'm gonna pull over this next exit. But you get that sonic order in you. Let's see a surprise. I'm a professional time. Professional? No shits the whole time? No shits. Wow, that's amazing. Gotta get those 5 stars somehow. That's right. That's the way to do it. If your Uber driver takes a shit, you can give him 2 stars. Okay, Matt, you'd like to see that's something big was coming. I'm like, he's got an Uber chip off the loaded for this. Tony, please, Ryan's about to invite me to the ice house, right? Friday, 10 o'clock. I'd love to have you there. Matthew, this is one of the best. Yeah, can you hold the burger one more time for everyone to see it? We got a picture of somebody. There we go. I want to be in the. Yeah, grab this. Oh, man. I'll leave the mic up here. Just have the comic. I love that. Matthew Maloney, you know that this was a hilarious performance all the way down to basically inviting your son to the ice house on Friday. I love it. It's where I need Matthew Maloney's on Twitter. Matthew E. Maloney, all one word. He's the only guy with Matthew E. Maloney. Very fucking funny, Matthew. Please come back. Do not have a heart attack. Come back. He's a big guy. Fucking just watch the butter and you'll be good, dude. No butter for you. You're too funny. Everybody that's funny as fuck, like always, like halfway about to die. Like they're either on drugs or they're overweight. Like it's like fucking crazy. Except for the only thing how could I forget you two healthy looking, funny as fuck. Two of the funniest guys. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Kyle Shields. Packed house tonight. A lot of traffic up there. And a random Asian guy standing in the hallway. Kyle Shields, everyone. That's why I think a lot of dudes decide to become trannies. They figured it out. There's lazy ass dudes. They just figured it out. It's like get some boobs and some long hair. You're good, man. I'm just like dicks, but hey, you don't gotta work. That's Kyle Shields. This was your first comedy set ever? Oh, and that makes Kyle, yikes, like six times. Yeah, I was actually going to guess less than 10. And here you are, I can feel it. You know, that's what happens. When you very, very first started this, you're like, this shit's fucking brilliant. This is funnier than what I've heard other people say, and you're right, you know, you're right. If you get behind that joke and you fucking stand your ground and get passionate with it, you're right. Right now, you're just So if they do anything, the guy does, we support everything. I'd rather cut off my dick and become a tranny than have to deal with this shit. Side. And then there was a pause. There was a pause, I think, where you got the conversation started. Yeah. And then you actually had funny thought after. So I was like, do you work at FedEx? I used to work for UPS. Wow. Or there's the UPS pants. No. I wore it for the shirt. You need to really record your set because you have a lot of little things that like you might focus on too much. Where you said you know so much after everything you know, and that really take you out of what you're saying. And so I was kind of like distracted with that. But, you look like you committed a crime today. What did you do? Something at least jaywalking, right? Yeah, jaywalking. Not only are you sort of wearing the attire of a criminal, but you also have this very criminal haircut that I only see in like mugshots. It's sort of like I don't know. I don't really think that's gel, and I don't really think it's grease. I think like it's a mix of the two that accumulates over a long period of time. Like in prison movies, you see that, and they just comb it back. So you don't really see the wash or rinse it. It's quite close. It's like 3 days without a shower. There you go. No, right? 3 days. You guys didn't know that, did you? No, I'm a studier of people. I looked at this fucking guy and I'm thinking, you're a dirty fucking criminal. And all I had to do was dig in a little bit. What's that? You find out voice of truth is out now. Thank you. We're getting there. Like I said, I'm warming up. So what's the last illegal thing you did? You have to guess. It's gonna trick these. Alright, I guess you learn after a while of doing stand-up that the truth is the best way out. It'll set you free. And I think when you're on in 6 months to a year, you'll answer that question a little more honestly. Because I think you did something shady recently. I'm kind of nervous up here. Do you want a future? High school counselor, dude. I just quit my job, so I'm just like, what was your job? I worked for UPS for 10 years. You worked for UPS for 10 years? Yeah. Holy shit. Wow, fucking boring Uber driver, right? Just packages in the back. 10 years. How long did it take you to find your place? There it is. He's 1 for 27 tonight. Pat Reagan. It's good. 10 years to find your voice. How'd you get through it? What do you listen to? Like, if you one of those UPS drivers that's just fucking jamming to music. Like, I have a guy who like dances down the street with packages and shit. I never got to driving, smart boy. Well, you never got the big promotion to driver that you always wanted. That's like the saddest thing I've ever heard. So you could just load up these trucks and you were like Rudolph, and everybody's like, look at the guy that can't drive. Yeah, it broke my heart. That's why I had to let it go. Did you ever find any weed or drugs? Actually, yeah, there's a lot of times where boxes off of that. See, I feel like this is the kind of guy, when you were working at UPS loading packages, I feel like you brought your own drug dog to sniff out packages, and you'd be like, good job, boy. You just take it. That's basically everybody there. Right. Long hours there, right? No, it's part-time. So how long you been up? So, I'm trying to relate with this UPS guy. I have no fucking idea. Driver, no. I worked in the warehouse, long hours. No. What's something that we'd be surprised to know about that UPS warehouse? Wow, shit's going on. Wow. Castaway, that seems like such a bad idea with like the boxes and the nets and the crushing and the You would think 10 years at UPS would help you with your joke delivery. But I was really surprised that, it just really doesn't. I guess there's really no crossover there. But Kyle, I mean, that's fun stuff. You're going to be just fine. Do you have That criminal thing, for those of you paying attention on your Kill Tony bingo card. Somebody actually made one of those one time. Did you ever see that? Yeah, there's like Kill Tony bingo cards that have things that happen. If I say fuck yeah, or if it's forceful truth, or whatever. Pat Reagan bombs. It's like a whole bunch of spots like you get your little doinker on. Kyle, what do you like to do? Like when you're not smoking pot, you're not doing stand up. Like what does a guy like you do? Like what's your shady fucking secret? What's your previous thing that you do? Full answers on Kyle. I do jiu-jitsu. Doing that shit. Are you in jiu-jitsu? Where can you train under? He's a UPS guy. It's a brown belt. No way. My teacher's name is Dion Watts. He actually got his black belt from Yeah, I believe he trained at the Hooters in Hollywood Island, if I have my story correct. I actually love that belt. I love it. Well, wait, you can't test you all on that. That was a joke. I got the head that you buy silicone breasts on eBay, so they're really cheap, so I might make a bill of that. Oh, there you go. That's a pretty fun idea. Kyle, let's do one last one. I want to get back into it a little bit. Again, your set was mostly about how women have it easy. And, you know, I mean, what happened? What happened that that's I know I was talking about I didn't realize it, but, you know, the stuff that comes out of you when you're doing something like this, it's got to be coming from somewhere. So, when was the last time you were in a relationship? I was just, yeah, I'm divorced. Okay, there we go. See, we're starting to get somewhere, little Kyle. I need those answers. How long have you been divorced for? It's been 4 years. Separated. Stop that. I used to. It seems like you're reliving memories. And right now, yeah, it feels kind of. Have you gotten a rebound since the 3-year divorce? Yeah, but that's another time. Why is that? That's what made her leave you. She's like, let me do one of those jokes. Goodbye. Just started off. Anything else for Kyle, gentlemen? Good looking guys. How about some fashion advice for Kyle? What are you gonna do with this? You change your pants out. Yeah. All right. I like the shots. You can let the UPS go, and you know it's just like when you came up here, I'm like, is this guy here to do comedy or is he umpiring second base? You know, so maybe just feel it out, find your groove, Kyle. And when next time you're up, let it rip. Don't AC on. Like, damn, I'm compatible with so many drug dealers. This is fucking amazing. So I decided to send him a dick pic because that's what millennials do. And I found out that my dick doesn't fit in the frame, so I did send him a dick pic. I was like, damn, that is such a sick way. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Bruce Jenner. The guy's cool. I'm more of an animal rights activist. I'm more concerned about that man's pets. Like, yo, man, you can't just change your identity like that on the dog. That dog's in that bitch confused as fuck. Like, where the hell is Bruce? That's my time, ladies and gentlemen. Have a fucking night. Bruce Jenner is one of those things I won't even touch with a 10-foot pole. Like, it's just a topic that I haven't talked about at all because I work with Joe Rogan so often. He has this amazing, fucking long, amazing Bruce Jenner joke. And then a few weeks ago, I caught Bill Burr, who has this long, amazing, a couple months ago actually, I saw this long, amazing Bruce Jenner joke. And so, you know, I'm just like hands off on it. And anytime I hear anybody bring it up, I'm like, listen, but that there is such a funny fucking take on that whole thing. Like, it's incredible. Really funny. You're a fucking funny guy. You got up here, you took the energy that Kyle left, Kyle, let the audience really breathe and get well rested for the next funny comedian, and you took it and really ran with it. You, I would say you took the gloves off and let it rip, but no, you're actually the first person ever performed in gloves. And obviously, what's clearly a tribute to O.J. Simpson, you came up here and killed with black gloves on in Los Angeles. Like, that's a triple joke, baby. Again, mark your fucking bingo cards, bitches. You're funny as fuck, dude. You have an amazing fucking, powerful delivery. You believed in what you said, and one of my favorite parts is when the joke didn't go, you fucking mocked at it or something like that. I don't know who that was, but you saved it by, like, dissing your own flat joke, which I'm always a big fan of, How long you been doing comedy? A year now. Wow, you're gonna be a monster. That's fucking incredible. From the Valley? Holy shit, that's shocking. That's really surprising. Most people as funny as you come from like a funnier place, like a tougher street or something like that. But now you're just from a little 15-minute drive away. Yeah. Oh, I love that. Right. You metroing it? Yep. It's amazing. The orange line. Yeah, orange line to the red line. Wow. Fuck yeah. You get out to Hollywood Island and walk down, take the two. Sweet. Oh, fuck yeah. I wouldn't have taken you as a rollerblader. What's funny about that, and I'm really throwing myself under the bus about this, is that when I first got here to LA, actually it wasn't even when I actually, yeah, it was when I very first got here. I worked in the Beverly Hills Ritz Chris Steakhouse waiting tables when I very first moved. This was like, I don't know, get some fun. Anyway, but I didn't have a car either, and I didn't have rollerblades. I'm not even fucking kidding. I think it was 20, and I would get off and I'd basically rollerblade a mile downhill. Anyway, fuck it. Yeah, there it is. Party horns. Rollerblading's up there with windows and doors tonight. Yeah. How much material do you have? How much material do you have? Probably no. I usually do mics and I guess so. Yes, I do. Ad. Oh yeah, no, yeah, we got it. Ad. Thank you. Thank you. That's the only guy that tags things that don't work. All right. I love house is we do something else. We actually have a scholarship now. I'm just fucking around. You guys, this is wrong. It's too real. It'd be so funny if we had a Keltoni scholarship for people that say they're in college. That'd be fucking mind blowing. Once a month we can give them a year free tuition. Just give me a Chipotle order. I'll be happy. No, we're not gonna do that either. So, what else? You just started this job at Macy's. How long have you been doing that? 2 weeks. Just making clothes. actually talked to you like 3 great. Not as funny story. I mean, a lot of girls that are in the spectrum, so I understand. Me or what? You were saying something to me, right? Earlier on. Yeah, it's very typical. I mean, yeah, very new. It's kind of trying to find that line of like, what's the bit, and then like it could be, how do I get it out? So you're like commanding stage fright, remembering your material, and then like wash away. Yeah, you stayed all on one joke, which is really, really good, really awesome. You really should listen to your sex, because like your presentation is like a one-sided conversation. It wasn't really to like a joke form. It was like more like, so then I talked to this guy, and he's like, oh my god, you always should have noticed that. And not like Kyle Shields. That's the difference between you guys and Darren Davis, who came up with the poison of energy and a smile. What excites you? Because you seem like you cry a lot. I ate like 5 edibles before the shopping. I'm doing product photography for a weed company, and so it's like having actually photography, like we have to eat it. Well, you ate it on stage too. It happens quick. Yeah. So Eric, what excites you? You're high as fuck right now. So you really are about to cry. Like you're fucking tripping balls. What kind of edibles were they? Gummy bears? There were some pretzels. There was milk and chocolate. Hot pretzels? Yeah, it's a pretty magical world. No, wait a second. We have something to feel here. Why are you getting so high? I feel like you should not be focusing. He's like my friend Scott. Yeah. No, but I think the next change, right? It's true. Yeah, you gotta, balance the things out. You work out? Well, obviously, I mean, did you have to ask? Well, really, good job. But I know with them, I would go out on a hike. I think you're funny, and I can picture myself looking at your eyes and having a good conversation. I feel like this is cool, dude. Well, yeah. Pat wants to go on a hike. Clearly, he wants you to. We're spinning something for that hike that you guys are going to go on. I think you're funny. Yeah. I want to see how funny your cock is in my butt. Jesus, Pat, your dick is funny. It's funny, but your asshole's in there. You ever had your heart broken? Not really. You're just fucking impervious to everything. You're boring. Stop. Everything's boring to you. Just even coming on a live show. 100,000 downloads. I think I need 5 edibles for this shit. 40-second time on stage. Alright, so nothing against you. No hobbies. I like including Epstein telling Woody Allen's wife, Emily, wanted to do the whole fish trip tonight. Woody Allen and Epstein's assistant, Epstein, Emily wanted to stop by Epstein's house to finish his shoot. It's in correspondence between Epstein and Playboy and Epstein files primarily between 2012 and 2016, years after Epstein was convicted. Epstein named soliciting prostitution Playboy has not been accused of anything. Epstein representatives from Playboy and Epstein received it now to Epstein and Epstein ultimately invited brands with big names in Hollywood and tech like Woody Allen and Bill Gates. He also stopped giving allegedly figures. Many interested in his degree house, Epstein texted Blaine in 2015. At the time, Epstein showed interest in getting together with Blaine. So in 2013, he wanted to find a fun place to go with Blaine. Some others had rumors. In 2015, BT, magician, you missed some amazing girls last night. The age of girls Epstein was right is not clear. In 2017, Blaine was facing a serious allegation of rubbing off on model later. In 2003, mounting an investigation by Christian Democrats. Blaine denied those allegations. Absolutely. That's a joke that only you can do. You know, you teach autism kids and people and you get high and people are like, how do you get high and do that? And it's like 1 + 1 is still 2. Like I never get that high the way I'm talking to an autistic kid. I mean that's a joke only you can do. So fucking there you go. That's what we'll get. That's what you get. Eric Evanante, everybody. There you go. We're doing it tonight. Eric Evanante is on Twitter at Eric Evanante, EVENANTE. Fuck yeah. This is fun, right? It's interesting. By the way, I've noticed with the cigarette thing, it's gotten funnier every time. I've never seen one go like from 1, it's like, oh, from 2 to 3 bangs. I'm excited to see maybe on you. That's right. That's some fucking female energy up here, guys. Finally, we pulled a lady up the bucket. Mia Mansfield, everyone. Here she comes. Yeah, let's hear it for a lady. It's a shame I left my dick at home. Yeah, man. So, just let you take that in for a second. My dick is bigger than my right leg. It's fine. I had to buy it. A lot of people want to know if my name is Leah or Leia, and I'm like, just call me sir. That's fine. Especially if you see me from behind first, you're like, I need to open that little boy. Thank you. I have terrible gaydar again. You guys all got that? Yes. Everybody's good. I have terrible gaydar. Like I pretty much just have Hokar. Like I see women, I'm like, man, I hope she's gay. She's not. If I'm into her, she's not. She's straight. If I can tell they're gay from a distance, I'm like, well, we can drink beer together. That's pretty much it. It's been a minute, Barbie. All right, cool. I just love the amazing about that. Sometimes the comedy gods just fucking hit the show right in the head. Out of all the times we've done this show, I've never been the guy, and I've hosted tons of shows. I've never, a lady, everybody, who email. And I did it once, and then after doing it once, which I never do, I actually did it again, which is unbelievable. I'm like, oh, it's female energy. It's great to get a lady up to the stage. It's like, and never before have we had Leah Mansfield on the show. And it's just amazing to me how fun. I looked at the clock, it was 26 seconds in until you even had to start doing jokes. Literally half your set was spent just milking that, which is amazing, which is great, and that's exactly what a huge part of this is, just as important as jokes, is taking what's given to you and rolling with that moment. Your set was so good, I wasn't even paying attention to the clock. Yeah, that's where 12 seconds over. Thank you. Very, very fun. Amazing stuff. You've been doing comedy a while. I have. It's been almost 10 years. Oh, a little over 10 years. Yeah. It shows. You definitely have chops. Where you been? Well, I started in Denver. Great comedy. Yes, I love Denver. And then I moved to Vegas. That was terrible. And after a year in Vegas, I moved to Minneapolis. Yeah, thank you. I loved it. That's where I started on the road, was Minneapolis. Then I did a year and a half in Seattle, and then I moved to LA 2 years ago. So, I don't like staying in one place or meeting people very long. So, typical lesbian gets around a lot. I am a huge woman. That's so fun. That's gotta be a blast for you. Where's your favorite spot for out of all the city? Yeah. So ridiculous. The willing vagina audience is always fantastic. Man, so one of my favorite shows in the country is the Monday Night Comedy Show in Minneapolis. It's a basement bar. Yeah, no, I love that show. Man, that sounds fun. So you've been doing it 10 years. How long have you lived in LA? 2. It's about 2. Oh, yeah. You've been getting a lot here. Yeah, some here and there. You know, I'm parking cars at a hospital here today, so that's how well comedy is going. It's fantastic. Oh, you're not a stumble that for taking the car over? I know, right? she's doing so much stuff now that she had to stand in the basement. Really? Well, when she does need it, sure she will. I'm gonna have to trim my boots down. That's right. Well, they grew in like 14 years ago, and I need to I want to cut back. How does that work? You know what I mean? Like, it's an interesting thing that obviously we would have no idea about because, I'd imagine, and maybe I'm like way out of line here, but I'd imagine in that lesbian game you're more of the alpha, right? Yeah. Well, I actually like a strong feminine woman who will make the first move. Yeah. In all of life except in bed, and then I'm in charge, right? Do what I say. I end up making the sandwich and coffee. So yeah, no, I'm definitely the butch. Like I fall under the butch feminine dichotomy, which I never intended to do. It was not like you come out of the closet and you're like, I'm gonna be a butch. I'm gonna hate them. But that's just how it ended up. So, yeah. I identify as a young woman. People have asked me if I want to transition. I'm like, no, it's not like true art. I don't want to be part of that. So, but I love, yeah, I love like really feminine women. So, yeah. One thing that I think we've all noticed is that, let's face it, the more butch type of lesbian always gets the hottest chicks. Like, is that how it works with you? Are you always walking around with like chubby chicks or? I'm 38, so it used to be I dated just hot women. I had an ex-girlfriend with like a Swedish swimsuit model. Right. That's what I was picturing. She was insane. So now there has to be like another component of personality where it's like I have to get along, no drama, and you have to know about things like space. Like like Gravity. The movie Gravity was fucked up. So if you're hot, then we can fuck, right? So you need someone with a little brain. Yeah, absolutely. My parents are scientists, and so I grew up around really smart people, and I really enjoy very long conversations followed by listening. Yes. I'd love to have you on the show Friday. Awesome. Happening right now. We are funny as fuck. Thank you. Yeah. We have to figure out a way to okay. Yeah. Get you famous somehow. Okay. That's cool. Even just like. How much material do you have? An hour. I mean, I get online on the road, like shooting one-nighters and stuff. Have you ever made an album or anything? No. I kind of. Tina Taro is my favorite comic, and my hero. And she never recognized me, which is fantastic because I opened for her once and I bombed. So she doesn't recognize you? How's that possible? If I was Tina Taro when I saw you, I would think I was just walking by a mirror. You know what I mean? It's like. No, yeah. So I don't think to be famous. I just want to not park cars for cancer patients out of hospital. Oh, it's cancer patients. Yeah. Wow. Did sometimes you park the car and they just don't come back because they die? I'm just asking. Hey, questions you can only ask the valet at a cancer place. All right. Actually, yeah. There's days when you're like, all right, see you tomorrow, and then you just never come back. Yeah, you're just like, well, they didn't tip anyways. Fuck yeah, get out of here. Right, they got you out on a lap. Leah Mansfield. Look out, she's coming. Leah Mansfield. Holy shit. So fun. What a fucking crazy show. This is like old school Johnny Carson or some shit. We're seeing the future here tonight. This is the Crystal Ball episode of Phil Tony. Put your hands together for your next comedian. So there's a little bit of a scratch out here and a fucking. I might be. Just like last time when I tried to preface when I pulled out of the bucket, I might be wrong about the crystal ball thing. Put your hands together for Gary Curtis. They say English is the hardest language to learn. I honestly believe that's all because they haven't been there women as I do. Now, I was having this conversation with my girlfriend. Comedy a while too, huh? 2 years. 2 years. Wow. You have a good look. Everything is right. Pick what Red Man would call on fleek. Yeah, especially the eyebrows. You take good care of yourself. You shave, you chisel that today, right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's as fresh as it gets. Right. You got that cardigan clearly from straight from the closet of Drake. I love where you from. Wow. Yeah. It's amazing that you shave regularly. Normally people from Jersey don't even shower, so that's pretty amazing. Yeah, I think I think Pat's just gay tonight. Yeah, I'm super gay tonight. Was it just tonight? Yeah. I'm pretty sure you made Pat's butt wet, is what he's saying. No, I don't think so. No. You know what that sound means? It's time for Pat to show his wet butthole. Let's see that wet butthole. Let's see it now. Gary, it's true. I can sort of see what Pat is saying, though. There's something in your. It looks like you're sort of like an R&B singer doing comedy. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like you do females only shows with 10 minutes. You're gonna get that reference. All right, and then Pat wants you to invite him to those only shows. He'll be in the fucking front row, waiting for you to bust out the tearaway pants. Just eating it. Getting right now. I'm like, why am I like, oh, okay, take more out of you. I feel like there's a flashlight. I feel like there's a flashlight attached to the back of your guitar right now, and you're just molesting yourself. Gary, so this is your first time on the show, right? Oh, really? Did you leave your stand-up boards or something? Why can't I remember you? I don't know. You were too busy with guys. Yeah, it was with Joe and Peter. Oh, okay. That's fun. How did that go? Yeah. Oh, yeah. What else is going on? You were originally from Jersey. How long have you lived in LA? Another 2 years. Where do you live? There it is. At What's That Cross Street, everybody. Well, he get it. It's time for another fun segment we call it At What's That Cross Street. We already have Vermont. Gary, is it north or south of Sunset? It's south of Sunset. You know what that means. Yeah, south of Sunset. Okay. I think we're waiting for that chorus. You have to put it in the chorus. All right, is it south of? Pat, where do you live? I used to live in Vermont. Oh, are you close to that? Common timing right there. I feel like it's the only time I've ever heard that first voice to It's Raining Men. I'm in show for 15 seconds longer than it should be. It's like a totally different song. Oh, fuck. Gary, you dress well. What do you do for work? So I'm a attorney. Get the fuck out of here. Actually, I used to work in Stop ruining our Facebooks. Happens next to this girl. Alright, so Gary, very fun. Thanks for coming on the show. He's on Twitter at GCurtis. Gary Curtis, everybody. GCurtis. This part of the show, we are going to go outside of the bucket. One and only regular every single week. We have one girl who writes in the forms to do 60 seconds every single week. She is the newest regular here on the Tony. Bare hands together for the always adorable stylings of the likable and nervous Melissa Esslinger, everyone.
People used to ask me if I ride the short bus. Thought they were making a size joke. Short bus. A lot of people spend a lot of time trying to think outside the box, but I'm still trying to figure out how to get in it. I looked up normal in the dictionary. It said not abnormal. So I looked up abnormal, and it said not normal. Dictionary. I put the dick in dictionary.
53 seconds. You have a 6-second joke?
Yeah, I'm so sure that automatic doors don't help anymore.
There you go. A new minute from Melissa Esslinger. The party horn is out. Keep the mic up. You did it again. That's another new minute. That counts. I would definitely, when you do a short joke about the short bus, you don't have to wait and see and react to their reaction. You know what I mean? You don't really even have to do that joke. Walk forward. No, that's not true. Don't listen to Red Band. He always tries to play back off with a regular. And that's not true. That joke's perfectly fine if it's cluttered between other short stuff. If you're talking about being small and people talking with you, then it makes sense. What comes after that joke, it should just be a one-liner. You know what I mean? It's more of a semi-premise. You know what I mean? Short bus, blah, 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 blah. It can be anything before or after it, but to let it stand on its own, that's where you're going to get in trouble. Had you done the short bus and then the automatic doors, or the automatic doors and then the short bus, you get a different reaction to the short bus. But letting it stand on its own, all your topics together.
Yeah.
Or you can even preface it by saying, I'm small. I thought people used to love short bus. Now I'm tall bus or whatever. But you just have to eat it out. Because they don't really think you're a one-liner person. And it's fun to test out premises here, and that's exactly what it's good for. Is for you to hear it and see how to work with it. But I've never heard anybody make a short joke about the short bus thing, so it's not accurate. So you're on to something. And the automatic doors, is that true? Let's get into it.
Yeah, actually it is true. Especially it doesn't happen every time. What causes people to be sensitive. These are the things I think about when I approach doors. That's the automatic. Like, am I gonna have to jump? Am I gonna have to wave my hands up? Or I can just casually wait till somebody's walking by.
There you go. There it is. That's how it happens. Exactly. Neil's things are never He was the first guy to podcast history to go no mic on it. So, what was that? Yeah. And wonder what we would ask. It's getting to the point to where, you're seeing it sort of. I'm always going to say if it's a one-liner, it's a super short joke, to beat it out, to figure out what the beginning and what the end is. We just did then. That clearly the automatic doors thing automatic door is clearly a joke for that. I've seen a trajectory of I'm only seeing right tonight. Maybe it's an exercise an entire minute next time just about one topic.
Yeah.
Because that's not a crazy task to talk about something happening for a minute. Right? That's not I'm kind of forcing to do that. Yeah. When you start hearing Curtis. There you go. That's a podcast listeners. That was actually him shooting himself out of that. No, but you know what I mean? It's all good because, and by the way, this is something that we saw with our two other regulars for 2 years. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily completely out of the question for during a tough week. If I've seen you do one subject before, I think it was even last
Only
week.
one. Yeah.
Anyway, it's not terribly out of the realm to bring, sort of premise ideas here and what freaky minds flush them out a little bit for you. You know what I mean? It's sort of what we do. So I also like that. So there's definitely a balance between everything, and just keep chipping away. It's also one thing that I'll say to stand on what Vicky was saying is that you'll be amazed how much easier it is to get labs off of one subject than it is to change direction. And what you did is the ultimate, toughest thing to do because you started with a short joke, went into another joke, and then went back to a short joke, which was like, then you're really separating. You're making it so much harder on yourself than you have to. Whereas once people are already in on a subject, it's much easier for them to digest the next joke. This Esslinger is going to be a monster, ladies and gentlemen, and she's being built right here at Tony, writing and performing a new minute every week. What is Esslinger? We got 9:35. Oh. What do we got? Let's see what happens. Tam Fam, everybody. Tam Fam.
When I quit my job, I had to slash my food budget so much that in 3 months I went from 160 pounds to 102 pounds. I was in fact again with that. I set an unofficial world record as the skinniest person ever. It was 40 pounds, 90 days, not instantly. Now I'm too skinny and too short to be attractive. I once thought that maybe I should be convert to stop just being a little over 72. At the having a high of 72 versions, there would be 73 versions. Nice.
It's amazing. What's funny is when you were halfway through the 72 virgins joke, I was actually going to give you a joke that you said is the punchline. And so you got it. That's a funny joke, Tam Fam. You got it. You nailed it. Tam Fam, how are things going? You're the most Asian looking motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. I disagree with that. Really? How are things? You've been one of our fun people that regularly got pulled out of the bucket of that famous Asian look that they all have at the casinos. Get pulled out of the bucket a lot. How are things going? We've seen you a few times. How's the progress? You used to wear a shirt that said @Tam Fam Comedy on it. You were very popular for that. On Twitter. I think they've also said that. There's some people that figure out @Tam Fam Comedy was your Twitter handle. You've gone no @Tam Fam Comedy. We saw 4 or 5 times wearing the branded shirt, and you started going no shirt, and things started going a little bit better for you. How's that working out?
It's very well. I'm not sure if it's the shirt or not.
Nice. Pat Reagan is out on a Thanksgiving break of some kind, but also keep it going for your house artist, everybody. Ryan J. Eagle. Right there. He draws every episode of the show. So he's already started drawing because the show just started, everybody. Fuck yeah. And we got Jamie Vernon in the back, turning this into a PhD live podcast. And here we are. This is a live show. Normally we would be streaming this show. We are streaming. You were? Yep. Oh, wow. Live audience, make some noise for the thousands of people that are watching the show that you're at right now. We can only fit so many in this fucking shoebox, you understand? Other people watch live. We go up against Monday Night Raw. We go up against Monday Night Football. I said, fuck you guys. We are here, and we are competing to some degree. There are thousands of people watching this right now. Hundreds on Periscope and tens live in this room right now. I'm so excited that everybody's here. We're going to have another fun, amazing episode. Do we have anything to promote? No. Well, this is this week. If you're listening to it live, there's a couple tickets left for Sunday, November 27th in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah. They're sold out. All 4 shows. Yeah, so they're opening parts of the venue that haven't been opened before. Yeah. For our show, they're adding chairs behind bars and stuff. Yeah. No big deal. So let's get tonight's episode started. As always, we always have 2 of the funniest comedians in the world. I just so happen to be friends with all the funniest comedians in the world. And so I'm always happy to have them come on, hang out, and talk to comedians with me. This week's no different. Truly, I always say this. This is truly 2 of the funniest human beings walking this planet. Put your hands together for Jamar Neighbors, and Mike Costa, everybody. Michael Costa and Jamar Neighbors. Jamar Neighbors and Michael Costa. Oh! I remember you from earlier. And Michael Costa, fucking welcome, guys. Welcome back. Jamar, you've already killed it in this room tonight.
Jamar's stage presence is just unbelievable, is it not? Yeah, it's just the stage presence, nothing else.
He runs off of presence alone. Speaking of presence, Christmas is around the corner.
Yeah. Close? Too close? I'm okay with this physically. How much of you can be close? Yeah, it's okay with this.
See, like we're all here. It's a little bit squozen in. Yeah, it's squozen.
That's German.
Yeah. It's squozen in. Let's put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. Come over here. He's the one that sets up everything halfway so that it always falls at an inopportune time and like makes noises when we don't need them. But he's the man. He's known for spilling drinks on people. So you're gonna maybe some of that will happen throughout the night. Josh Martin for accident run around. So guys, you know what we do. There's a bunch of comedians that sign up with their names in the bucket. And when I pull a name out, they go on stage and they do stand up for 60 seconds. We just sort of see who they are, get a feel for them, and then we talk about anything in the world. All of a sudden, we're all on a podcast. Crazy, right?
I think it's super ballsy for people to come because I don't know about you, Tony. My very first time performing, it was like 6 minutes. There's more time to
My first time when I did stand-up comedy, I did an hour and a half. And honestly,
I didn't say it was a good 6 minutes, but that's 1 minute is
yeah, it's tough. No, yeah, totally.
1 fucking minute.
Yeah, sometimes it's too long for what we end up seeing. Comedians, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds. You know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Adorable. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Jesus, God, he's vicious tonight. Oh my goodness, we're operating off of CDs here, everybody. So let's do it. You guys ready? Kick off the show. It's episode 130, by the way. Yeah. Episode 130. No big deal, you motherfuckers. A lot of people have 130 episodes of the Hit Live podcast. By the way, we're the #1 live this is out this week. #1 live podcast in the world. This is. There you go. Live podcast. That means you have to be in front of a live audience.
You have Jamar's stage presence
That's the word. Alright, nothing's funnier than the sound effect of gunshots in a comedy store. Right. Oh, just what do you mean me? What do you mean me? We were doing, there was fucking red panther gunshots. There was also a racer in the company, so BuzzFeed.
That was my only.
I can't believe there's no Fanta. I'm really disappointed in that. If anybody knows Fanta, tell them that we're really saddened by their, so Fanta was maybe like, maybe it was group common. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This sounds like a real human being. How about Charlie O'Connor? What the fuck? Oh my god. It hurts. That's what it feels like. It feels like being shot and then it's in the middle of the night. Quiet night. Maybe Charlie and Fanta were fucking in the bathroom? Is that what's going on? Those are both guys and that's I am getting high for 1,000 for sure. Alright. Nice job, Red Man. Shock. Not to way. Shock. I like how he like snaps. I don't know about you guys, but have you ever had one of those? Oh yeah, 60 seconds from Shaw. How do you say your last name? Intona. I wasn't thinking that this is what shock was going to look like, to be honest with you. No, I get jobs. Really? Where do you work? I'm on obviously this is something that you've experienced many times. Have you ever had that as a big problem? People have not wanted that thing. You have a huge, is it Asians or all girls? Smart guy, afro glasses. Yeah, I look fast. Now that's interesting. Do you talk more about that, or do you just have that one line? Is there more to that, or did you get cut off? Yeah, actually, the rest of that is saying me neither, but I have had a lot of small. Not because you think because you break their legs. Yeah. Why would they hobble? I think smart. Gotcha. Do you have a joke about that? The joke about your name. Do a joke about my name. Why is it have to be a name? Alright. Are both your parents Cameroonian? No. Whoa, look at that. They found each other. This island of love. Vietnam and Cameroon. Where'd they meet? Church. You see what I'm talking about? Alright. Jock, I had so much fun with you tonight. It was nice to meet you. Jock, good job. Yeah, fun times. Nice to meet you. There you go. Jock and Tournay. He's on Twitter at TNTONME. TNTONME. I know you were joking, but I kind of like names. I kind of like jokes about people's names. Well, you just gotta go with nobody's ever gonna be able to pronounce his name. Nobody ever. He's gonna one day, he's gonna be a huge star, he's gonna have an opener, then he pays a lot of money, he takes on the road with him. He's not even gonna be able to say Jacques West and Tomois or something. Yeah, and Tomei. Dom Herrera has some joke about Cedric the Entertainer's name that's amazing. I heard him do it because it's ranked above him on the Comedy Central made a list, like top 50 funniest people of all time. Oh, yeah, he's like, Dom Herrera's number 38, but Cedric the Entertainer's number 37. And Dom always jokes around, he's like, how do you feel? I never even had a chance. Dom's one of the best. He's on like 10 episodes of all time. Do you think every president has 7 N-words? Hell yeah. I think every single person in the world probably has. Do you think everybody has said it? Jesus, Brian. How do you know? How do you know? Maybe. Yeah. Wait, how old were you? You know, I don't know the joke. You almost can't even tweet without saying the. By the way, without a doubt, and this is true, I tell him this all the time, so I'm happy to finally tell him in front of like an audience. Mark is my favorite person to follow on Twitter. If you ever get a chance, you have to immediately follow him. If you're wondering who I'm laughing at, Right. No, the headline joke is like, lonely woman, and I was like, okay, that's a really funny joke, but then the next joke completely reiterates and adds like to the persona. This is who I live for. And not enough jokes use the word obituary. I rarely hear the word obituary. Oh. Is there more to that obituary joke? Well, that's one I mean, I just don't know how to speak, so I usually of the just to catch up on what people are doing. And then, because I actually did find out somebody died. Yeah. I was looking for somebody else, for a different person. Some alive person had a dead person's obituary in their bio. Oh no, I was googling like for newspaper. Oh, I was looking for someone specific. I hope that instead because you were stalking your own. You were becoming the other end of the daylight. So it sounds like. No, it's funny. I don't know. By the way, that could be a great way to take that daylight thing. Is I realize that I'm never going to be that victim that's obsessed over it, so I'm just going to be the obsessor. No, yeah, exactly. Well, that one. Right. What's the most obsessive thing you've done with the guy that you love? Like he might be in the right. Like when I was in high school. Okay, a couple things. I used to drive by I think a lot of people do that. Where's the high school? I grew up in Colorado Springs, Colorado. So I would drive like that. One time I had my sister. What's so creepy about that? Were you like in a tractor or something? No, I don't know. Like here's another thing. I had my sister call this guy, and I was like, just like she was plans. And that's my sister. Like I don't know. That's weird, right? Oh yeah. I know. Well, in 10th grade, you have a sister. Well, no, my sister. We used to move here. My sister was my younger sister. Yeah. Yeah. It was picnic. I looked at the beach. Oh yeah. I know comics that Laugh Factory and Comedy Store has their own agents. Oh, didn't I don't think Jimmy Fox is doing it all the time. I don't. I'm not that familiar with the career of Jimmy Fox. So this is like watching Sylvester Stallone die from 30 years of some fucking steroid. Just keep on fighting. Turning into Mickey from Rocky. Yeah, that's what he's trying to make it, Brian. You're on the money tonight. Are these your comedy hearings, or are these hearings? No, I heard these every day. Fire to wear. You write mediation copy, right? She's on Twitter at Fixed Air Heather. Fixed Air Heather. Air. All one word. Cuban, Italian. That's mix right there. That's dangerous. That's like dangerous shit. She'll kill you 4 different ways. Yeah. Is there one race that you guys will never be like, I'm not dating that ever again? Mexican. That was fast. You said that like you're getting points right there. This was at midnight. You could just won. They are running out of ideas now. It's pretty funny. Oh, you know what? That's crazy. Sometimes he signs up and sometimes he gets pulled out of the bucket. He's the turnaround producer of the show, everybody. Blood, sweat, and tears in the game. It's Josh Martin. I have a speech impediment. It's really hard to understand. Let's see. I sound retarded. Well, I'm an educator. I'm an educated guy. College, biology. I was going to go to medical school, and I changed my mind because I realized that what kind of doctor I would be. I would be like the doctor you see, and you walk out, and then you immediately see a different doctor, like a second having a speech impediment. That's the first thing you think of. That, you know, that's the problem with the last year and a half. I got tired of talking about my life. And now you're, and I'm trying to write other jokes. Past year. And now you're writing good ones. I'm trying to. You don't want to only do voice jokes. Yeah. And there's nothing worse than the comic that has some kind of I don't know what do we call it? Starting. They're on stage. They're with the half an arm. You know, just like, oh my arm, my arm, my arm, my arm. Oh yeah. Or even worse. My arm. Or even worse, it's like way worse on stage, and then they get off stage, it really isn't that bad. And you're like, you're just doing this for fucking comedy. Right. I don't like that. Like the girl with half an arm. I met her. I met her on stage. She shook my hand. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, Josh, what else is going on in life? How's it going? How long have you been here at the Comedy Store? Really? 4 years. 4 years ago, you were what? Managing a McDonald's in the suburbs. Yeah. And that was it. Well, when I met you 4 years ago, you didn't have a speech of that. Did the Comedy Store give this to you? Comedy Store works in mysterious ways. Josh, what are you doing Friday? Whoa. There's no show Friday. I know. This is turned into what it is. It's me too. I will be Columbus and Pittsburgh. Yeah, if you fly yourself, you can set it up for me. Yeah, you can get up anyway. Josh, anything else? Anything you want to know or anything? I'd rather get some more comments. Oh, wow, you're a hero, man. A hero for the people. Josh Smart comic. He's a Josh Smart comic. Did you guys remember anything that you did when you very first started stand-up comedy? Well, you were saying about Josh when he was cocky, when he wasn't good. That's not how I was. I feel like I was way cockier when I did comedy. And I'm not suggesting I'm fucking master comedy, but now it's like once you see how good other people are, really almost getting. I used to try and not. You talk like you do like white guy voice, or like what does that mean? What's up? Ha ha ha. What's that? What's up? Ha ha. Hey everybody, what's going on? I'm to our neighbors. Is that what you used to do? Yeah. Hey guys, I was talking when I was still talking about ghetto shit. Like, yeah, man, your mother would be like smoking crack in the living room, and she's crying. Did you guys ever try to change your persona? Like, I know I that one comedian, Aziz Ansari, he was like, I need to do like a more hampered version of myself. Sure, I tried it one time, it actually worked, but it made me feel so shitty afterwards that I never did it again. Did you feel like I was like, wow, that's really easy. Just talk about my cell phone. We know this girl, Sarah Kenny, everybody. Yeah, Sarah Kenny. Finally! You know, a lot of women, they don't like to be called ma'am. That's why there's a new, more politically correct term. Because it's ageless. You know? It doesn't offend anyone. Cocaine, free, and the word comes in it. So all the buzzwords. So wait, the last two? Everything else is great. One more time for Sarah Kenny. Just trying to figure out what you were saying. So I was like currently doing Down syndrome, and then I got off the and so that would have such a dramatic effect. I felt like that's why he talks about being. No, exactly. Usually you're in the back hacking everyone because you're a hacker. You always steal everybody's stuff. Yeah, you're here every week and you have an open laptop in the back of the room using DOS, which is awkward as fuck. That's like one of the hottest things though to see a girl that knows how to hack. Wait, so not DOS. I don't even have the Wi-Fi. No, I'm sorry. When you said that, I thought you meant like comedy hack. No, you're saying like she's a hacker. Okay, I was like, you can't just call them stuff. Yeah, well, that's what I was worried. I was like, that's not good of business. There's many of other hackers in this room. That's a different Sarah, so how long have you been doing stand-up now? Coming up in 3 years. Wow. What do you do for work? So I hacker about the programmer. Wait a second. Really suspicious. No, I already sniffed her package and what the fuck is that? What are you supposed to? What is that supposed to be? Her package. Is that like a digital thing that you're talking about? It is. Yeah. That's Jerry. Oh, it's right there. Jerry. What do you program? USC. USC. Yeah. What do you program? Well, I'm working on it first. I want to hear exactly. Look, I want to hear about this. I mean, comedically, you don't have to give the specifics of the project you're working on, but this is really fascinating. And I really enjoyed your comedy, but I almost felt like more like you were telling jokes as opposed to really getting personal. Yeah. Sounds like to me like your actual real life is pretty fucking fascinating and unique to everybody else. Right? Programming. There you go. Yeah. That means we've reached a compliment, Max. I guess start breaking me down. Yeah, there you go. Sorry. No, I tried. There's that sound. I have like a handful of programming jokes or like nerd tech jokes. I mean, your dad's not your coke dealer. That's just a joke. No, it's just a joke. Yeah. So you have jokes. It sounds like you have jokes about everything. Yeah, I don't really have a. Are you just feeding me that? You can owe me as hard as you want. Okay, I totally did my flat chested joke on your show. And your response was like, I've heard a million flat chested jokes, but that one is solid. You can never tell which one's good or which one's flat, you know what I mean? You're keeping down just in case. That's what happens if I even try. You have a special, like, what's your safety on that? The safety on their sound effect board. Did you see that, Jamie? What the fuck was that? It's because I turned it down. No, I know. I text messages. So funny. I've never tried to touch it before. Yeah, it's a molesting joke, everybody. We gotta let Jamar talk. I cut him off 8 times. Jamar, get it with that bubble bath job that he's got. With that family. I don't know that I can. That's all I am. You can't. I'll tell you right now, you cannot. So I don't know. I'm a little bit spoiled, which is bad, but I don't know. I do like several times a week pick it up and like they get booked on shows for like quite a lot. I do flappers a lot. Yeah, do you do flappers? It's surprising to me based on the size of your breasts. In this PC world we live in, I've created an environment for me to get to do jokes like that. This is why I was complimenting you so much earlier. I just put like corn and like everything. What are blue waffles? Go Google blue waffles. How do I not know about this? The last of the blue waffle party over here? Want me to show you right now? I thought the blue waffles were the mascot for University of Louisiana Lafayette. Blue waffle. I type in blue waffle. Oh shit, I'll share with you. It's a blue waffle. That's what it is. It's a disease. Oh, yeah, blue waffle disease. There you go. It's a disease. Vagina. Guys. Okay. Wow. That's what happens when I question words that Red Man says. All right. You can actually, if you want to learn more, go to lemon.party.org. So many people know about these gross things that I don't even know about. We find out all about it on Meat Spin, right, guys? I also love. There's a picture of actually a blue waffle. Sorry, we got it. Your friend said something you don't understand. Sarah, what's the craziest thing that you've done in the past? I swear. Ryan, stop it. Settle down. Jesus. Airborne yourself. Don't tell me use C++ instead of C++. I don't really do that much crazy. I don't know. Something I'm crazy for riding my bike in LA traffic. Do you do drugs? Do you do drugs? I do drugs. Do some drugs. I'm open to all drugs of any kind. Okay. Well, I guess that's crazy. That's crazier than riding a bike in LA, I think, personally. What happens on the bike? Is it dangerous? You get yelled at? You yell at people? I've gotten yelled at on occasion. You know, some people just need to think that it's dangerous. I have gotten a get off the road yelled at me out of the window. No, I am allowed. And that was just because you're a woman. That was right. Take your bike to the kitchen. Oh my goodness. Well, Sarah, you've been on the show more than probably anybody. So fun to watch you grow over the last couple of years. And next Ice Out show, it's like in 2 weeks. I'd love to have you on. You're awesome. That'd be great. Thank you. Got it. Sarah Kenny, everybody. There she goes. She's on Twitter. That's Kenny Comedy, all one word. We're almost there, guys. Yeah. The lead guitarist for the Stroke. It's different than the Strokes. It's just more based on the medical affliction, an actual stroke. Put your hands together for your next comedian, not my favorite part of the body is the dude for all these jokes seem like bumper stickers, though. You know, like the one that you did right before the neck belly. There was something that you did that we all know he's going to do one of those jokes. And even though you changed it, it didn't change the fact that we all knew the joke was that these are your jokes. You wrote these jokes. Yes, okay. I love that. You know, some. I watched them all. It's the funniest person who's ever seen. Right. What's the funniest thing you've ever seen a 3-year-old do? He's hilarious. Like, does he ever just piss all over you? Not anymore. It looks like it. Yellow shirt, everybody. The yellow shirt reference. This room got really quiet. We got disengaged. Oh, I actually thought he was gonna suck when he got on. When he grabbed the mic, I was like, there's no way this guy can be funny. I don't know why I thought that, but you are funny and you made me laugh. And maybe I don't know what it was. I just thought you just seemed like a goofy dude. But look, I'm saying it's a good thing. It was funny. We thought it is stupid, but it's fucking funny. The bottom line is those single line jokes. You don't want to laugh. You didn't want to laugh at one of them, and you fucking laughed out loud. That's what I'm saying. I didn't want to laugh at the bumper sticker joke, but if it is funny, yeah, but was it funny because you can't believe he did it? That's what I felt like. Oh my god, not really. It was. Yeah, let me ask you something, Todd. I can't help but notice that tattoo on the left side of your arm. It looks quite powerful. What does that mean? What does that green German lightning bolt over? I have to ask. Either it's some kind of Adidas sponsorship or what is that? Yeah, I'm in front of my nose. Do you feel like a fucking asshole? I think there's more to this story. It looks like there's a German soldier that was killing people in a. Oh, he's just a good American match. So wait, so what's that logo? It was with my dog guy. Actually, wait, your dog? Really? Yeah. Your dog. I was early 20s. What? Like your name? Yeah, like what? No, he's saying not like. No, like an actual dog. And so what's that? Can I picture her? I don't remember him. Wait. I know over the tattoo. You don't remember getting the tattoo? on top of someone else's roof. Now I get it. You're running around naked, and they're like, "Here, sir, take this yellow shirt that will never wear." All right, guys. I guess you guys like that shirt. All right, fuck this. I'll be scared of you. Yeah. You were funny. Yeah, good stuff. The one-liner path's really hard, and chip away. Really take all the time that you possibly can while still making sure your 3-year-old doesn't die. Yeah, I have this funniest 3-year-old out here. He has a better chance of making it than you do, Todd. I'm gonna be honest. I'm serious. 3-year-olds have star power. Honestly, I'll just take your jokes, find the joke out of it, get the meat out of it, make more story-based stuff. Because right now you sound very just kind of like laffy-taffy. They're like, well, that's style. You know, like it just seems like joke. It's all kind of familiar. Make it more about your life. Just throw the meat, throw it in there. I took stories out of it. Sounds like you're making like a recipe for food or something. I mean, you take some of the Laffy Taffy, you chop it up, and mix it up with some meat, and there you go. Put it at 375 for 7 years. Todd, fuck yeah. Fun stuff. Todd Malta. I love it. Definitely the winner of most likely to be a school shooter. Todd Malta. No doubt about that. You guys having fun or what? How you feel live audience? Right now, I'm in the street right now. Who knows what can happen? This really sucks, yeah. Yeah. This could be the one. Put your hands together. I don't know. This looks like a new name. Put your hands together for Jeffrey Mari. Jeffrey Mari, everybody, come on. There it is. There's that bear. It comes out sometime. Oh shit, Jeffrey. About it. I thought he was mad at you, Tony. I know. First time in this show's history where I'm going to stare down at somebody during their set. I was wondering who was going to break first, and God, it wasn't me. I didn't know where that was going to go. I thought I was like, oh shit, here we go. But then it took, wow, man. Yeah, and it seems like you're just going off on a run on what some other comedians was talking about. A lot of comedians do material that they prepare. This was great. Fuck, now I believe you. Everybody knows that the old passport of comedy is a jumbo-word, three-prong mini-index. It was particularly funny when, pretty sure I still see the tag on it from CBS. I guess you keep the tag. When he grabbed the microphone and used it as a dick, it was fun how he put it so close to this obvious mother-son. Yeah, it was very aggressive. You were really slamming that mic stand up and down. I want us both to go take a blood test to see if we really it's true. A lot of stage presence on this jazz, is he? Set the tone. Jeffrey, let me ask you something. Set the tone for us. How do you very right on pop it? Okay. What happened to the pussy? Yeah, it's gotta be like a slow So what do? You light some candles. Put a little Mary White on the cassette player. Here comes that mother son melody. I got a friend out of QB. I have a slow and nice. Why are you still wearing the clothes that they gave you? I said, now, what's the secret? Did you charge them to have sex with me. Jeffrey, you're so fucking cool. I probably met you years ago. Yeah, so good to see you again. Congrats on being back in the game. Sorry about your mom. And I'm glad that you're back making people laugh. Jeffrey, where are you, everybody? There he goes. Boom. Another one. And then another one. And another one. And then another one. And another one. He's on Twitter at Hammer, I think. Is he using cursive? He only did 3-year-old on Twitter. You guys use cursive too? At Jawari. You use the black guy to translate the black guys, right? Yeah, it's like a doctor's and pharmacist. All right, guys, this is the part of the show where we have our one regular. This young lady writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. She's our only regular, right? And there she is, everybody. The always nervous, the always fun stylings, the underdog, the one, the only, Melissa Esslinger, everybody. There she is. Another new minute.
I was scared to go in the toilet. My parents tried to bribe me with a dollhouse, and what really did it was when I pooped my pants in my favorite DuckTales pajamas. The last straw. I ate this is related, just hold on for a second. I ate chalk when I was a kid. I specifically remember having the logic like, no, chalk, yes, plants, no. Gross. I think I just wanted to like make my food pretty before it finally came out. I got more.
It's 54 seconds. What do you want to do?
Gonna talk about the way.
Yeah. Yeah. What happened there?
My brother was going to buy an eraser, and I wanted to I don't know what that was. So I flipped it and swallowed it. That was a cool X-ray.
Did they really X-ray it?
Yeah. It might have been a dime. That makes more sense.
There you go, Melissa Esslinger with a new minute, everybody. She ate a fucking nickel. She ate chalk. What was the first thing? Yeah, I almost would flip the order around. I would go eating, and then, but that's just me. Because naturally, if you eat chalk and a dime, you're gonna have to talk about shit for a little bit. It's true. Yeah, that's what I thought you were gonna. I thought you were actually gonna say. I couldn't take a shit in the bathroom, so my parents tried to get the dollhouse and make me shit in the dollhouse. Either way, yeah. So what was the deal with the pooping? Why do you think you couldn't go to the toilet? Are you pooping in diapers? Oh my god, you had diapers since you were 5.
Well, I was
adorable. This nervous little girl.
Oh my god. I didn't wear
I feel like this is all like a lie and you're still wearing a diaper right now. And you might be literally shitting your pants right now.
every time I go on stage. That's just
Poop your pants a little bit. Now that's interesting. 5 years old. I guess when it must. Where's Marta at? Is your 3-year-old pooping on a toilet yet? I feel like you're lying, and that was just like. But he's doing it hilariously, right? Right. Yeah.
I would literally like I don't actually remember, but I think I put the diapers on myself. And then I would go in my room. I would go in my room to the bathroom because I would
That's what's funny. You know you have a problem when you're putting on the diapers yourself. I mean, and then when I turned 16, I just got to the store and got the diapers and bought the diapers. I mean, Tony introduced you as always nervous, so I haven't seen you perform before, but just you talking to us right now is so much more laid back than you performed to Tony, and obviously, I'm sure some of you've heard before, but the goal is just to be laid back and chill. The only way to do that is just keep doing like been so wasted like in Vegas or something that you actually peed where your bathroom would be, but in a hotel room. So like, so you like we're all on the same pad, and then you peed on a class. There's something weird about comics, both men and women. It's like our systems of release. It's like relate with that shit. Sometimes I still feel. Do you guys pee out of your butt ever? Do you like diarrhea? I've never had diarrhea. It's been put in there. I find my AIDS vagina.
I think I was just stubborn because when I was two,
Two weeks. Dead.
whatever. That's what my mom said. I don't know, but she took me to the
Is
doctor.
your mom one of those that sees like ghosts and UFOs and shit? I feel like she may be worried. Where's Dad? Maybe that's the right question. Where's Dad? Where in Kansas?
What?
You answer Tony's question. Where's your mom at?
My mom is
Where were you raised?
all over.
Where are you? What's the main part?
I live in Milwaukee Center.
Everybody poops their pants in Germany.
I'm married.
Well, maybe moving a lot of shitty. Also Germany. There's a lot of shit stuff going on in Germany.
Potty training was happening when we were in Florida.
Usually in Germany, people are afraid it's a shower, it's not the toilet. I guess it's a shower. That's their technique. I don't get it. Why? Because of the Holocaust. So, alright, pants, and then there was chalk. What does happen when you eat chalk?
No, but I remember one time.
You never check your pants after eating it?
Never.
Why?
I just know that, like, I remember I knew I wasn't supposed to do it. I remember at, like, a waiting room, they had a chalkboard, and I remember
So weird.
eating it.
You said the logic between eating chalk over crayons. That's funny, but explain that to me. What is your logic? I mean, during the joke, explain it to me.
Yeah.
What is five? Five? I was a chapstick guy. Grape chapstick. You could get out here.
Shit.
Oh, shit. I'm up for the power. Just lick the power. Put it in some water. Yeah. I get it with a flat. Do you remember pooping out the nickel? And did you make a wish before the Melissa Esslinger, everybody, with another brand new minute. The only regular. Watch her grow every single week live in front of your very eyes here on Phil Tony. Ryan J. Evil drew this episode. Check this out. This is what happened here tonight, guys. Check it out on RyanJEvil.com, his Instagram and Twitter. RyanJEvil.com and RyanJEvil. That's dope, huh? Artwork. Look at you, Shamar. Is that a black guy? Dude, I like how he made my face look like I'm in shape. Michael Costa, what are you promoting? I had a show on Ink on the comment section. We found out last week they will not be bringing it back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I love it. Promoting Michael Costa. The show's over. MichaelCosta.com. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing right now, so check out my website. Follow him on Twitter. Catch him on the road. Jamar Neighbors. Use your microphone, Jamar. I'll be in your casino all week in Vegas. And I got a movie coming out April 22nd. tonight, guys. Oh my god. Guys, I love it. Are you guys excited or what? Believe it or not, that lobby is filled with Pittsburgh comedians that are dying for the opportunity to come up here and chat with us. They get do 60 seconds in front of the thousands and thousands live streaming watching around the world right now. In the tens and tens. And it's sold out. It is sold out. I take great pride. They told me a week ago, they're like, dude, your show's sold out. I'm like, fucking awesome. This is going to be crazy. I didn't know that I sold out a large U-Haul cardboard box. But I'm pretty sure that this is about the size of the box that I used to move. It's just one giant fucking box. I can fit my life in here. So let's do it, shall we? Over, I think, like 11 or 12 comedians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds on stage. They go right behind this microphone. It's right over here. They talk for 60 seconds, try to win you over, and then we talk about anything at all. Yeah, they're two of the best comedians in the world. And I'm a fucking genius. So we always have fun. It's spontaneous craziness. Are you guys ready to do this? It's all random. Anything can happen at any given time. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up. You can hear the sound of the kitty. That means wrap it up that. Or else you're going to bring out the angry ones talking with bear. There's that pistol we learned so much from. Alright, here we go. You guys ready for this shit or what? By the way, a lot of people don't know this. This is the #1 live podcast in the world. As of 2 weeks ago, we passed up the Watch movies. I started in the past couple weeks. I started with rumblings about it 3 episodes ago, and now I'm just basically saying we are the #1 live podcast. So the #1 show on NBC. Check it. What's crazy about NBC is there's actually more people in this shoebox than watch NBC. I don't know if you guys have seen it lately, but it's not so good. Like I said, two of the best comedians in the world, and I'm a genius. And then you write your name here, everybody. Let's give it target on this guy, Don Reaper. I'm actually from Findlay, Ohio. You guys might know that Findlay, hometown of Rabbi Rothschild. Yes. I'm a Rams fan, so I actually just recently started dating a girl that is way out of my league, and I know this because every time I introduce her to my girlfriend, everybody goes ham. He looks like the guy named Charlie Sheen, HRV. Everybody thinks it's okay to comment on me that I look like I have AIDS, but it's like I really just recently lost 60 pounds, and no one ended up with me for that. driving, and the guy's like, hold on, I need to smoke some weed. I'm like, all right, he's smoking fake stuff. He almost killed us 1,000 times. Now, just looking back at that, that's ridiculous. That fake weed is worse than when you give it out. Yeah, whatever. It's dog shit. Sylvester Stallone in this commercial, you're gonna see he's lost his fucking mind. He doesn't have it anymore. They're just milking this guy. He's got nothing left. He's just a fucking box of rocks. Listen to him in the commercial. He's like the corn man now. He's like supposed to be Mickey, but he just can't do it because he's still Sylvester Stallone. Still on. 16 seconds of real mom time.
I work at, but I buy all our like swim surfwear for short And it said that we have
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Yishmas, Imi Maros, Yishmas Mordechai. Rabbi Isai, we're holding 8 lines from the bottom. So now also, we spoke about these shofaros. These are the different pushka boxes. There's a beautiful picture here that Yoshi put together. Inside, the cutaway view of this box, you can't put your finger in there and try to steal money. It even has like the old style shekel kind of stuff. Okay. There are 6 out of the 13. 6. Connected me, Shishon and the Dava connected me. So we have 6 shitos. We'll see one after another. Easy shitos. Easy Gemara today. Simon, Kenaz, Posha. If you have a different simon in there, you might want to change it to Kenaz, Posha. All my Fiska, these are the Amiroim who give us a reason. All my Fiskia, Keneged, Shisha, Poti Ovens, Poti Ovens, Hakehanim, Shetiku, Gohem Kafamim. She is shalom in Zemzeh. She make peace. She should sit and talk for hours and make peace. The boy said, these are the Kohanim, right? The Kohanim are divided into 24 mishmaros, 24 groups. Each one of those 24 groups gets to serve in the Beis Hamikdash. These are the names. If you look closely, you'll see Malkiah, Harim, Aviyah. Okay, 24 groups. Each group gets a week. After 24 weeks, it starts all over again. You take 1 week, they divide that mishmar of that week into 6 days. Each 24 is divided into 6. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Shabbos, they all get together. What might happen is, one day, on let's say Monday, there's a ton of animals. People are bringing in animals, everybody's coming. The Kohanim, they get the hide, they get the leather. It's a rainy day, and only one guy brings the carbon that day. So what happens? So he's going to open up the pushka, and he's going to use more money out of the pushka, out of the shofar, for Case Hamizbeach. People didn't show up. You can't have a lull on the kitzer. So what happens is, comes a jealousy between different days. You used up all the money out of the pushka. You have all the special other stuff. Why? It's yeah, it comes through. Even the case is leather. Yeah. Only 2 out of the 3 letters. There's one lousy piece. The kids are okay. So that's the problem. So what they did is every day gets their own amount of money. You can't complain. She is showing them. She's showing them. This should be shown. Let's prevent a focus that shouldn't be in the Pastila, any issues. She's showing them. There's so much money coming in, so we need a lot of push. That's why in those days the money would go bad. If it was just laid around, it would become a little rusty and moldy. Now, see the okay. You see the green stuff. Now, if you keep on pulling out for one period of the pushka, so the bottom part is just going to stay. Keep on piling it in like the milk, like as we discussed already, the milk in the supermarket. If you keep on just taking from the front and not from the back, then you're going to have an issue. So what you do is you make 6 different pushkas, and they use one, then they use the other on the suri, and you keep on going from one. So you're always the constant rotation of the money. What? You're rotate it, you don't let it sit there. Uziri Amathur Pshat, connected Par Ve'egel, you need 6. Why? Because in fact there are 6. In this picture you have 7, so just ignore one of the sheep over there. But there's 6 types of korbanos. Par, an adult cow, Ve'egel and the calf. Ayel, the adult, the calves and the sheep, the younger one. A mature goat, the star and the baby, so there's 6. So you need. Now, the Rebbe, this only goes according to Das Yaakov, which is where it says, we don't like that so much. It goes according to the Rebbe that we had yesterday, maybe you need 6 types of pushkas, because if somebody donates a small sheep, he cannot bring an aisle. Even though an aisle is more valuable, so I need a special pushka for aisle, a special pushka for clef, a special pushka for egel, a special for... What do Chachamim hold? So that would be a machlokes rishonim. Rashi says Chachamim would hold all you need is 3 out of the 6. You need 1 adult for each one. You need the par, the aisle, and the egg, whatever the adult goes. Why? Because we're going to hold, once you give the more expensive one, you got to see even this one. Tyson says no, all you need is 1 pushka. I could give a giant cow instead of a small sheep, as Gemara says later. But that's like it's Rashi in places. Okay. Ubar Pada Omar to make it Haparim Ve'ilin, you need for the extras. The Parim would refer to the Parim. You tell Kaishol to do certain things, such as eating a type of Balaam when they're not allowed, and then they find out they made a mistake. So all Kaishol gets together, they buy 1 pie. And the leftover of that money that got lost, Go'elim, and these are the goats for a Shamilas, a Sham. Zaylos, Shamilas would be if somebody uses something in Samigdash, we'd have to pay another Kaimish, plus he has to bring a carbon. You have a special shofar in Bakvasim, Basir, and these are Sham Nazir and the Tzoyer that got lost. Got lost, what happens? You replace it, and then you find the original. What do you do with the original? You actually study, sends the Keresnei, take the money, put in the pushka. Dami Sarais and leftovers. One's going to point out everything we just mentioned, really. Parim, Elim, Basim, Series, the Saris, really. Bahama. Ma is the cowboy. Another, everybody in Kaishko brings 1 matzah shekel. For what? What do we do with the money? You buy the korbanos. This is the shachar comes from Ben Arbayim. Now, a matzah shekel might not be, maybe it's slightly rubbed off, in pieces. So you always add a tiny amount from a leif and welcome. Come inside. A little tiny amount more called a cowboy, a little maybe up to a month. So you give the shekel plus a tiny coin. So Rashi interesting thing, Tyson really doesn't like Rashi, but we go with that. Rashi says, what if partners bring 1 shekel? So theoretically, a shekel for 2 people, it might be rubbed off the same way a half a shekel is rubbed. So you should bring 1 cowboy for the shekel. But then it comes out that the Beis Hamikdash is losing out its money. So bring another ma. But that's not really the same as the first ma. The first ma is like part of the matzah shekel. The second ma, you decided that Bezin shouldn't lose out. It's not because it got rubbed out, because you want to be out. So put that in a special shaykhah. That shukvus, full shekel, that you should really have to bring 1 ma, or kalvin. And you bring 2 kalvins, the second kalvin, put it in a special shaykhah. Look at this really average. So until now, we're just stopping here before we get to all the trouble. Oh, Seirim, by the way, I didn't say. Seirim are the sort of Musaf Yantiv, which comes to the Mechat of the King's Midrash. We had a whole story about. Okay. Who is the first really average? Turkey says the peace. We want Kohanim to be in peace, so each day gets its own children. We're not so worried about fighting. Why? Everybody's busy with this day. Not so worried what happened the day before. Who got more leather, less leather. Says, just realize the Gemara says somewhere that at a certain point, the Beis Hamikdash decided not to give the leathers, the hides to the Kohanim. They weren't behaving in something, so they took it. And they had so much money from it that they were able to plate the entire Beis Hamikdash with like a thick gold plate. In other words, these hides have value. See why people fight over it. Usually, I'm not concerned about money going bad. I don't need 6 shekels for that. Because the yearly army, He says, what, you need the 6 types of animals. There's a car, ego, this picture. You know, they move me. He says, that only goes if you hold, like the Rebbe, that if you bring a large animal instead of a small animal, you're not yoitzel. He says, no. That's Rebbe. The Shittas Rebbe can't be that this whole Mishnah goes according to Das Yaakov. No, they move me. Give Rabbi the Nana Goyami. The top of the summer, the bus and Segirim, it's all. Moisaris, 4 non-Moisaris. The first 4 things in his list, Harim, Elin, Bus, this is all about having leftover. I don't need a special shayfa for leftovers when all 4 things are leftovers. You know, Moisaris. More, and then he says, oh, but you need a special shayfa in case the partners brought 1 shekel. One out of the shkola mazla. It's not true that extra alboin goes into the Maksha Shekel Kush, but the Samuel, where does it go? The Shkola, the Remeir, the Tava, okay. So you have a Machloek, you're going to get into a Machloek, the Remeir, no, it doesn't make sense. Shmuel Amar, so we dealt with those the first problem that we had. Now we have 2 that are very, very similar. They're off by 1 thing only. Shmuel Amar, so Megan Moisa Katos, first, let's say, designates $100 for his Katos. I love $100, right? Today, and the guy had a whole website. You could calculate your carbon, how much you owe for carbon, if it's good, oh, whatever, $500 minimum, right? So you have left over. You put you pay the plus $500, and you got a good deal. You got one for $350, so that extra $150 goes into this pushka of Moisa Chatos, the same thing Moisa Rosham, Moisa Sham Nozin, Moisa Sham Mitzoro, to Moisa Minchas Chatos. And the leftover when a paita that doesn't have money brings a milk. And here it's going enough to Moisar Asir So'ifa Shakain Gadol. And Gadol every morning, every morning he brings a whole sorry, he splits it, divides it in half. So if he has left over that day, that goes into the push. Yeah, I know you asked that question a lot. But Rabbi Omar, he wants to know physically how it works with the. So sometimes you bring money and you buy from you purchase from the something itself. Rabbi Omar, today is Moisar Chatos, Moisar Osham, Moisar Hasham Notim, Moisar Hasham Mitzorah, Moisar Kinu. Over here, he switches the Asir Saif of the Kohen Gadol with the bird. Person owes bird. He's a Zav, let's say. So he's bringing birds when it becomes stars. The leftover money goes to the pushka of the bird. Okay. These 2, they argue only on 1 point. Is it the leftover for the birds or the leftover for the Kohen Gadol? Shabbos doesn't say bird. Here's the only ratio. If you look at the Mishnah says, there. I'll even show you here. Number 3. What's number 3? Kenan. It's in the Mishnah that there's a shayfer for Kenan. Tell me what he says is missing with Tani Kenan, what he doesn't have number 3 in his list. Look at Rishaya, the Tani Kenan. We know that Rishaya says that number 3 in the list, or whatever number it is, one of the 13 shayfers is Kenan. You're right, but Chad Kenan, Chad Moisar Kenan. There's one for birds and there's one for the extra. It came up for birds. Rishaya, my dad will do small. Means how come he doesn't say that for the Kohen Gadol that seems safe for the Kohen Gadol? So my buddy says, he holds that it's supposed to go to waste. You don't put it away. Yirkav. Over here you see a little bit, not like I was telling you. Yirkav. Leftovers, maybe sell it. I don't know exactly. Sell the flour and you maybe take money. Certainly do not put flour in the shayfer. I'm not saying. Oh. So that serious even the Kohen Gadol, there's nothing to do with it. It goes to waste. You have to let it spoil. This ayah. Moisar Minchas Dava, Moisar Minchas, Moisar Minchas Yirkav. Mike Dava, what does it mean? Moisar Minchas Dava, Moisar Minchas Yirkav. Or if it's not against Moisar Minchas Chayte in the Dava, the leftover of the Minchas Chayte should be in the Dava. Moisar. You say, if it's Kohen Gadol, Yirkav is the difference between the Chayte and the Kohen Gadol. Chayte, just put it in the pushka. The Kohen Gadol, you saw it, let it go to waste. Rabbi Omar from the way says he was saying Kohen Gadol not in the Dava. He argues. He says no, the leftover of the Kohen Gadol is in the Dava. Ella Moisar Lachmi Chayte Yirkav. The leftover of it, nothing Chayte. You can't finish all those 40 breads. That goes to waste. The Chayte is actually the Chayte. Moisar says Kohen Gadol with Yoshman in the Dava. So the leftover Yirkav, whether or not the Asir says the Kohen Gadol goes You have to let it spoil or not. Basically, it says, Moisar Shkolim, you have leftover shekel, you put aside a box of shekel for people in your house, and you have leftover. What do you do with it? It goes out to clean.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing.
It says,
Can you hear me?
Moisar Asir Seifa.
Just a
That's
moment.
what we're talking about right now. The leftover of the Asir Seifa, the Chor we're talking about that. The Gemara is going to say, no, we're not. Moisar Asir Seifa seems like we're talking about the Kohen Gadol Asir Seifa, and it says, "When Moisar Kinin Zavim, Bikinin Zavais, a person who's a Zav or a Zavas, Kinin Yoldais, a woman who gives birth, the Dava." And it says Mefurish, it goes in the Dava, you don't let it get wasted. Moisar Asir Seifa, you don't let it rot. My love, Moisar Asir Seifa, Kohen Gadol, and it doesn't rot. Moisar Minchas Chayta. That's also in the Asir Seifa, and that's the one they let go for the Dava. You don't have a riot, you don't have a concrete riot from here, so the Kohen Gadol's leftover doesn't rot. It seems like the one who says that you let it spoil, the Sire, because we learned
Yo.
in the Pasuk, we learned. It says in the
Yo.
Pasuk. Maybe it's Karbon Shechota serious soil.
Yes.
You see, it says in the first in the Pasuk about a Minchas Chayta.
Yo.
It says, well, you can know
Yes.
I know that's what he said. What do you mean? You don't have a Chayta Mitzvah. Okay. At the end it says he. I should have made the he red. Rabbi Yehuda, he's learning this. Only this Minchas Chayta is called the Chatas. A lot of the sugi has to do with the word Chatas.
Yo.
In other words,
Yo.
Mincha. Although it's called the Chatas, it's not
Yo.
a real Chatas. Even now, that is not, and it does require Lefaina.
Yo.
Yo. So it looks for a possible that
Yo,
the
dog.
leftover of the Gadol is
Yo.
spoiled. Says the Mishnah.
Yo.
Shor ze oilo v'nistayr. The oilom in Hebrew. I want to see if I can trick you guys. What if a person says, what if a person says, Hare olai oila? And something happens to it. Does he have to get stolen? Does he have to bring another oila?
Yo.
He says Hare zu oila. So some of the Israelis didn't get the whole zoo thing. They know, but they didn't know Hare olai. Like they were confused by the. They knew one word. It came at Shemei Allah, they weren't so good. Zoo. Zoo is Nadava. Nadava. Yeah? But the Mishnah doesn't say.
Why is it just working?
The Mishnah says, Hare Shar Zeh. So what is that in Nadava? He points at the action and says Zeh. Zoo, Zeh, same thing.
Yo.
Oila. So Mela is dive and we got a move.
Yo.
So what's Allah when we get some mum? It's not your responsibility. It's not. You said Zeh. If something happens to Zeh, if he drops dead this ox, you're not chayav to bring another one. If it has a mum, you're not mechuyev.
Yo.
So the Mela, if you go ahead and sell it, the money has kedusha. But you can do whatever you want with the money. You hear? You're not locked into this animal. This animal is gone. You sold it and the money has kedusha. Okay, it has nothing to do with the original animal. You're not mechuyev to bring the original animal. So you want to trade it and take with the money and do something else with this. In Rotzi, you bring two instead of one. You did the same thing. Pointed at these two oxes. These two should be an oil. And in the stab, and in the fellow if you want, you can, instead of two, you bring one. What's better, 2 or 1? One animal that weighs 1,000 pounds, or 2 animals that weigh 500 pounds. What's better? Huh? You say 1. Anybody with a 2? Anybody with a 2? 2. Rashi says 2 is always better than 1. Aziz of Rashi. Rebbe is always saying, because Rebbe says you got to stick to what you said. Chotam behavi gadol.
Yo. There we go.
Rebbe always said, Really, Rebbe's the only oyster in the Chatchila. Let's see, Rashi says the word of the Eved. It's okay. Same thing. He said on the ram. This particular one is going to style and again if you want. Now you go from a larger sheep, but a mature one to a baby. Kevin Zoyah in his style. What if you pointed at a baby and said this sheep and it has the mom? In Rossi of the Valley, you can go large. For Rebbe Oyster, because Rebbe says what? Fucking the devil is no good. Yeah, go press on his base. Oh, I'm his Rachel. We learned in the Reisha Shor ben Mono yesterday. Shor ben Mono, baby, Shnayim ben Mono. If a guy, he promises he's going to bring one animal worth 100, then he goes and he buys two animals, each one is worth 50. 50 plus 50 equals 100. Lo yafsa. What's the obvious answer to this question, Rabbi Rothschild? No, much better answer. What? This one's just hold on. Monish Reisha Shor ben Mono, baby, Shnayim ben Mono, lo yafsa. Last night, not today. We learned yesterday. If a guy promises an animal for 100 and buys two that have the same value, or even two, then each one is worth 99. Two 99ers are not worth 100. So how come now you say that you could take one animal that's worth 100 and then sell it off and buy two? Well, say it better. You have to say much better. Oh. In our case, is a mum, and Mamela, he's not has no price on it anymore. Over there, he promised 100, and nothing happened in between. And he went and he took 250s. 250s doesn't equal 100. So the Gemara showed 75 shani. It became a balmum. It became a balmum. You can do whatever you want with the money. Shnei shvarmelu, oilo b'nistavu. Shnei shvarmelu, oilo b'nistavu. But the guy points at two. And he says, these should be an oila, two should be an oila, and it's balmum. Rothschild is very mechal. You can go trace the two, the money from the two, and buy one. The Rabbi Rothschild, even on that, Rabbi shows us. Why? Don't say something, my time. Not only godly, baby, kata. Because when you go from two to one over here, Rashi says that you saw it. Rashi dibur hamaskil. Another baby couple. Shebachol makom shnayim chashuvim miyechad. Rafil shnayim shavim. Right time on the shum the hamay gadol the heavy couple. Now I got this story. So here what's going on here? You pay two, you promised two, and you bought one. So it's going from something special, two special, says Rashi, to one. So it's like going from a large thing to a small thing. But the Maisa, I don't understand. It's not your responsibility anymore. It has a moment. You can do whatever you want with it. The Chatchila, sorry, Rabbi. Rabbi says even in such a case, it looks bad. It looks like I'm throwing that in. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's not your arthritis, but it looks like you're going from a large thing to a small thing that is something that's no good. As a Gemara of living non-information. The first case, when it's a one to two, you're telling me two animals is better than one. So Rebbe should argue, even in the first case, if I go from one, it has a move. Look. Even earlier. Something. I don't know what. Some sort of responsibility the animal has. He's going back to you. Okay. So in the reverse case, he went from one to two. Two you're telling me is great. Only in magnums do this, but in 2 to 1 is great. I'm sorry. 1 to 2. 1 to 2 is a good thing. That's the first case of the Mishnah. 1 to 2. A mum happened to one char and you got 2 shvarim. How come Rebbe doesn't argue there? Says the Gemara, Rebbe does argue there. Rebbe Akula Milsapali. So why didn't you hear from him? Because Rebbe has manners. They're not the Lula Rabbana, they're not going to say you. They'll hold them after you like. He waited patiently until Chacham said everything that they had to say. And then he argued one argument. He said, listen, you cannot change either way, from good to bad and back to good. Don't ever change what you said. So let the guy finish. Let him finish the sentence, and then argue with him. First, say that, and now I'll think you. Very, very good raya over it. Funny, that's not a point. What's important is this one. Kevin. Kevis is the cheapest animal you could buy from all the Kurban. It's a baby sheep. That costs how much did you say? $75, you say before. How much? Of the baby. Let's call it a 75er. Yeah, the least possible, a little tiny one, just born. To the star, Kevis and he points at it and says, $75, big, beer. Give me $75 Kurban. If it inside, and then it went bad and it got a mom. Rothschild, you'll be done by it. Don't buy the expensive one. How much is the expensive one, Ellie? 500. You can go with the 500er. You read the answer. Oh, so you see the foolish case. We're going from really bad to really good, and Rebbe says no. Even in that case, no. So you see, he does argue in every single case of the Mishnah, even going from one animal to two, which is bad to good, according to Rashi. Two is better, argue, Shema Mina. Yeah. Yeah, said it all at the end, but I'm proving to you that he actually holds this, because it says over here, Rebbe Yosef. In this case, he did argue. He boiled it. This is discussed a little bit, and it's interesting. Can I replace my animal has a milk? Can I replace a very expensive cow with two medium-priced sheep? I'm going from a different animal. Toshma, short zeh or live in his time. I promise to bring a bull, and it has a milk. Though you have the gum of the aisle. Don't bring a small little aisle; it's way too small. But maybe the double shnei you can bring two. The oyster, the vishay bila. So before we jump into Rebbe, what did Chacham say? It's okay to go from a bull to a ram. You can bring a ram instead of a bull. So that's okay. That answers our question. Two, yeah. I don't care how many. I'm going to, but a different time. Rebbe says it's also why, because when you bring two rams, you have to bring a mincha per ram. It's two. So now you have two minachas. You promised one mincha, one carbon. Now you bring two. They don't mix. Doesn't go well. Shema Mina. Now I have a question for you. What if we actually just said it? But let's think about it. A guy promised a $3,000 cow, and it has a milk, but he replaced it with a $500 sheep, one sheep. That's the question. So that's the Gemara healthy, my area trade. Why does he have to replace with two? I feel chanami. He should be yotza they chayva with one. Why? The Habit star the Rabbanon Shana Bengal cousin. You already told me you could bring a small one instead of a large one. And you already told me that you could go from one type of animal to another type of animal. So if you go from a large to a small, from two animals to one, which is large to small, and you can go from a cow to a goat. So bring one goat instead of one cow. What's the difference? You go from large to small, and you can go to different min. So let's replace one whole cow with one ayah. Why do you need two ayah? Two ayah. It's a big kasha. It's a very good kasha. Says Gemara. You told me there's no difference. You can replace a small one with a large one because anyways it's not your achrayas, and you just establish you can go from one type of animal to another one. So one aisle is instead of one cow. What's the problem? So you're right. You're 100% right. In the Mishnah, the Tana really holds that there's no difference between a large and a small.
So Bears, how are you?
Rabbi Rothschild, the fish ain't below. Time they below. You tell me the whole reason is
I'm lovely, thank you. Are you ready for me?
With one cow.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
All right. Always good, thankfully.
You don't have to mix it.
Just chill. Created a robot that's super powerful, which is baller, and enjoying life. Thankfully, all right, Mr. Aquarius, you have an invitation as of right now.
What you can replace a small sheep with a very large sheep, and that's only one mincha, one bila. And what does Rebbe say? Rebbe Yosef. What does Rebbe say? It's awesome. If it's equal in terms of the minachas, how many minachas and how many minachas have to do, that's okay. So why does Rebbe say it's not awesome? Straight down, you're right. In the Mishnah, he says it's awesome. Over here, it'll come out that's mutter. Move it to Hiram, an animal that doesn't have a mum, Egel baby par. If he made a neder to bring something small, a calf, and he instead brought something large, you think it's great. Kevis baby ayah, yotza. And that goes stomach to Rabban, because Rebbe would hold, even in such a case, when you go larger, it's awesome. Rotze Yavi B'dom of Shnayim. Omer of Nazareth B'dom of Rav. L'shon Omer Shorze Oilo. When a person says, I have a zero on price, I don't take responsibility. Omer Shorze a lie. You hear what happened there? A very sincere, but a lie. It's like a contradiction. This, I put upon myself. So which one is it? A neder, how do you say neder? How do you say nedava? Hare zu. And what if he mixes the two words? He says one word after the other. Hare ze olai. Tukba. You have a chrayas. You locked in. Ask the Gemara, who told you? Maybe he meant zu, which would be a nedava. I have zero. But I'll bring it. I'll take care of it. Hello, you're right. Even if he says the two lashonas together, no akurayis. Rabbi said the most massive. If I take responsibility on the money, then he has responsibility because he took responsibility on the money, not on the animal. Rabbi said, have a wonderful day.
America's Splits is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Oh, Lili Mishmasim and Rosim was Mordechai. Rabbi Isai, we're holding the Kufa on the base. Honorable, 10 lines from the bottom. Kufa on the base. Honorable Karbon. Milamid, Shemistadvim, Eitzim. This is a pelleploid. One is permitted to donate wood as a mitzvah to the base Hamikdash, and therefore there's a lot of almost, I don't want to use the word funny, interesting halachas. You could donate, let's say, a piece of wood, a lot to the base Hamikdash. Bekama, shnei gzirim, has to be two pieces. Those two pieces that you bring in the morning, that size that you put on the bed, it's better to be not long, large, two pieces. It's impossible. It says kurban and it says eitzim. It's one of the reasons I have the kudus in my life. Seriously. I would have absolutely read it al korban ha'eitzim. And there's a shuruk, I don't know what you want to call it, it's kurban, not korban. Rabbi Omer, eitzim korban ring. And therefore, there's different halachas since it's considered wood. To unim melach, can you believe this? This is unbelievable. You have to put salt on it, like you put on an animal, it goes on the mizbech, you put on the wood, you put salt. To unim agosha, you have to take, we all know what agosha is, let's remember, not forget. You're going to see it in 7.5 years from now. Agosha. You take the whatever carbon is and you touch the corner of the mizbech. You have to take the wood, touch the mizbech. Omarava. This is unbelievable. Eitzim to unim kmitza. You have to do kmitza. How do you do kmitza? Our boy says so. We show it. What? Nothing. That's it. He does kmitza. He has to break it up into small pieces. How do you do kmitza on a piece of wood? You literally have to break it up into pieces. Another chiddush. The Divrei Rebbe, eitzim tzrichim eitzim. We had a video for this. I don't want to show it again. The guy comes with the wagon. I'll leave mine. He comes with the wagon full of wood, and then he has a second wagon behind it. The wood for the wood. What's this? It's the wood for the wood. In other words, you can't take the wood and put it on the mizbech and burn it. That's what you do with regular wood to burn a sheep. But you're burning wood as a carbon. First, put a pile of wood, make a nice fire, a medura, like ba'omer fire, and on top of that, you evaporate your carbon. You put your wood on it. Crazy solution. You need salt, you need chmitza, you need agosha, you need wood for the wood. And the loy, the voina, lo yivchos min hakoyot. If a person is neither frankincense or voina, it must be at least These 3-finger words. That has to be kmitza. You know, it says in one pasuk. You should be makdir from it with the kmitza, from the flour.
Oh, what a
From the
spare.
oil. The eggs. So it says levana the same pasuk as the kmitza of the soils. Magish levana la harama the mincha. So we have a hekesh here. You learn one from the other. Ma harama the mincha. Makdir on the mizbeach of a mincha. How big? How much? Only one kmitza. It should be a minimum of a kmitza. Hare alayla mizbeach. A person, again, we're talking about people that say funny things. They're not very specific. What do they mean? He says 3 words. I'm accepting upon myself something for the mizbeach. That's in English. In Hebrew, hare alayla mizbeach. It doesn't say one
I
word.
win, you win, Mr. Purse. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in
One
friends.
piece of the stuff. Take a little bit, and you're good to go. You don't have to go and buy. How much does a cow cost today?
Right, yeah,
How much?
okay.
Yeah. Minimum 2,000. Usually more like 3,000 to 5,000. Every cow is like $5. It's not cheap for a live animal. You put them on a scale. It costs close to. It's called between 3, not 2 animals. 3 and 5,000. Why? The Gemara says first. The reason is because that is the only thing that is 100% going to be consumed by the mizbeach. But he probably did not mean Eitzim. And the Gemara is going to ask all your questions. Says the Gemara, Pirashti, the person says, I specified that I don't know what. Yavi, Mikol Dover Shekar Mizbeach. Therefore, you should bring everything that goes in the mizbeach, such as like somebody screamed out, Nisachim, and the oil sa'oif. Shekar Mizbeach. Yisula gas the Gemara, but there's other things that are completely consumed. What about an oila? Somebody says, I'll bring the oila, let's bring a sheep. The whole thing, the coin can't eat anything. Says Gemara, still the hide is not, it's not 100%, it's 95%. The hide goes to the coin. What about bird oila? There's no hide. You have the famous, let's show it again, because this is a halacha, the coin has to take it and toss it from that corner 28 hours or so. And it's a hard throw. You have to be very strong. That's the Gemara. So it can't be. It's not 100%. You still have to throw the feather and the crop. Here's the zephyr here. That notifier with this crop. That's the part you throw. So I think the second gezel something. Fine. Kivin. We're going to make this up. So again, I want to be clear because a lot of people. Oh, breaking the soften. You're right. There's the wine and the soften that goes on in his bath. This is more or less they go over here into this device. So it's not on the mizbeach, it's more into the shittim, and eventually it goes into the drainage system. Okay. Do I have it over here? I thought I did. Oh yeah, here, minchas hasachim. Because Rabbi say, as we're leaving Menachos, at least let's get this thing clear. A lot of people get confused between Nesachim and Minchas Nesachim. Nesachim means wine. But Minchas Nesachim does not mean wine. It means the mincha that has wine in it, but it also includes oil and flour. So that's Minchas Nesachim. When do we bring that? We bring that together with Shlamim, Oyla, most Kabbanas get Minchas Nesachim. You can also donate the Minchas Nesachim on its own. So whereas when you get Minchas Nesachim, all this goes in the Mizbeach. So the Gemara, even they give Minchas the athlete, but there are other ones. Like Kehanim Ephraim. So if he really meant, the guy he's not explaining what he meant. He says, Pirash, I don't know what. If he really meant on the Satan, he wouldn't explain because it's very confusing. There's Milachas Eikadi. Milachas Eikadi. He should have said, at the time that he made his leather, he would have explained. Alright, so Mela, at the end of the day, it means Rabbeina, which is completely consumed 100%. A person says, I'm bringing gold, I want to donate gold to the Mitzvah. It has to be a dinar zah. As the word maybe it's a small amount, which is less than a dinner. The guy says, I'm giving gold, but they are coin, so he means one dinner. I don't know how much a dinner is worth. I'm assuming it wasn't $5,000. Probably, because even just a few years ago, gold was $900. So when a guy says Zav, he means he's being serious. He's also 24 karat the whole thing. Okay, what a gift! What a gift! The Dilma Priti. Oh, don't worry there. I said already. He specified it's going to be a coin, so you can't say it's a little piece of gold, a little tchotchke. Priti did a hava loyavdi. Maybe the Dilma Priti. Maybe we're told why did we go all the way to the dinner? Maybe it's a small fruta. People don't make a fruta. When it comes to silver, don't give less than one dinner. The Dumanas maybe it's a small piece of silver. He said a coin. Here we go again. Solid coin. It's not, he didn't just give me that gold. He gave me the silver. I don't know. A bunch of these guys do it. $80 a buck? One of these? Is actually so good. Gosh, hold on. Did I read it? You didn't ask you never. Oh, he said before I'm doing a coin. You didn't create a man a small amount. Silver, they do have smaller coins. In this place, they don't use that smaller coin. By gold, they don't have. There's no such thing as a smaller. The chayshes. So this is interesting. A person donates copper. So if a person donates copper, what is he donating? So it's interesting. The Mishnah doesn't say you should do copper. He has to give a small little fork. Like this. This kind of fork, you had this. Oh, that's what place it says. What can you do with a little fork? You clean out a menorah with it, you break off the top of a. Now, Rashi seems like he's talking about the menorah in the Beis Hamikdash. Place asked right away, this was made out of gold, not out of copper. So it could be that Rashi, because it says, no, we're talking about a regular menorah, maybe that's what Rashi meant. Menorah is the menorah of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, it's something that cleans out, it helps you break the silo, like the top, the black part that you start, crack it off, so to speak, and you start over. Okay. Barza. Person says, metal. So ploy oil can mean another thing. It means like these, it can mean those little pieces of metal spikes, pigeon spikes. Pigeon spikes, it doesn't allow the pigeons to sit down. On the Beis Hamikdash, they had a problem with in the second Beis Hamikdash. First Beis Hamikdash places there's a lot of yusha, so they didn't have bird problems. But in the second Beis Hamikdash, the crows would come. I guess there were no pigeons because if you were a pigeon, you'd get caught and you'd be eaten. So they had crows, a crow issue. So they put the pigeon spikes for the crows. So the camel, how big of a piece of metal are the spikes for? I saw somebody says, it's interesting. I don't know that everybody holds like that. Beis Hamikdash was actually like a dome. Maybe that's where they got it from. So there's really no room for the birds to land. Only on the top. The roof of the Beis Hamikdash. This is from the roof. We're talking about the roof of the Beis Hamikdash here. That's the heichal. Yeah, that's what one of the trainers said. And there's only an amma space on the spitz on the top to land. Boy, there was a room. Saying not everybody says pick it out, you face my amma. Some people say the opposite. There should be at least 1 amma by 1 amma, 2 feet by 2 feet with the spikes. Like how you do it. Or actually, it gets rid of the spikes of the ravens. Harei alai yain. The person just says, I want to give the Beis Hamikdash wine. How much? The Yifas Mishleisha. Look it. It should be minimum 3 lug. Why 3 lug? Rabbi, if you remember from the chart, what's 3 lug represent? That's the minimum of a kevis. Very good. Kevis is 3. Ayil is how much? And para is how much? 6. The Yifas Mishleisha lugin. Shemen. The person says, I'm going to give oil. Like your carbon says that you give oil. The Yifas Mishleisha. Whether or not you can give oil. There must be a minimum of 1 lug. Why? Why one load? Because the typical mincha has a minimum. The typical mincha is one load of oil. So when a person says oil, the minimum, which is one load. Rabbi Omer, no, you should give more oil. Why? Because in the sachem it's three loads for the animal. Pirashti many of them, pirashti. The person says, I said I'm going to give, but I don't remember how much. Yombi kiyom meruba. That we also had that in the past when it came to flour. What's kiyom meruba? The Gemara explains the day that you bring the most korbanos, which is what sukkahs that falls out on a Shabbos, like this year, next year. Korbanos. Ezra, we had this already. Milama, well, this type of sugya. Milama shemishnat miyayim. See from the word Ezra, but anybody can do it. Why? The comma, how much, what's the minimum shlish loop? If you want to give more than three, Tamadoy Mar Yia, they can give you more. Yochel Yifas, maybe you can give it less than three. Tamadoy Mar Papa, right? We have the same exact sugya. Going to get flour. Now, Rabbi Rothschild, if we have in the Torah an idea, we have something called a mincha that you could donate. You could donate a mincha. How much? One loaf. Mincha. I want to donate a mincha. Hi. Say, Rabbi Rothschild, I want to give you a mincha for this. How do I know I can do it? It says in the Torah I can do it. I could donate a mincha. How much? One loaf. That's A. That's concept A. Concept B is something completely different. It's oil. How do I know that I could donate oil? I learn it from concept A. This oil I need to learn from somewhere. I don't know that I could donate oil. In fact, we have a machlokes to donate oil. Right? Remember we said it's oil like wine. Wine you could donate oil. Not. The Torah says you could. So I'm learning concept B from concept A. And what am I learning? I have to learn the idea that the concept that you could donate. Okay, so I could donate oil. How much? Well, in A it's one loaf. So B is also one loaf. Or no, I'm going to learn the concept. How much? The amount, the details, I'm going to learn from another place. That's called doimino umino. Doimino bukidasro. It sounds dramatic, but it's a simple idea. When I'm learning B from A, do I learn everything? Or just the idea, the concept? And once I know the concept, then I can go to another place and learn that it's three loaves, not one loaf. I'm going to what's my point here if Shemin give one loaf or three loaves? I'm going to Rabbi I know Rabbi Yoim is Shugim, my commitment you also know. I know Rabbi coming to the Papa to me know. Can you learn from it? You do me know and everything we know. Still we know we keep on learning the amounts also, not just the concept that you do in the Dava and oil, but also how many. Or the do me know, yeah, you learn the concept, well, you stop short over there, and you learn the amounts from someplace else. Rabbi Rothschild, do me know. We're learning the oil from a mincha. Non-mincha misnagim. First of all, we learn the concept. Great. Shem and Amisad can also donate oil. And we keep on learning. Keep from A. That was not mincha the world. Not Shem in the world. The amount also. We can do everything. The Rebbe saw that we know. You don't learn everything. You just learn the concept. Non-mincha misnagim. First of all, you learn the concept. Not Shem and Amisad. But we learn. We stop right there, and we also say Kinisachim. We learn the amount from somewhere else. It's not a suffering special learning. Shemin on the station is looking, we learn from the suffering, then the suffering of three loads, so two oils. On the Rebbe, even if we don't know the Rebbe, in fact, if you learn it from Mincha, the two Yamalis, we can do no enough. We're going to learn from Mincha, we're going to learn everything, the amount also. And the Rebbe, the Ezra government, he learns from the word Ezra and from the suffering. So the smallest amount, and the suffering is three. All the Rebbe, Papa, when we must down the suffering, how can you say something? We made a mistake. But the idea of carbon, the word is not Ezra, we're learning from carbon. Beloved, she's not in Shemin. How do I know they could donate oil to the word carbon, not Ezra? B'chama, no, she's looking. Mashana says, Rebbe, the only person who holds 3 versus 1 is Rebbe. But the Mashana of carbon. And Rebbe learns it from carbon. I'm going to let Italian, if in fact you found such a price, it says you learn from carbon. Not Ezra. You are right, I take it back. Person says, I specified that I don't know how much. Pretty much the most ever, the top day of the year. So we already did this once before. We'll do it again. We did it first slide. The sheep do 3, the rams do 2, 4, and the cows do 6. So 18 times 3 equals 54. On the left side, you have the cows. It's 13 cows. 13 times 6 is 78. 78 plus 54 equals 132. And then you have the rams in the middle that are each one is holding 4. It's another 8. The total of 140 days. So somebody says, I don't know what I specified at the beginning. This is the top day of the year, which is 140 months of wine, which is pretty nice and long. Says the Elohim Mishnah, Arei, Olai, Oilo, Yobi, 7. And the person says, I want to bring an oila. He doesn't say what kind. You can bring a cow, you can bring a goat. The only guy that should bring the cheapest one, telling you, man, if it wasn't as I oiler, a car, or bring either a dog or a pigeon. So the question is, the machlokes really is, what's more expensive, meat or chicken? Meat or chicken? You go by the cheapest. So the Muslim in says, my city, birds are cheaper than meat. So I'm going to go with the bird. Tanakama says no, birds are more expensive. Birds are more expensive than what do they call it, the lamb chops. So they're lamb chops. Whatever's cheaper, lamb chops are cheaper than pigeon. They're lamb chops. That's all my point. What? It's not a point. Exactly. It's not a point. It's a mitzvah. Exactly. Do you want this? It's not a point. You're asking when I bought the video on my pirate. I said meat, but I didn't say what kind. You'll be tired, very good. So now you have to bring a $5,000 cow and a $3,000 veal. How do you say veal? Calf. And he has to go to the food. He doesn't know. It means a 1-year-old within the first year or within the 3 years. The second and third year. You didn't have an animal. She's going to bring an oil from an animal. Maybe you're down Makirashi. Now he's stuck. Hard, there you go, a cow and a calf, Ayil, a ram, sorry, a male goat, Zing, the color, a baby goat, and a baby sheep. That's being 6. Pirashki, then you did Makirashi. What? I specified. I didn't say what. Most of I learned Torah ben Yom. I didn't do an animal. He didn't say animal. Just in general. I'll bring. You just bring your Torah. I really like Torah. Person says I'll bring your Torah. She's coming. Torah promise. You'll be careful. Bring. Pirashim and Abbas ben Yidam Pirashim. I said maybe something from Tzuvik Shmachalit, but I don't remember what. You'll be tired Torah. That's being a male and a female cow. $10,000. Ego Vagla, another $16,000. A male and a female. Yeah. Mina Behema, but if I said I'm going to bring an animal, I didn't say meat. I didn't say it should be, I didn't say beef. I didn't say beef. I said animal. When you did not to rest, Yovi, Haru Torah, Ego Vagla, Ayla, you have to bring all the varieties of beef, male, female, adult, and calf. Now you have to do a male and a female ram, sorcerer, goat, baby goats, the kids, I guess they call it, Italia, and the baby sheep. So it's a lot. This is a lot. You gotta be more specific with what you say. Really short. The guy says I'm bringing both. You'll be using the software for money. It should cost him 100 dinars. 100 dinars. There you go. The one of these is cap. You'll be using the software for comments. 25% of it. 25 dinars. So 25% of an adult. That's what it costs that day. You'll be using the software for 8 dinars. So 8% of a cow. Now look it up. Not so far off today, a sheep costs about 10% of the cow. Yeah, then you'll be using the software for salad. If he says a sheep, him and his Yisachim, she cost him a seller 25. Short of money. If he says it's specified how much it's going to cost me, boom, it's going to cost me 100. You have to want to pay for the Yisachim. That includes only the meat part. But you have to pay for the Yisachim in addition to the 100. Take the policy say it's buying a cat 5 slides. Go to the place. Again, same thing. It doesn't include the wine and the oil. I have a style. Go to the style. Go to the cellar. It does not include the wine, oil, and flour. Sharman on a baby Schneider Mono. What if a guy says I'm going to bring one bull that cost me 100? So instead he brought 2, that each one is worth 50. That's no good. Instead of one that cost 100, now see that I owe 50. Even though 50 plus 50 equals 100. Loyalty. Oh, yeah, I saw that he did. He asked me to do this, and it's not to show it. Par, this could help. Par, Hegel, editors put this in earlier, a few minutes before when Mr. says, like 500-600 bucks. Par, Hegel, Ayo, Hayes, Z, Dennis, Best. They're all, the two on the left are cows, the two in the middle are, no, one is an adult sheep. That's the ram Ayo, an adult goat is an Hayes. And then it goes to Keves, which is a female adult. Lea is a baby. Okay, fine. Now, this is a one sorry. Short run of baby Stein, one of them. I feel it says the more. If he donated 100 and he gave 99 times 2, which is 198, 198 does not equal 1 that's 100. He said one is that's 100, he didn't bring one that's 100, he brought one that's 99, and another one that's 99 that does not equal one that equals 100. Pasadena. He says, I want a Pasadena, no good. Shachar, the heavy lover. He says, I want to bring a black sheep, he brought a white one. Love him, baby. Shachar, no good. Each one has its own mila. Oh no, I promised a white lamb. Quick, quick. What is this lump of wool? Beautiful white lump of wool. We'll see. Shachar, baby, love him, baby, Shachar, good, baby, fuck him. Obviously, if he donates a large one, he brings a small one, that's no good. Maybe goes. This is the story that we saw yesterday. This is a Pella, which the Yudhidya says that he understands this even more than the Tanakama. The person says, I'm bringing a small one, maybe go one, brought a large one, that's not what he promised. You don't have to fly Messiah Mana. Rabbi Yomer, Lo Yotze. You promised small, bring small, stick small, don't bring big. So what if large is more expensive? That's not what you relate to. So on the first part, so you know that when the person says Allah, whether he means a sheep or a bird, there's no like this. Each one said what's more expensive, he's supposed to bring the one that's cheaper. I realize Allah the seller is there. The person says that's worth only one seller. The other cat is bring a sheep. She looked at the seller goes there. This is the cheapest one. I don't know what I specified. The seller goes there. You should bring anything that's a seller like flour, levina. You should bring a bull and a cow. Bring a bull, and that includes the eagle, which to me I don't understand 100%. I mean, veal is a much different tasting thing than beef, but okay, you understand the dish for Messiah Mana. 200 includes 100. A large animal includes a small animal. No, it goes like Rebbe that you can't bring a larger animal instead of a small animal. As the Gemara, just think about it. Now, this is the beginning of the Mishnah, and Rebbe is all the way at the end of the Mishnah, so it doesn't flow well. Rebbe in the beginning, Rebbe at the end, and what you have Chacham in the middle. He Rebbe even Seifa, Sharber Mana baby Shnayim Mana Olayotza, and it goes through the whole thing. So it's just quiet. But even Zevin Mana Chasedino, even if it's 99 plus 99, we said 198 is not 100. Shachar baby Lavan, black, and then he brought white, and he brought Shachar, and then he tickled his nose. Lola baby Katan, the large one, the small one, Loya. Katan baby Gadol Yasa, Rebbe overlapped. Oh, finally we have Rebbe all the way at the end that says if he promised to be small and he brought a large animal, no good. So Reish would say for Rabbi, what's the Rabbanon? It's like a sandwich. It doesn't make sense. Rabbi's in the beginning, Rabbi's at the end, but Rabbanon in the middle. In Reish would say for Rabbi, it's the Rabbanon. Dafikama, Dabar is Machogis, Rabbi, Rabbanon, Machogis, Rabbanon, Rabbanon. Have a wonderful day.
America's book is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Jewish Mass, Imi, Barossi, Mishpas Mordechai. We're holding on the top of that quick wall coming out, 3 lines down. So what's going on here? We learned that if somebody says he's going to donate a mincha, it could be one of these 5 menachos. We're not exactly sure which one he meant. He brings them all. It could be that he meant a mixture. Gemara says it can't go according to Rav Shimon, and Gemara says it does go according to Rav Shimon. Is the one that says it can actually be a mixture of cows and chicken. If that's the case, it can't be Rav Shimon. Gemara says, yeah, it could be Rav Shimon. Could be, yeah. You make it now. You say, I don't know exactly how many of each. It could be, maybe I give 5 salads, 5 chicken, whatever it is, whatever my price is, whatever my obligation is, that's what I'm giving. The rest is going to be in a dava, a gift, taco himself. The Gemara says, but how do you do pizza? The Gemara is running into that. Now the Gemara says, but wait a minute. It's every minute you have to bring oil. What do you do with the leftover oil? And if you don't know what to do with the leftover oil, you can't bring this milk at all. What's the problem? If in fact it should mean half and half, the powers of the then the love would be, take the leftover oil, whatever's left over, put it to the power side, not to the repeating of the power side. He's repeating on that. And if he said, now, the problem is, if it's all challah, if it's half and half, put the leftover oil, put it into the challah. He's still repeating on that, but if he said, I'm doing only repeating, Moiser Hashem and Nepal, you have a problem. What do? You give the leftover to the but you pour it into the bag. You can't just make something up. You can't just give it to the Gayanim if you have to pour it into the bag. You can't pour it into the bag. You have to give it to the Gayanim. So you might have an Eitzah. It goes with Shimon Ben Yehuda, also Rishikesh will speak. Besides your Shimon Ben Yehuda, if it goes like him, you have a good Eitzah. What do? Moishkan community. This is also like coming back. What's community? You had a major machlokes, a different sheet, not a machlokes. Rashi over here says it's like a test. Rashi over here says it's a test. Rashi Shmuel says it's puff. Rashi says it's X. The Rambam says it's X. The Chumash, it's a Gimel. Dar says the Kitzur. If you go with most of the sheets, it's more like a puff, upside down, sideways, test. So just missing the little. People say you really meant a puff. It's like a little, a test has a little piece on top, like that, top right corner. Okay, the point is that you write some sort of letter on the house. So this idea, no matter what, even if it's the house, it goes to the ground, even if it's the it goes to the ground. So at the end of the day, you know what to do with the oil. That's not a problem. So think about it. These are the 5 menachos that when a person says stop, he doesn't explain what. He says, I want to bring a milcha. It can be one of these. So the question is, aren't there other menachos? One of the menachos that we spoke about yesterday is called Minchas Nisachim. Minchas Nisachim is a mincha that comes together. It's a little confusing. So towards the end of the second, let's just figure it out. Let's just discuss it. Something comes with every single shlomin and every single oil. Every time you bring a carbon oil or a carbon shlomin, you must bring a minchas nisachim. It includes wine, it includes oil, it includes flour, depending on the size of the animal. So let's say if you're going to go with the smallest animal, you have to bring 3 lug of wine, 3 lug of oil, and one isar of flour. Maybe that's what the guy meant. By the way, this is the point. You could bring the nisachim all by itself, without an animal. I could say, I want to bring the nisachim that you typically bring with the bowl. I want to bring this, which requires more wine. I want to bring the basic one, the one that goes with the sheep. That would be 3 lug of each. 3 lug of yain, 3 lug of shem, reveal. It's called reveal. Misahin. Soilus. Oh, my Rav Kana Rabashi, but even the Safuka, the Minchas is suffering. Perhaps this is maybe when he said a mincha, he didn't mean the 5 benachas that we keep on talking about. Maybe he's talking about the mincha of Nisachim, which you can bring on its own without an animal. So Amarava, as we learned the other day, it's not that other minchas Nisachim, the whole yash, a person, it's not a problem to give an adult to Rabbi Rothschild every single day of your life. So now the Gemara, in order to answer the question, the Gemara is going to basically teach us the difference, the 5 differences that there are between a mincha, soila, and macha. The typical 5 minachas is in the suffering. There are 5 differences. And when you know those 5 differences, the Gemara is saying, the Gemara is arguing that a person is not going to make a mistake between a mincha that has this difference and not. But it teaches us the differences. Simon, one of the differences, Yachid, Siklal, the Vaina, the Loi, the Kamsa. The one, number 1. What we got Yachid, what we got Sibul, and we stop today. We learned that these 5 menachas you can't bring, even if you should, you can't even have a single partner. So certainly you can't be from the whole community, whereas the suffering can be from the whole community. A person is not going to make a mistake. He's not going to say, oh, I don't remember, but there's something that I can't even have a partner, or there's something that I can do with everybody. He won't make this mistake. Another one. He's going to stop the way. He doesn't confuse a mincha that comes all by itself, like the 5 menachas. There's a mincha that can come together with an animal. He'll remember quite well that he donated a mincha that usually goes with sheep, with bulls. It doesn't go by itself. He's going to stop getting another one. The second does not require Levina. He's not going to make that mistake. In his mind, he knows whether it has Levina or not. So anything in Levina, let it happen. Basically, the Gemara is just telling us in a side way, all the nafkaminas, a list of 5 nafkaminas. Pick up a tapkele, Babylon. How many, when you have one of these 5 benachas, how much oil is required? 1 lug. The minimum of an asafim is how many? 3 lugs. But Revi is saying, he goes down to Babylon. I can hear. In his mind, he knows exactly. He knows that he's going to have to schlep a huge amount of oil to the community, just one little pot. Stop the lane, put it to mitzvah. Then if it's mitzvah, loy, tall, stop the lane. Minchas Nesachim does not require a mitzvah. Why not? Think about it for a second. Why does Minchas Nesachim not require a mitzvah? Anybody? Because it all goes under his back. Why do you do mitzvah? Mitzvah means you take a little bit of flour in your hand, and the rest becomes shirayim, and then you can eat the tongue gets eaten. But if the entire thing goes in his back, like the minchas itself and everything, where does the wine go in his back? In the shita. The oil and the flour goes on his back. There's no mitzvah over it. A person is not going to confuse himself between a mincha that has this mitzvah and a mincha that doesn't have this mitzvah. That's why the suffering is out of the question. Don't forget, Gemara. If you're asking, look at the mishnah. If you're asking mincha for this right. This is wild, honest. A guy poor like anything. Doesn't have any money. All he has left is a bag of flour in his house. His wife is going to make a little, bread for the week, and he's going to bring this one bag of flour to the running floor, and that's the Gemara said his nefesh comes from the shama, and because he messed up, he has to bring 1,830 bags of flour. Because he said the wrong thing, and he doesn't know. Rashti Mincha Shel Yisraelim. I said I'm going to bring a mincha of different Yisraelim, and I don't know what I said. But Rabbanon, Rashti Mincha Shel Yisraelim, any day Machirash. You have a mincha Shel Shishim Yisraelim. Didn't I come say, you know what? Oh, where? I said it. I just skipped the 3 words. Look about to be clear. It's not. We're not going still. Is over there? Okay. That those words. Okay. It's very important because it's a little bit. You're guessing it's so good. These words. So maybe just put it in. The back. Okay. Then the back says basically that the whole sugi is because Rabbi holds that said I wanted in one kli. If he wouldn't describe that it's in one kli, then you could put it in 60 different kelim. You put each kli, one Isarim per kli, times 60, and that will get rid of all our problems. Because if you said they want to do the 3 Isarim mincha, it's 3 kelim. If he said 60, here's 60 kelim. The problem is that he said I want it in one kli. I want it in one kli. So perhaps it's 61 kli. Perhaps it's 59 in one kli. So let's do 59 of chayv and 1 of nadav in one kli. You cannot do that. You cannot mix nadav with the chayv in one kli. So now you're stuck. Now you need 60 kelim that each one has a different shear. One has 1, the next one has 2, 3, 4, that's all the way up to 60. According to Rabbi Yomer, Yomi Menachos al Yisraelim me'echad ba'atishim shehein b'kavati b'le'echad al Yisraelim ve'eli yedem ha'pirash. I don't know what I said. Yomi Menachos al Yisraelim Yisraelim Divri Chachamim. I read this. I'm going to read it again. He's going to bring a mincha of 60 Yisraelim only once. 1/60th. Why? Because whatever it is will be in the clean. If I said 20, so 20 out of the 60 should be my mincha that I am tired. The rest, the 40, are going to be another mincha called a minchas nadav, just for fun, just to bring a nadav talking about. Different Rebbe. There is a fun. Rabbi Yomer, what does Rabbi say? Yavi Menachos al Yisraelim me'echad ba'atishim. This is unbelievable. You bring a plea that has 1 Isarim, you bring another plea with 2, another plea with 3, 5, 10, 20, up to 60. Total amount, shehein, elef, shmonim shloshim. How do you do the math? We're going to do it really quick. You take whatever number it is. You do 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. So over here we have to 60. You add a 1, 61. You divide it in 2, it's 30. Take that division. Whatever number you divide it, 30 times the number that you have. 30 times 60 equals 1,800. But there's a 1. It's 1,830. 1,830. Rashti, when you say, Rashti, maybe they're coming for Rashti. Oh, what if I don't even know which one of these 5 it is? Then I have to do everything times 5. So according to Chachamim, you bring 60 in one bowl times 5. So it's 5 times 60. How much is that? 300. According to Rebbe, that is 1,830. It could be any one of these. 1,830 times 5 is how much? Ezra and Barash, Miriam and Barash, Yomi Chamish belongs to Shishim Yisraelim. Shame Shoy Shnei, Diri Chacham. So now you have to bring 5 menachos, each mincha 60 equals 300. Rabbi Yomi Chamish menachos shell, Yisraelim Mechal Ba'Shishim. Now you have to do 5 times 1,830. Saying, Isha Alofim, Umeya V'Hamishim. This is Mamish. V'Atis Hashem L'Kech V'Chol Mo'iskel. Afidu Noikel is Mo'moincha. Hold on a second. A person who brings a mincha is a poor person. He brings one thing. Over here he's going to have to bring 9,150, which is a tremendous amount of money. It's even 15 tons of flour. It's a lot. Yeah, I feel like to call me moincha. Okay, but so now we have 5 mahalchim. We have 5 ways to explain the sugya. 5 ways. Again, what's the machlokes? If a person doesn't know what he donated to the Beis Hamikdash, and it could be 1 through 60, 1 Isarim, 2 Isarim, 60 Israelim. So according to Muhammad, you bring 60, bring the highest number, and you make a condition, you make a t'nai, and you say, Zog the Gemara, Tzorachim. Rebbe says you can't just bring 60 and say, oh, I'm making a condition that if I meant 50, so 50 out of it is Choiva, and 10 of it is the Nadav. It doesn't work. And we're going to see why it doesn't work. There's 5 reasons why, according to Rebbe, that doesn't work. Are you allowed to bring into the Azara mundane things? Why? Because if you have a bowl of flour, and half of it is my mincha, what's the other half? Cannot be in a dava. Why? Because it cannot mix in the same bowl those 2 things. Hold on a second. You can't mix in those 2 things. You can't mix into the bowl 2 different karbanos. Elamai, half of it is my carbon, half of it is just mundane. But you cannot bring mundane into the Beis Hamikdash. You cannot bring coolant into the Azara. No, it doesn't. It never does. It can't. Because No. Rebbe says you can't. You can't make a tnai. Why? Because you cannot bring. First of all, you can't mix. But if you change it in the oven, you have the oven five in one kli. You can't do that. You can have a five in the oven in one kli. You can't touch each other. They can't be mixed with each other. Sorry. It's at the nedava. It's at the nedava and chayva cannot mix. They cannot mix. They're bubbles. You could mix chulin with the chayva, but the problem is that now you brought chulin, apples into these things. You're not going to take the chulin and change it into a chayva. It's not going to change. It is what it is, but it's chulin. And it's in the azara. So now you have simple apples, simple flour in the azara. Rebbe saw about also the happens in azara. You're not permitted to bring chulin to azara. You're about to say, what's the happens in azara? You're not. The question: are you allowed to bring chulin into the azara? Yes or no? Rav Amar. The chulin element also happens in azara. No. So there's another mahal. Mahal number one is what? Shiloh's could have been chulin. No, everybody says Rabbi or Rabbi. The chulin element also happens in azara. Everybody agrees you're not allowed to bring chulin to azara. Another simple machloket. Can you mix in that same bowl the chulin with the chayva in the same bowl? So that sounds over the problem. I can mix the chayva and the other two different menachos into one bowl. So maximum, all you have to bring is 60. Within the 60, I'm going to have part of it is going to be chayva. I'm going to make. I don't know how many. I make it 9. Whatever it is, because you know how many? It's 18. The rest is going to be on the dava. Since it's possible to mix the chayva and the dava, so they'll have to bring one of every type up to 60, 1830. You need to have 2 meters. So the Gemara, the comments. Okay, here's the chayva. This is the dava. My printer, I apologize. The printer's not working this time. Oh, we're going to make a mincha. No, we're not going to make a mincha. We're doing mitzvah. This is 60, sorry. Let's pretend. 60, sorry. So I go like this. Stick my hand in. I flip my hand over. And this is mitzvah number 1. Mitzvah number 1, I'm going to put into this bowl right over here. Now, it's possible that not everything in this bowl is a flavor. Maybe I didn't promise to bring 60. Maybe I promised to bring 30. So I have to take another mitzvah, says another one for the rest of it, which is mincha number 2 in this bowl, which is in the double mincha. And again, do it like this. Turn over. I gotta make sure I don't have too much on this side with my pinky like this. Here, this is my mitzvah. Boom, dump it in there. Great. So now I have a chayva kmitza over here and a double kmitza over here. Next, says the Gemara, when I took my kmitza out the very first time, I went like this, and I put it in here. In this bowl, I have a little bit of my nidava. Because this whole thing is a little bit nidava, a little bit chayva. In my kmitza, there's a little part of it that is nidava. Problem. Why? Because my kmitza needs to be 100% perfect. I can't have too much and I can't have too little. A big part of it is not even a kmitza. It's not even a chayva. Says the Gemara. This guy that donated the 60, whatever he donated, he doesn't say what is what. He says, you know what? Let the client decide. When the client takes out, whatever he takes out, the client has to find the first, whatever he takes out first, that should go towards. Because you don't know which part of the flour is covered, which part is in the oven. It's only decided later. Okay, so the client decides that the first means that he took is chayva. So that gets rid of that problem. On the side, and the second one should be done. Back to Reichemach. Ask the Gemara, big problem. How do you put it on in this day? Look at the double ratio. Check this out. Let's say I take this bowl and I put this on the mizbeach. Okay. The how can I go ahead and put this one on the mizbeach? I cannot put the second bowl on the mizbeach the chayva bowl. Why? Perhaps all 60 in this guy were all what I promised to bring originally. And then what? So now it comes out that this 60 is missing how much? This much. One kmitza that I put in here as an adava is missing off the 60. You cannot bring this guy, the guy, onto the mizbeach if some of this is missing. If an animal comes and eats a little bit out of here, the shirayim is missing. This is shirayim left over. An animal comes and eats. I cannot put this on the mizbeach. Over here, it's not an animal. You took this plastic bowl and put a kmitz in here. You're like an animal. You took some of the shirayim out and put it over here. You have no right to do that. I don't know what to do. Now I can't put this on the mizbeach. Elamai, you put the chayv on first. Put this on first. That's also a problem. So what do you do? So put this guy on first. Put this guy on first. Says Gemara, no, then it'll be a problem. How do you put this on the mizbeach? I need to put this on the mizbeach because perhaps there's nidava in this bowl, the big bowl, and the nidava needs a kmitza, and the kmitza I have to put on the mizbeach, but I can't put this on the mizbeach. Why? Again, we're going with the assumption that perhaps, worst case scenario, all of this 60 in this silver thing is all part of my karba. And therefore, what? The whole Shumenalishim, and I already put this on the Mizbeach, I put this bowl in the Mizbeach. Now it's also, this is the rice to put anything else on the Mizbeach. Let's say I want to be a big tzaddik. I put this kmitza on the Mizbeach, and then 10 minutes later I go into my bowl, I take another kmitza, put it on the Mizbeach. I was over, this is the rice. I am giving Hashem more? No. It says in the Pasuk, the whole Shumenalishim arei b'bal tachtiru. Once there was a fire, once the kmitza went onto the fire, anything in addition to that is this is the right about the kiri. Perhaps what's in this plastic bowl, the nadava part, is not nadava. Perhaps it's just part of the carbon, the carbon. And now I'm sacrificing, I'm being makriv a second time when I'm not allowed to. You only allowed to be makriv once, not twice. That's it. Okay. So says the Gemara. Omar of Yehuda, operator of Shimon Tazi, the mask rule Shemaitzim. You know what you do? This Nidava, you put on the Mizbeach, and you say, if there's a Nidava mincha in this thing, this should be my kmitza. But if not, I'm turning this into wood. I'm allowed to turn this into firewood. I need a burn. The Mizbeach needs fire, it needs fuel. This is fuel. So just like we had it in that sugya, we had it in this sugya, that was, you take this flour right over here, it's Nadava flour, and you say either it's a Nadava, it's a condition, either it's a Nadava, but if it's not, let it be wood. Malish makes all the Rabbi you're allowed to put it up on the Mizbeach. You can't put it as a carbon, you can put it as wood. All the Rabbi Rabbi say, maybe the machlokes is different. Nah. If you're allowed to be ma'ariv a chayvah with another, you know, everybody holds you're allowed to. So if you're allowed to, so what's the problem? According to Rabbi, just bring 60 and say half of it is in the dove, half of it is not. This kufa, what we just said, the part that's in the dove. How do I put it on the mizbeach? If I put it on the mizbeach, it's a problem. I'm being marked on the tzad that it's not in the dove. I'm being marked something from the original copy twice after it was already on the mizbeach once. You can't do a second half province. It's shumenalishim. So they argue whether you can do this trick of switching it into water now. The Rabbi doesn't do it. Okay. So what do you tell him? According to Rebbe, you're allowed to mix a five minute into one bowl, and Rebbe doesn't hold the Rebbe Eliezer. You can't make it into wood. Actually, the mighty sheetim b'chadmona. Oh, if you're allowed, you're permitted to mix the two. So look what I can do. This bowl, I put one isarn in this bowl. This bowl, I have 60. and then I touch them on the top, like this. The flour is touched. What did I gain? I'm going to take the kmitza from over here. One kmitza. I'm going to take one kmitza from here. I save all issues. What was the problem? That I took two kmitzas from here, and the second kmitza I'm going to put on the mizbeach. I didn't take a second one from here. The second one was from a separate bowl. Just what? This second bowl is going to take care of all the nadavas in this bowl. How? By touching. You're allowed to do earbuds. You're allowed to mix. So I'm going to touch here. Touches. This is the kmitza for all the dove in here. This is the kmitza for all the chayv in here. But I'm allowed to bring this on the mizbeach because this is not connected to this at all. It's not the second kmitza from here. It's its own original mincha. Huh? Yeah? No, but it's different bowl. Different bowl. No, they touch. The Gabit Lahalacha, they touch. It's not, they're not. It's in the separate. They didn't go both. They didn't change both. It's not 61 in here. It's 1 in here, 60 in here, and they just touch. It's the touching helps that it's to be pattern, the kmitza from here on there. Amalei, so good I don't play ready with the North. So there's over there, there's my machine, the Khalmona, the Khalmona, who might do the comments. Weird. I went back. Oh, so why did Rebbe not say this? Great answer. Rebbe didn't say this. He also can't do it. Rabbi Omar, another child. The Kula Avim with the Lara, Piper bin Dava, who the Kula Avim is, look the Rebbe Eliezer, the Hall of the Rebbe Eliezer, and Yaakov Rabbanu Gimel again. Another mahal. Again, let's go back. The boy side. Rabbi Machloikis is to Rabbi Bey. If a person got confused and he made neder, he's going to bring him in, and he has no clue what he said, how many Yisraelim. It could be one Yisraelim, it could be up to 60 Yisraelim. So, Rebbe says, a wild idea, he has to bring 60 kalim, and each one has a different amount. 1, 2, 3, a total of 1,830. Why? Why is 60 not enough? Just bring 60 and say, if I said 60, great. But if I said less than 60, so whatever I said is the might, and all the rest of that kli should be in the double. So another pshat. Because Machlokes is in Rabbi Eliezer and Yaakov. It's not. I feel the minchas shishim yisar, nice little shishim look. Yeah, the Machlokes, fundamental Machlokes, how much oil is necessary for 60 yisarei mincha? Either 60 lugim or 1 look. And the Mela, that answers the question. What's the answer? Because it's in this bowl right over here, there's a mincha chayva and a mincha netava. So according to one man you'd need 2 lug, 2 separate menachos. According to one man you need 1. We don't know. It's either 1 mincha or 2 menachos. The Mela, that's the shaila. How much oil to bring? You bring 1 lug or 2 lug? And since I don't know, you can't bring the mincha. You have to do it all. You have to go all the way to 1830. If it's a large mincha of 60, all you need is 1 lug. So you either need 1 lug or 2 lug. According to Rabbanan, in the 60 bowl, you need 60 lug of oil. And Rebbe holds, no, you only need 1 lug for 60. But since this is possible, that's 2 different minchas, you need 2 lug. But what if it's only 1 mincha? So you need 1 lug. So now I'm confused. I don't know if I should bring 1 or 2. I don't know if it's 1 mincha, all it needs is 1 lug. Or it's 2. This one I relate to the most. This is like mamish easy. What's Machlokes? Super easy. Everybody's not going to understand. No one here is going to understand Rebbe. The shaila is, if a person says, I want to bring 1 isarin of a mincha, can I bring 60? Done. Why not? I want to be large. I said I'm going to bring 1 bag of flour. I'm going to bring 60. Rebbe says, you know how to do that. That's not your neder. Neder is 1, stick to your neder. Memela, I can't bring a 60 bowl. So for every mincha that it's possible, I have to make every single possibility. 60 possibilities. That's it. Because of maybe Golgi, he didn't make it up for Rashi because they argue about the same exact thing by an animal. Maybe go to Yotza, Rabbi Sava Yotza. But if Ligubal, Kaduzimna, Mamish, this exact Machlokes, the same two, the Tanakama and Rebbe, it's not. Father, maybe God he donated. He said he's going to bring a small bull, small one, 1,000-pounder. Baby God will bring 2,000-pounder. Yata. Rabbi Yata, you believe this? You can't bring larger than you were neither. So what's the difference between a mincha and a bull? Tzricha. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. There's one kmitza for 60 sar mincha, there's one kmitza for a 1 sar. The kmitza, what goes on his back, is identical in size. But also by animals, when the fishing murim, the murim that we bring onto his back, he's supposed to bring the innards, the koyos, the skirt steak, all these things. As large as the animal is, that's how much, that's how, comparatively speaking, the murim are going to be larger. 2,000-pound animals, the murim are going to be double. That's why you changed your nether. You said you're going to bring 100 pounds of the murim onto his back, and you brought 200 pounds. Maybe Chacham was green that case, so you can't do that. Maybe Rebbe only said it by an animal, so you're literally bringing more onto his back. But when it comes to a mincha, maybe he admits Rabban. Should we do the Mishnah? We can do the Mishnah. This is the only kind of chapter of our side that there's a simon before a Mishnah. I looked it up this morning. In the Mishnah, obviously there's no simon. The simon is an Amoraim kind of thing. Maybe a bunch of bread. I don't know. Simon, Eitzim, Zov, Yain, Oilo, Toida. Sorry, these are all part of a lot of the next Mishnah. This Mishnah says, I realize Eitzim, if the person says, I want to bring wood. Yeah. He has to bring at least 2 pieces that have to do with the Mizbeach. 2 pieces. The size of the Mizbeach. You know, the size that you bring in the morning. So even if there's snakes here. And if he says, I'm going to bring frankincense, says the Gemara. Says the Mishnah. If a person donates to Levaina, he means 1 kmitza like this. Says the Mishnah, there are in fact 5 different kmitzas when it comes to Levaina. When a person says, I'm accepting upon myself Levaina, he shouldn't give less than 1 kmitza. I mean, not the mincha, and any mincha, the 5 minchas that we saw, the soilers, macheshes, machbas, chalos are kikin, yavim of payments levaina, should have 1 kmitza of levaina. Hamal is hapamis bachutz. If you take this kmitza of levaina and you makriv it in your house, chayav. Same thing it would be if you take this kmitza, put it on the mizbech for not the right reason. Shnei bezichin. What's the 2 bezichin Rabbi side? Take a look at this to remind the Olam. I was thinking to myself that before we learned Menachos, we weren't all very familiar with the Shulchan. And the Bezichin, if you said Bezichin to somebody, ask Yeshiva guy, what's Bezichin? Bezichin, Shmezichin, it's Bezichin. It's the 2 spoons, and in each spoon there's 1 kmitza worth of Levaina. I realize Zav, if a person says, I'm going to donate gold, it shouldn't be less than the minimum small coin of Zav. Kesef, if it says silver, it should be 1 dinar of Kesef. If do not bring the smallest coin of copper, that's not proper. If a person says, I don't know what I specified, yeah, maybe this is beautiful. Maybe that's keep on giving. And then when it comes to 100,000, 2,000, 5,000, no, that can't be that much. Rabbi say, have a wonderful day.
Merit the Spliff of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Rothschild. We're only a brand new parent. That's the talent of this. I realize this is no Kiddush at all. If a person uses a singular lesson, I realize sorry. I take upon myself to bring 1 Isarid. You should bring 1. If he says plural, it's very nice. Yavi Shnai. So this is a little bit more of a finish. That he only brings two, he doesn't bring more than two. Minimum of the plural is two, and it's not more than two. Pay attention. This case is going to be brought down twice in the Mishnah. Pirashti, the Eini Yodea Mapirash. I said I'm going to bring him one, but I had no clue what I said. So, unfortunately for him, Yavi Shishim Asarim. The most, the person you bring in one mincha is 16 Asarim. So perhaps he says 60 Asarim. We don't know. Now, what if he said 59, not 60? How can he bring 60? 59 is the fight. One is an adava. 59 is for his obligation. Let's say he says 30. 30 is his obligation. The other 30 is not his obligation. And they're all in one sleep. What do? You do the classic, which is a tonight. Say, whatever, if I give him 30, so the 30 is my fight, the rest I'm giving it as double. Whatever my fight is, that's what I'm giving. And whatever's in the plea, the leftover, that will be, you have to make a condition. You have to specify. Harei Olai Mincha. What if a person doesn't say what kind of mincha? So there are 5 classics. And you bring one of these 5, Yavi Tesis you. You bring anyone you want. Yavi Minchas Hasodas. No. One. This is the default. There's a default mincha. If you don't specify what, so the default is a Minchas Hasodas number 1 on the list. That's the most special, that's the default. So, Yavi Mincha or Mincha. So, the person says, how much is that? Mincha, 1. Or he says, min hamincha. He doesn't say mine, he says min. A type of, which is 1, singular. Min is singular. Hamincha singular. So there's 2 cases. Min mincha. Min mincha is 1. It's singular. Min minachais is 2. That's the next thing. Minachais. Oi, min minachais, plural. That's in his lashon. His lashon is minachais, which means 2, so he brings 2. The Gemara is just going to ask and actually make a whole thing out of it. What if he says Gimel? Harei Olai Mine Mincha. Mine seems like 2. Mincha seems like 1. It's a contradiction in his words. What do you do? So how many? Okay, so Gemara's going to go through the question, explain it nicely, try to learn from the first case, try to learn from the second case, try to learn from a different case. So let's see, we'll see the Gemara. I'm just throwing it out here because we just said 2 cases. I'm throwing out the 3rd case. You don't get all the Mishnah. Aleph and Beis is in the Mishnah that we just read. Min mincha, min minachas. Simplest of the simplest. Pirashti ve'eini yudea ezimem pirashti. I said I'm going to bring one of these 5. I might have said a machas, I might have said a machas. I have no clue what I said. So, unfortunately, never to you, you have to bring all 5. Now, this seems very, very similar to the first case of the Mishnah. And it might be the same. One of my takes in the Gemara if it's different or not. Pirashti mincha shel Yisraelim. Ve'eini yodea kama pirashti. I said there's going to be at least 1 Isarim, maybe 2 Yisraelim, maybe 5. Yavi Shishim Isarim. So, because I don't know what I said, and the maximum is 60, I bring 60. Rabbi Yomer, Yavi Menachos, Shalos Roinois, Me'echad Ve'ad Shishim. Rabbi, this is unbelievable. This guy messed up royally. Mamish messed up. Instead of him bringing 3 Yisroelim, he has to bring a plea that has 1 Yisroel in it, he might have said 1. He has to bring another plea that has 2. He has to bring another plea that has 3. And another flea that has 4, 5, 6, 10, 31. Another flea that has 52. Another flea that has 59. And finally, a flea that has 60. So how do you do the math? Very, very simple. We have 60. Rabbi says 60. Our number is 60. So you take 60, divide it in half. That's 30. How much is 3 times 6 just for Cardiff people? 18. So it's 30 times 60 is how much? 1,800. But there's 1. You have to add 1. So it's 30 plus 1 is another 30. So it's 1,830. That's the number. That's the number of Israelim that you need. 1,830. So Shita. Says Gemara on the first line of the Mishnah. First it says, Harei alai Isarai. A kid in kindergarten knows that it means 1. Shita. Says the Gemara, you're right. Israel is Yavi Shtayim is It's the second case that's important. And that's a little
What up, Zoot?
That's also partially hard to understand exactly the fact
How you living, Sam?
That's one way to read it. That is a finish that not more than 2.
Okay,
That's
well,
the minimum of
how are you?
2, but not more than 2. Okay.
Excellent, man. Well, I want you to know that I love you and I support you. And I'm going to beat the living balls off of you in dice party right now. Are you ready?
I said I'm going to bring it. I have no idea. So it says Yavi Shishim Misarim. And then look at this. It says it again. Pirash the Yavi Shishim Misarim.
All right.
Pirash, it's not the same word.
Are you ready to lose?
But over here you have Rabbi Omer, Yavi Rothschild, right in. You do one
No, dude, you got to be like, no, I'm ready to win.
It's equals 1,830. So what's the difference between the ratio?
There you go, big man. Maybe the greatest girl. This is actually the worst.
The first, the blue part, the top, Kirashi, any of them are Kirashi, and it's just one sheet.
Give me a 4,
it's
dog.
not going according to Rebbe.
Dude, I'm already fucked.
Rebbe says Mefurish, you should do 1 plus 2 plus 3.
Maybe the worst start in the history of the game.
No. It's 2 different cases. I feel the time with Rebbe. The case is, Boimer Kirashi is very nice. I believe
the worst start with me.
the first case is, I said I'm going to bring a certain amount of flour, but I never said in how many vessels. The Maisi Shita Misrael is B'Shita money. So what you have to do is, you bring 60 Sarah, but just in 60 Caliph. 60. So you don't gain anything in terms of.
You know this game is over.
But only each pack gets 1 Isarim for a total of 60. Worst comes to worst, what? You said 39? So you take 39 bowls.
You gotta get 4
That's your thing. You don't have to do in each bowl 2, and then the second bowl 3.
Even
4,
better, son.
You don't have to do that. Each bowl is just gonna have 1 Isarim. Just make sure you have 60 bowls, and then you cover all your bases. But you ain't getting the rate in the safe one. We said
3, 4, 5, 6,
a certain amount, and each amount was by itself in a bowl. So if each amount is by itself in a bowl, so now it's possible 39 Yisar in one bowl, 52 Yisar in one bowl, 7 in one bowl. So now if you go through 160, every bowl is a different amount. If I didn't
Where do you think you left your
that bowl is important, then I could just bring 1 Yisar per bowl. Those are the 2 cases.
Where do you think you left your debit card?
Let's do this again. I never said how many vessels. The money then, and I could just bring 60 different vessels. We had reviewed the argument on this and says, no, if I say mincha, you can't bring any one of the 5 you want. There's a default, there's a and the default is service. What's the question? The review says, it's the most important one. Why? So maybe the pshat is, we're starting off saying, the first mincha mentioned, the Torah is mincha soilis.
I think this is a good break.
If what the Torah says first is the most important, then every time a person says oila, I'm bringing oila, you must bring a cow, which is super expensive versus a sheep. If he says, so in Yavi Kevin, you can't bring a goat, he has to bring a sheep. Why? Because he mentioned
answers the first. When he says that I'm going to bring a bird, you'll be tired. You should bring a fire, not a dog, not a pigeon. Oil, that's first in the fire. But the fact is, I'm almost not. It says the Mishnah, first is Oila, you can bring a sheep, not a cow. According to what you're saying, it should be a cow because it's first in the fire. The husband is Ayoyim, it's fire in the Yarn, you can bring whatever you want. They call you Rabbi Rothschild doesn't argue. So we have to say Pshat, what he says in the Mishnah that the reason why you bring a Soilas is because that is special. Unless they Shem Levi, it doesn't have another name. Like if somebody says, I'm doing the daf, doing daf. What does daf mean? Daf means daf yoimi. It doesn't mean any other kind of daf that there is. You have in Eretz Yisrael, you have in a school, you have a daf kesher, you have a daf this, that. No, it's one thing. Check this out. Typical mincha in the pasuk says it's called minchas marcheshes. How does the Torah call soilos? It's not called minchas soilos. It's called minchal Hashem. Soilus here korbanim. It's not a mincha soilus. It's by itself. It doesn't say the word mincha. Soilus. There's nothing accompanying it. It's by itself. So when a person says mincha, he means soilus. The problem is, you just said the reason is because it's the first in the pasuk. In other words, the main reason is because it doesn't have an accompanying name. That's the main thing. But how do I remember? It's the first one that the Torah starts off with. Pshita. Because the Soilus Kama. You're telling me we're talking about Soilus. Simon Ba'alma. This is Rabbi Rothschild. Okay. Mincha, mincha. So here's the question again. So let's just see it again.
Rabbi, what are you going to play?
Here are the two. Sorry, not this one. These are the two cases in the Mishnah.
You heard the question?
Mincha.
Yeah.
Anybody knows Hebrew? Simple. TikTok. Mincha is very, very singular. It means one. Minachais means two. Although you can. Okay. Boy, Papa. Mine mincha. What if you ask? Case number 3 in the bottom. Gimel.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So one and mine means 2. Mincha means 1. So what do you do? So the Gemara explains the question. Even though my mine, how are they going to what my mincha?
That is terrible.
It seems like a contradiction, and you should do Palgin the Gura like yes. No.
Yeah, big dog.
I think I just got one of those schools for the shots though.
And at the end, the Torah calls him the singular lashon. I have no idea where he is. He disappeared. That's the question or not?
No, those are the first shots would be
Perhaps mincha means what? Why did he say plural in the beginning? From all the 5 types, I want to bring one. Hushma. Huh? Okay. I got it. Toshma. Mincha. Mincha. Yavya. So, basically, all the Gemara is doing, let's just do this on the thing for a second. The Gemara says, take a look at case Aleph, all in the top. It says mincha. So, and that's one. Mashma, let's just do it outside, very simple. Mashma from case Aleph. If you change the word a little bit, and instead of saying min, you do mine. Only Aleph means 1, but anything different than Aleph should be 2. So what's the classic Gemara gonna ask? But from case Beis is Mashma. That is only minachos is 2. But if you change the wording, the mini mincha is gonna be 1. So the kids are what he's going to say, you're right. Since I can't go from there, what? Since it's a little bit of a crowd, Aleph is mashma. That's 2. Base is mashma. That is 1. So we're not going to learn from our Mishnah. Toshma from our Mishnah. It says mincha, mincha. Yoviach. How many mincha? But if I change it to case gimel, shtayim. Otherwise, it would have said case gimel in the Mishnah. No, I'm a sefer. Let's look from the sefer. Minachos. Min minachos. The first thing is harelai min minachos. In that case, the middle case is good. So I can infer how many minachos, but if I change the wording around, Ella mahal. I can't learn enough from the duration of the sefer, so let's go by Toshma. Over here, the only difference that changes now is one case in this price. I don't have 2 cases. So I'm going to do the same exact thing again. But I don't have
oh, it's master from the rich like this, from the same like that. Over here, you just have a safe. Have case base. It says in the price of min minach is alike. Yovish de minach is min minacha. You bring two. Oh, but if I change the wording around, the mini mincha, I'll only bring one. Oh, the mini mincha. So tomorrow, perhaps you should infer slightly different, and then I don't have a good outcome. But what? You're right. Case Gimel is going to be a different case base. What's the outcome of case base that you bring two? So you want to infer that case Gimel, you bring one. No, baby, case Gimel, you bring one.
You're 100% sure?
Total two, but from different types. That's basically what Gil was saying before.
Yep.
Minei mincha, different types of minachas. One from two different types. One marcheshes, one machas. Where case base is going to be two from the same type. Maybe you stay with the same meaning. So maybe I can. The holy Tanya, but we don't learn like that in the Bryce. It says min minachas a lie. Where's that? Oh, this I had to do a little surgery myself. Min minachas a lie. Case number one on top. Case Aleph. Maybe Shtei Menachos, Min Minachos. He has to bring two Menachos, but from one type. Mini Menachos alike, case base. Mini Menachos. Maybe Shtei Menachos, Shtei Mini. 1 times 2. 1 Mincha from 2 Mini. I wrote this. Oh, Mini Mincha. But our case. I really like Mini Mincha. Should only bring one? Look. The two top cases is 2, but I can infer that if I change the wording around a little bit to be 1. Gemara Dilma Homani no, maybe this was like Shimon. That's the house what's the repeating. We had Shimon many times in this.
Look at this move.
At least 3. I think more. But we had him a bunch of times. So what? That if a person, you have 5 in office. Check out number 4, number 5. Number 4 and 5 is together. Shimon actually says that you can mix and match. That's important for our sugi now. Just go back a little bit to Zara. College and Rikikin. One, the Tanakama holds no. He says no, you can only bring 10 cows. 4 and Rikikin. Rishon says no. In fact, you can bring 5 cows and 5 Rikikin. You can't do that with Marcheshes and cows or Silas and cows. But cows and Rikikin, you can mix and match. You can do 6 and 4 if you want. 1 and 9, whatever you want.
Are you happy?
So Emmanuel, this wording, Shimon says, you know what?
Are you sure?
It's different types in 1 minute. A cow is a rikikin, meaning in 1 minute. My meaning is
this game is over.
One and now we messed the house once rikikin. Oh, you cannot mix it now. Maybe they mean they in fact hold that's the main types of if a person has no idea what mincha he said, it might have said a silence, he might have said a mouth.
You're really going for that. Full house, right?
The lawyer group, this does not go like Shimon.
What are you doing?
Super simple. Check this out. What do we have on the screen here? 5 types of minachos. So if the guy doesn't know what he said, he has to bring 5. How many chalas will he bring? 10. How many rikikin does he bring? 10. The problem is, what if he try to mix the chalas and rikikin? 5 of each. So he has to bring 5 chalas and 5 rikikin. So that's already 6 varieties. And what if he said 6 and 4? So that's 7 varieties. What? The combinations that are available to you are 14 total. Why? The 5 that we have on the screen, but the bottom 2, number 4 and 5, Rikikin and Chalas, you can mix and match. So, L'mashal, only according to Reb Shimon, here, you would have to typically bring 10 Rikikin and 10 Chalas. That's normal. But what if he said 1 Rakik and 9 Chalas? You have to bring 1 and 9.
Guess what?
The guy, is he allowed to say, according to Reb Shimon, is he allowed to say 1 Rakik and 9 Chalas? You're allowed to mix. So he has to bring this. Maybe he said this. The guy who was the guy says, I brought him in, I forgot what he said. So maybe you said 1 Rakik and 9 Chalas. So bring 1 Rakik and 9 Chalas. But maybe you
1,
said 2
2,
rocky
3,
in
4,
Challah.
5.
You have to bring that. That's another variety. And another variety. How many total combinations are there, Rabbi Isai? 9. This is 9 and 1. 1 and 9. So there's only 9 varieties. Plus, there's another 2. 10. 10 and 0 of Rakik. 10 and 0 of Kalos. So that's 11. Plus 3 more, which are, let's go back to the 3 more, the top ones. So this Makas Macheshes, a total of 14. Is everybody with me? We have to do Chazara. Abaya Omar. Afidu Tamer Reb Shimon. No, it could go like Reb Shimon. Then what? Nachamol. We said that you could bring 5 and up. That's in the Mishnah. You could bring all 5. According to Reb Shimon, you have to bring 14 because there's another 9 per meter. What? What? Combinations. There's another 9 combinations. So it can't be Reb Shimon. It says no, it could be Reb Shimon. Bring 5. Rabbi said bring 5. 10 chalois, 10 rikikin, and make it 9. Say if it was 1 from here and 9 from here, or 2 from here and 8 from there, what's the problem? All you need to do is make it a condition. Maybe Hashem. So Baruch Hashem Rashi, if Rashi does it short, I'm also going to do it short. He doesn't go. It's a little bit of a complicated situation. This guy is having a terrible, terrible day. He's not sure if he's a mitzayra, like a muklad and a musgar. He's one or the other, and he's not sure if he's a nazir. He's completely confused. Now, no. He is both of these. He just doesn't know if he's a real nazir or a fake nazir. This guy's a nazir. He's 100% a nazir. He doesn't know if he went to when he was in the funeral, did he touch the body? Did he do oil? He doesn't know. So what should he do? Think about it. If he knows for sure that he touched the dead body, what does he do? Gets a haircut, starts all over again. Brings korbanos, starts all over. But he cannot do that. You can't just take a haircut while you're a nazir. If you're a nazir and you take a haircut, you over into the raisa. If you knew for sure, okay. So what does he do? Very simple. He waits till the end of the 30 days. Typical nazir is 30. Waits the 30. Gets a haircut. Because anyways, you would have to get a haircut even if he was a nazir. And then he starts over again. So he has another 60 days. At the same time, he also doesn't know if he's a mitzvah, muchla, or muskar, to try and put him in for 2 weeks. So, is he a complete mitzvah or not? Okay, bottom line is, you have a guy that's very confused here. And he's supposed to bring, it says over here, the machras after day 60, 61. Maybe you should bring a carbon asham like a nazir does, with the oil that a nazir, everybody knows, nazir, yeah? The famous videos that we have. Put it on the finger, on this, on his head. Boimer. And he makes a condition. You see, Reb Shimon says he's going to make a condition. You know what? If I'm a mitzayra, so Hashem is able to be bring the carbon Hashem. Hashem say Hashem in the Dava. If not, my Hashem is not a Hashem. My Hashem is a Shlamim. Let's think about it. Everybody knows the answer to this. We're just going to keep it Zara. Hashem is in what category? Kachi or Kachi? Hashem. Huh? Let's ask the 11-year-old, Ahmed Ari. What do you say? Kachi. What do you say? Okay, Kachi. I go with the kid. It's Kachi. What's Shlamim?
It's like basically.
So we have a big problem. There's big differences between the two. You can't take a Hashem and say, oh, it should be a Shlamim. So you have to be machmer in each one, whatever form it has. For instance, Hashem, don't you do it tougher. A Kachi, a Chakos, an Hashem, and a Shalmi, Tzibur. You can only do Shvita on the north part of the Hazara. A Shlamim you can do in the south. But it doesn't matter. Let's just be machmir and say this animal, since it might be an Asham, let's check it only in the top. And you go through the whole process of the Tzayru, Matan Bahoinos, and you put the oil on his thumb and his big finger. The whole thing. Now this is not for this is only for
I would love your
Shlamim. So you lean on it. Soften between wines is not for enough. Right? Every shlamim and every oil that gets in soften. This is only for shlamim that you lift it up. And the shaykh in the air, you do the whole na'nun. Now this is for how long will you eat kachim for? only for one day. How long can you eat shlamim for? 2 days. So what do? You only eat it for 1 day.
Come on, baby.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
Baby.
Come on, baby. 2 days and only eat for 1 day.
One short
Let's see if this is a hard one. I don't know if this is hard. No, if you take something,
This game is over.
and only eat it for 1 day, it's a problem. Why is it a problem? What is it called? The problem? Great noise, sir. So what is it called? Race of soup. Exactly. Puzzle race of soup. Baby puzzle race of soup. So,
Okay, where are we going?
this is good college. I love it. What does it say?
They're gonna play.
It's another way. The time of the Gemara, they didn't call it Masechtas Vachim. They called it Shchitas Kachim. I'm learning what Masechtas you're learning. Shchitas Kachim. That's the Masechtas. So even though
You gotta play something.
Even though we already took this apart in Zvachim.
No,
just play something so the game's over.
When did Reb Shimon say that you could do this all with Akuni Gavro? This is the help of human being that's in a bad sorrow. He's having a bad day. He's in sorrow. He's making himself.
All right, 9 ball.
So we have a fix for him. You can't tell somebody make a t'nai on your carbon when it doesn't really help anybody.
Do you want to say when
says
the break?
Is the answer. When is it a big problem and you can only do when you're helping somebody out to fix his life? It's by shlamim because you took something of carbon. You have 200 pounds of meat, and you just said, I'm limiting it. You could only eat the meat for 1 day. That's a big problem. The expiration date, you shorten the expiration date, it's terrible. But a mincha, all the minchas are the same exact date. This is, they're all for 1 day. A mincha you can only eat 1 day, so I didn't mess anything up. Papa says that. So this video, believe it or not,
All right, 9 balls.
as soon as it is, it's really going to explain the sugya beautifully. Because I wanted to bring 2 bags of flour.
Are you ready?
I said, you know what? I don't need to because this guy did a very good job here. Okay, where was it? Here. Basically, think about it. For the Rikikin, I have to bring a bag of flour. For the Chalas, I have to bring a bag of flour. Where am I doing my kmitza from? I'm making it tonight. But if I decided to bring half and half Chalas, half this, so half should be a nether, half should be the dog.
I don't really think so.
I'm bringing 10 loaves of challah, 10 loaves of Rikikin, and I start making conditions.
I'm going to show you sheer dominance.
So the 8 and 2 should be my real thing, and the rest should be
Rabbi,
and if it's 5 and 5, the 5 and 5 should be my
Yes,
real
sir.
carbon. Yes, sir. But I have 2 separate bags of Isar. I made my flowers out of 1 bag of flour, and I made my Rikikin out of 1 bag of flour. How am I doing my
No way you
pizza?
get that.
How am I mixing it? Here, check this out. This might explain a little bit better than what I just tried.
I need to bring a mincha for chova and a mincha for nedava. Okay, so we need an isaron of solet and an isaron of yoyim for each one. What is the chova and what is the nedava? Half from here for chova and half for nedava, and half from here for chova and half from here for nedava.
No way you get it. It was garbage.
You said one here is nedava and one is chova. How can you divide the kli of solet and the kli with the shemen like that? I hold like Rabbi Shimon.
Okay. You bring 1 Isar for 2, or in other words, 1 Isar for each type.
No.
1 look for each
I
type.
got sexual footage just to make it feel better.
So the Gemara is not a problem. We don't let Reb Shimon the Omar maybe Isar Nachem Shnei Yisrael noise. The Lug Echad the Shnei Lugin Yatsa. That was Reb Shimon holds in a completely different case. Listen to this. The person says, I'm going to bring
What do I
1
do?
Isar. He ends up bringing 2 in 2 separate vessels.
Did the husband also get a job?
Half from here and half from here.
Yep, for 3 years.
You don't have 1 together. You have a half here and half here. He says it's okay. So here also it's okay.
Or maybe, maybe they, he was
You don't
sentenced to
have
3 years or something, and
you
then
don't
they
have everything together.
delayed it, and
You
he's gonna
have
have to go to
a
jail or
mixture
something.
of chayva and a dava in one bowl, and a mixture of chayva and a dava in another one. Where do you eat pizza from? The masnig Omar makes a condition. If I said I'm only going to bring chalas by themselves,
Do you have to spend
by
sentences
themselves.
over
The commitzvah chalas love chalas. Whatever I take pizza from the chalas from the challah. The commitzvah redeem love everything. But if what I promised was half and half or whatever combination, whatever commitment I take, it should be for the part of the nedava and the part of the nether. Part of my commitment will be for the nedava, part will be for the nether. That's the Gemara. But you need one commitment for both. It should all be. We said once. I'll just we don't have time here. But you do something like this. You take the challah, you break it up into pieces. You take the thing, and then once you have all the pieces of the challah and repeat together, one bowl, you do a pizza like that. But it should be one pizza from everything mixed in.
Yeah, but ours you get video. Like, I'm not saying straight, but they're like video games, television, and like you guys are hard labor that shit. I understand. Lindy Chamberlain was shown with the hard labor.
Have a wonderful.
I mean, both are terrible. Yeah, like in some places.
We have that here too.
Oh, okay. Ours is worse. Dude, are you seeing this performance?
We're discussing. How do you know that a mincha can only be 60 isarin and not 61?
Dude, are you seeing this performance?
The Gemara says because you can't mix it. Ask the Gemara the famous question. This is the famous Yisoid in all of Shas. It comes from right over here. 7-8 lines from the bottom.
It's over, Zoot. Devastating.
Who cares? So you can't mix it. You don't have to mix it. But now we learned in the Mishnah, you don't have to mix it. So you could even pile up 61 Isar, 65 Isar, and you don't have to mix it. Why? From the fact that you can't mix it, tell me that 60 is the limit. This is so used in many different applications, but it starts off over here. If you could mix it, then the mixing is not mine. What's that? If you can't mix it,
she would have been like with a baby killer and all that prison.
And that's why it's possible. But if you could mix it, then you don't have to mix it. Many different applications.
Yeah, that kind of woman's prison. That's probably the worst.
I got it there. Maisa b'pirda akas shebesrebi shemesa. There was a mule that died. Vishiru chachamim is dama b'revis. They said it's metama.
Are you proud of that shot, Zoot?
So Shaila here is metama with the rice with the rabbanon. We're going to see at the end.
Yeah, I'm seeing the women in the kid.
We're holding
prison children, just
Al-Dam Nevelos, the blood of a dead horse, shoot tar. It's tar, not vomit. Baruch Shovim Seiro, Maisavoy Nocharim, Ardiyois, La Royois, Vistaria Shalmela. I'll just show you the video because I can't even explain it. Here.
Look how good a shot that is. Dude, are you watching this? Are you watching how good I am? And how good looking I am? Look at this. Look how good this is. Dude, are you seeing this? Dude, are you seeing this thing up the table? But dude, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this thing up the table here? Just unbelievable gameplay. Dude, This is
wild
incredible,
on
dude.
the lions, this Darius Shambhala. But you either go and shake him at
Dude, are you seeing this?
Why so much blood they would go up into the
Why do you think the place went so hard off
the other we go and you came from all over
they wanted to go off the
he said, be careful of Tumah.
That I don't know.
Ishtik, Rabbi didn't know what to say.
All I know is that I have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. And I just hit it. Dude, are you seeing this? Dude, are you seeing this? Dude, this game is over. This game is over. I just gave you the land. You're welcome.
It's 3 levels.
Basically impossible for you to miss this shot.
Of poverty.
It is the easiest shot
He doesn't have
maybe
money, he doesn't
ever.
have any real estate, he doesn't have a house.
Game over. Zoo wins.
That's
What
very important.
a devastating miss.
Last line on a base, somebody that purchases enough to eat from week to week. It's a pachad. You don't know what's going to happen. At the end of the week, you don't know if you're going to make money this week.
And I lost. Oh no, I scratched.
Somebody who makes money from day to day. You live not from month to month. A lot of people live month to month.
It's
He
over.
lives from day to day. If he's sick one day, he goes to the bakery, and he buys whatever he can buy for that day. Oh, Gabra and me, Rabivi, I'm the worst of the worst.
You want
So
to
it
play
says in the
mini?
Gemara that a person who has diabetes of parnasa or any kind of diabetes, he can't focus. He's just not focused.
Dude, you know I'm like the best mini golf player of all time. Go ahead, Zoo.
Are
you proud of that shot? Don't hit the tree.
And he's asking like his own sack. It's not.
Dude, your shot sucks.
5 things that.
Did you got a tree in your way?
Dam the Velos. Shaman Mitar, Basil, Taman. Here, Basil is Mitamas. That's why he said it's time. He went with Basil, the Sumer Basil. Homer is a review.
I didn't do anything to hurt
It's
you.
not Stam that's Tame. Whatever. It has to be revealed. Why? Oh, the Yochel Likroish, Velama of Design. It could congeal and
Dude,
become
just wait, man.
the sign of Design.
You know better at this than right?
So here goes. Get your papers ready. This is the Shema. The amount of wine that goes together with a sheep is 3 lug, 3 barrels. With the Nile, around 4 barrels. You're getting drunker and drunker as it goes on. The cow is 6. So you have 3, 4, and 6. Communion Godol. Dalit, Vav, Lamed is look. Stop. So,
That was a terrible shot.
if a person makes an Adama that's going to bring 1 lug, it's not on this list. Out. 2 lug, not on this list. Done. 3, it's perfect. 4, 5, I don't know what to do with. 6, great. What about 7? What about 7? I've always 7.
Shoot.
It's 3 and 4. 3 and 4, 7. What about 8? 4 and 4. What about 9? How do you get to 10? 6 and 4. Raise your paper. 6 and 4. No. I've always said, how do you get to 11? 4,
No,
4,
guys, it's going to
and
be
3.
here in the next 30 minutes.
4, 4 is 8. Plus 3 is how much? 11. How do you get it? Boys, here's one last one. Write it down and pick up your paper. No talking, even if you don't have a pen. How do you get to 13? 13. You can't look at this. Okay, 13 is this right over here. 6 plus 4 is 10. Plus 3 is 13. Okay, give out. 13 is a double. It's a double. Oh, double. Thank you. Very good. 13 is a double. Amos Nazmaluk. Gimel Dalet. Perfect. 13 is a double. Gimel Dalet. Vav. Look it. Works.
Dude, what did you think of my
Amos
shot?
Nazmaluk. One is not on this chart. It's not on the list. Shnaim, no good. The Chamisha, no good.
Dude, look how good this shot is. Maybe one of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Do you see this shot?
You see this shot? It worked.
Dude, rank this shot 0 to 10.
And anything above 6, you have a combination. If it's 7, it's 3 plus 4. And it keeps on going. You boil it.
Zoot.
Yesh Keval and Sachim,
That's a terrible shot.
simple question. Do they all have to be in one kli, or you can divide it? So, Hechidami, the Gemara explains the question.
I give it a 10.
It sounds like scary words.
Nine.
Simple question. Hechidami, what's the
Right.
you mean? Like, in what?
Right.
In the IC time show, what if he brings 5 and says, I want to bring 5? The Gemara's going to ask. He says in the Mishnah, no. Okay, if you cannot separate it, you cannot divide it, so now you have 5. You have to wait. Sorry. It's not completely. You could separate. You could separate. So you have 5. So what do? You take 4 and you give it for the
There's
aisle.
a what?
Like it's for the aisle. So it works.
Petition to raise the
And now,
Ranger
what do you
consent
do
in
with
the
the
UK to
one that's
18.
left over?
Oh, what is it
It's
now?
a part of it for carbon
16.
Yeah,
Okay.
but if you say that
The
it's
last time it was
stuck
changed was
in the cleat,
1885.
you can't move it.
When,
You can't
what was it
divide
changed to
you
in
can't separate
1885?
until you get
16 in
to 6. Bring
1985.
another bottle from home. You'll have 6.
Okay, but I mean, what was it before that?
You can't say, 5. If I can bring 4, it's only like you bring 5. So let me take 4, and I'll put 1 on the side. No, it doesn't work like that. It's Yeshkeva, it's stuck in the
Zoot. Why did I do that?
So, the way it worked in the Beis HaMikdash, you had shifaros. You had these things in the shape of a shofar. It's the whole thing in Shkolim. As you can see, number 13, 12, 11, it says Nadava, Moisar, Osham, Mitzor, Moisar, Nazir, Moisar, Osham, and the rest of the people, they had different monies in their pocket that for different things. So they go for the pushka, they go for the type of pushka, shaped like a shofar.
Good win, big dog.
Good win, big dog. Money from it. You can't like do those tricks and put a hanger in there and pull money out. It's a nice shape, but it's difficult to steal from. So it says, Shishal and Nadava. 6 out of the 13 shofars are Nadava, all the ones from 8 through 13 are Nadava. But I'm reading connecting me. What does it say? Connecting Moisar Chavis. In other words, if a person will set aside $100 for a pocket, it only costs him 90. He makes an extra 10, and he puts it inside a special shofar called Moisar Chavis. That's number 8. And if he has too much money for Zasham, he puts in the shofar number 9. Moisar Shanazu, Moisar Shamitzayra, Moisar Kinim. He has too much money for the birds. Moisar Minchas Chayta. And too much he has left over for the sinners. But according to you, they have left over the Takan Sheva Afrina. Can I get Moisar Zachar? If a person donated 5 and he's only able to use 4 out of the 5 because that stems with the aisle. So you take the extra, the 5th one, and you put it in the special shofar. You should have another shofar for it. No, not a good raya. Anything else goes to the tzibur, but over here, when you have extra wine,
Are you excited for Fighter and the Kid tomorrow?
Anybody that brings a oila or a shlamim has to bring in a safin. Has to bring wine. So there's always extra. There's always things going on in the Beis People don't have enough. So you'll be tzarif it right there and then.
What up, big dog?
Two people to join forces.
You're gonna have to get a new one.
One extra look. Ezra.
Okay, why don't you just extra balls? Okay, well then you might find it. I thought you lost it in the real one.
Okay, we'll see. But wine, you definitely could. It's a Mishnah. You can see in the place of the Mishnah. Wine, you definitely could. But that is not Mishnah. The Kama, what's the amount? 3. 4 nights in Russell Lights of Yosef, if you want to do more than 3, Kama Doimar, year. This game, Chatziayin, year, Lapar, year. Yochel, Yitvois, Doimar Koch. You can't go less than 3. Less than 3 is less than Keves. You can't do less than this. You can't do less than 3. Now, says Rava, let me prove. My Yosef, what does it mean? He added over the 3. Where did he go? Over 3. He lay my above the Shisha. He did 4 or 6. So what's the Kiddush? If you can do 3, because it's on our chart, so you can do 4 and 6. It's also on our chart. They're also available. Elav Kamisha. So must be Yosef means an odd number. It's not a 4, it's not a 6, it's not for the eye, it's not for a car. It's something in between. Ushmamino, I can with something. Then you can be marked with it by itself. Shmamino, perfect raya. That has to be. What does Yosef mean? We wouldn't be referring to a 4 or a 6er as a Yosef, as adding, because that's just as chashuv as a 3. So Yosef means something that's more
Dude,
than
are
a 3,
you
but it's not.
gonna watch Michael with us tonight?
And nevertheless, you can bring in Yosef and says, or about wait a minute.
We're watching it in the Discord.
Don't forget our Mishnah. The what?
Dude, like half of the shit that you do is illegal.
You can't bring a 5er.
Have sex with strangers and did not get an STD test when they asked you to because somebody has super gonorrhea?
There's no option at all to bring up 2. So same thing for 5.
It's not?
It's not. The same sentence. So 2 and the 5 are equal.
Where do you do that? So
You cannot bring the 1. You can't bring it 2.
It's a total way. If you have HIV, the doctor has HIV.
1 or 2.
Have sex with
You
someone
bring
you
the
don't
bring the
know.
4.
Oh, okay,
the
not
5,
super gonorrhea.
and the rest you put on the side.
So super gonorrhea is cool to spread to anybody.
If you take a hold that it's not solid.
Are you proud of being
5, make it a 4 and a 1?
patient 0 for super gonorrhea?
But Rabbi said, if you're stuck with what you have, Ada Sorab Shitali. Until 10, I can get to 10.
Right, you're right.
So
You don't. You have
remember,
super
we got 10
gonorrhea.
together, right? 8 is 4 and 4. 10 is 6 and 4.
What, super gonorrhea doesn't exist?
Ada Sorab Shitali. What do I do with the level?
It does. You got it at the arcade.
The what? So what is 11, Rabbi Yisrael? Remember 11? How do you get to 11? 4, 4, and 3.
Are you proud of being patient 0 for super gonorrhea?
Maybe he means 12. 6 plus 6.
I would be. I'd be like, yeah, I started that. Bitch.
So until you get to 12, you can't do anything. But Dilma, why? It makes sense if you think about it. How would you donate? You're donating something. You're donating a bunch of bottles of these amazing. You do 3, 4, and 5, and you start making some shoes. You say 2 6ers, 2 4s. I don't know what. Like 2 don't really mess around with different denominations.
We're watching Michael, and it's gonna be sick.
4, 3. So you're gonna spit it out like that.
Are you excited for it?
2 6s, 12.
Dude, call Riser. Riser will come right away. If you call him, he will come right away.
Which is 8. The canvas and another.
Would you please call him?
2 from the Rams, 1 sheep.
Dude, I asked you a question, and I didn't hear an answer. Are you going to provide an answer, or are you just going to sit there and J-York?
Okay, Rabbi says in the Mishnah over here, you could donate wine by itself, but you can't
donate
shemen. You can donate a bottle of oil. You can donate wine.
Dude, are you there?
You could donate just oil.
Fuck off.
We find this halach over here, so we do the same thing over there. Now what? Wine can come both together with the carbon and on its own, chayvus together with the carbon. So what's the difference? Amar Rabbi Akiva, there is a big difference. No. Marta b'yayin, she can carve him b'nei atzmoi. When it comes to wine, you never pour the wine together with the carbon. There's a special spot that you put the wine in. What is it called, Rabbi say? The sheet in oil. But let's do it again because it skipped over here. This one. This one. The sheet in on top of this bath, the two bowl-like thing, and you pour the wine in, and then there's like pipes inside pipes showing you an X-ray of how there's piping that went in the walls of the mizbech into the amma and out. But the wine was always separated from the karbanos. Mashenke, Tomer b'Shemen, Sheni Karvim Chavaz b'Fnei Atzmo. Tomer b'Shemen, Sheni Karvim Chavaz b'Fnei Atzmo. You don't put the oil separately; it goes together with the mitzvah onto the mizbech.
Murky waters.
That's why I told that you wine. Shemen, you cannot donate by itself. Wine you could, because wine is an independent kind of product. Oil always goes together with something else. Einstein is not even misar nechel. Two people cannot combine to bring one mincha of an isar. However, it's not even oil shlomim. They could combine to bring a carbon oila, a carbon shlomim, va'oif, and a bird. I feel it's even one out of the two birds. Omarov, the divrei shteim nilmoid is not about the minchas and softim b'chol yoyim. For the fact that Rabbi Akiva argues over here whether you can bring oil or not. It's only about the oil. But something that includes oil, flour, and wine, that I can say, I want to bring that. I want to bring that every single day. Every day I want to bring the Rebbeinu Shalom a gift. So to speak, the dog. Pshita. I would think it's dafka, these typical 5 menachas that are only the soilers, machas, macheshes, kalas. That's a regular mincha. Tvei loy. You cannot bring in the sachem, which includes the wine and the oil and everything. Well, the oil and the other ones have the wine. This one has 3 lugim. It's a whole. Tvei loy. Komashvalam hanemili b'stama. What's, by the way, what's missing from these 5 menachos? Anybody can tell? What's missing here? What is not part of the 5 menachos? No. Revucha. Hanemili b'stama. The person says straight out, I'm bringing the softim, then you can bring in the softim no matter what. Says the Gemara, two people cannot combine for flour. My time, you live in the factor that says the Loshin Yachid, he should bring it. Oil and Ami of Siv Yachid, it also says Loshin Yachid. Oil and my time is of Siv Loshin With an Ami should bring it. The oil says plural, it's a Shem. The Chol says plural. So why can't 2 people combine for one mincha? It's interesting. Here, I'll just continue. Rabbi Omer, Asher Yaakov for Baruch L'chol Nidreim L'chol Voisam Asher Yefil Hashem. Hakol Bar B'Shutis, anything, a Shlomim Oilo you can bring in a partnership. Lo Yisilik HaKoz About the Mincha. Shenever Nefesh, says the Nefesh. Shomer Yitzchak, when Iman Ishtanes, Mincha Shenever Nefesh. Why is it only a mincha that says the word nefesh? Oh my goodness, Lord. Who brings a mincha? Who's so poor that brings it only? He's giving his last, whatever he has, the last thing. And that is a tremendous, to give your last food. If you're an usher and you give, I don't know, $10,000 worth of steaks to the Mizbeach. It's nothing compared to money that gives $1 worth of his last flour in this thing. That's his nefesh. It's the last thing he has. Wow. How come mincha has these 5 ways of making it? There's a melech that has his best friend made him a meal. The king knows that he's very poor. I want you to make 5 types of things I should have. I know here. 5 types.
Hi, my old friend. Hello, James. I mean, Your Majesty. What can I possibly serve you? I have nothing but eggs in the house.
I don't know if in Lakewood they love some shit for me.
Scrambled, sunny side up, over medium, half and half, omelette. Your Majesty, what would you like?
The Rome says, make me 5 million things out of flour. Little spot. Today show I wanna benefit from you, Rabbi Yochanan. Hadron Allah, I'm enough ben Sofim. Hadron Allah, I'm enough ben Sofim. Hadron Allah, I'm enough ben Sofim. Wow. Two. Beautiful. Destroy. The boy side. Have a wonderful week.
America's source of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com is sponsored MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Oh. This morning, what a day. Feel it. Poimer, Hare, Alai, Machas. You know that there are 2 types of menachos. Many types of menachos. But 2 that are very, very similar, but done in, they're baked in different ways. One is a machas, a very short, like pan, flat pan. And one is a marquesh, round, shallow pan. And one is a marquesh, a deep pan. They have the same ingredients, but one burns up the oil quicker and therefore is a harder, like almost like a matzah kind of thing. The other one is more like a lava, more like a chewier kind of dough. Remember we had this.
Would you like a matzah or
the art is amazing. The hot bar is a little annoying to me.
According to Rabbi Yosef Hadili, a matchashet had a cover, while a mahavat had no cover. And according to Rabbi Hanina from Gamliel, the mahavat is shallow, so there's no room for the oil, so the matzah comes out hard. While the mahavat is deep, it bakes in the oil and comes out soft.
Okay, so if a person promises, he makes a neder, I'll bring a machbas, I'll bring a shallow frying pan, behavi b'marcheshes, and they end up bringing the deeper one, it's a completely different mincha. It's not yoik. It's another one. B'marcheshes, behavi b'machbas, the opposite. He said I'm going to be the chewy one, the thicker one, behavi b'machbas, and he brought the flat one. Mashahevi. So you don't have to throw it out. Why? Because the stomach, he meant he had another Nadava. He had something else going on in his mind. He did another Nadava, a different kind. But this that he promised, a shallow one, and he brought a deep one. You weren't yet, so you start over. But don't throw out the one you brought because maybe it's for something else. What Rabbi Isai, think about for a second, you all know the answer. Somebody says zoo. This flower right here, zoo, is that called a nether or an adava? How do you know? Zoo. So what does it mean? What does it mean it's an adava? It means that you point at something and say this, and that it's this. You can't change it. Zoo lahavi b'machras. You point to this flower and say, this flower I want to go in a shallow frying pan. Behavior, but this flower you put in a deep one, now we made it possible. You can't talk about this particular flower and change its designation from shallow to deep. And the reverse also, zoo. He doesn't say zoo, but he said zoo. He pointed to the flower to the back. This whole bag is going to go in a deeper one. So in a shallow one, I raise it sula. Now you can't even use it. Yesterday I told Benny this motion, so I think I'll say it over. If somebody promises to bring these amigdash two animals, 200-pounders, and he brings one 200-pound animal, yoitzer or not yoitzer? No way, not yoitzer, but the same amount of pounds. It's a different type of thing. If a person says, I'm going to bring two menachos, two, each one requires its own kmitza, its own aktara, but he doubles it up. Instead of a typical mincha is how much? One is sarai, so he brings two Yisraelim. But he did it in one kli, not yotza, because he promised two. The same in reverse. If he promises one and he brings two, so let's say with an animal, he promises one gezunta, hefty 200-pounder, and instead he brings two smaller ones, 100, but he did double. Well, it's good. No, not good. He promised us a 200-pounder, and he didn't bring a 200-pounder. The person promises one mincha of two Australian, and he splits it up to two. It's not that he did double. He didn't bring what he promised. He said, I'm going to bring two. I'm going to bring, double measurement, but I'm only going to bring it in one vessel. He ended up bringing it two. So basically, he doesn't have the right amount in the kli. He doesn't have the right kelim. So he continued bringing it again. Perhaps another time he made such a neder, and he was supposed to two. So let him bring the two, and I'll have to bring a different time the one. But now here's an interesting case. Oh no, Elu. Now the same thing. If he points at it instead of saying zoo, he says Elu. These. This is the flower. He specifies the flour that's supposed to go in, but he ruined it by putting it into different types of vessels, two instead of one instead of two. Because he already designated the flour, this flour, like in a dava, su, elu, and you can't change. Same case, Rabbi same exact case, but there's a little variation at the end. He said, I'm going to bring two Esroinim in one vessel. And he brought it in two. That's exactly what we had before. But, his friends are standing there and saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're messing up. So he ignores it. What's the whole svar over it? How come he can continue? Bringing your carbon even though you messed up, because perhaps yesterday you made another nether and it fits your other nether and nobody knows about it. But if your friends are making a comment, they're trying to fix it, and you don't tell your friends, hey, no, you got it wrong. I made a nether yesterday. You're right. You heard me say two Caleb, but right now bring one kli because on Sunday I said one kli. You should explain yourself. Somebody says something, if you just ignore them, that means you don't care. You don't care. That means you're messing up now. What are you doing? Why are you bringing two? If you listen to them, that's not a chiddush. You listen, he changes his whole mouth, shares and stuff. If he promised to bring two Yisroelim and two Caleb, but he messed up on the amount of Caleb. Instead of bringing two Lisharis, he brought in one. His friends again make a remark, what are you doing? Why are you bringing one? He said two. If you brought in two, you listen to them, you change your route, share. Here's a little difference. The son of the Kliyah, but if you put it to one Kli, you stay the Nopos Shunisai. This has halacha. If anybody recalls, we learned about this. We have two menachos that get mixed up. So if they're not completely mixed in, and you can make out the two menachos. You see, this is mincha aleph, this is mincha beis. They're both on the bottom of a giant frying pan. So you just take a so you go right there. Nothing happens. If you're mixed in, then you have a problem. Says Gemara with tzricha. The kids are simple tzrichusa here. Why do I need two different cases of a guy messing up between a frying pan and a deep dish, and a guy messing up between two destroyed and one destroyed? It's the same idea. So, yes, we have the Maisa. If we're just talking about a person's promise to bring in markeshes and brought a machas, okay, that's why you messed up this type of mincha. It's a different type. You bring the same type. Maybe they need to nami. You brought the right amount. It's the right amount. It's not in the right kalim. So I think I'll let it go. Let it slide. Maybe it doesn't have to be reviewed. No. If it only said in case of the amounts and the kalim, you shouldn't go follow. At the end of the day, you're breaking up your carbon. You promised a gazilza to destroy them, destroy them like 10 pounds, and instead you brought 5 pounds. No good. You can follow them. But by the markeshes, you brought the right amount. You just brought the wrong cleats. I let it slide. I don't know exactly why, but I don't think so. Masha Hevi, Videi Nidra Liyotza. You learn that you can bring it, but you have to bring it again. You don't throw it into the garbage. It's okay. It's a good. You probably had another nether in mind, but he has to bring another one. If Shimon Omer, Videi Nidra Nami Yotza, in all the Mishnayos, in every case, the first set of markeshes, and he brought a machmas, and markeshes, you yoytza. So, if he said only this flour I want to bring in a pan, and he ended up bringing it in a markeshes, it's possible. Why is it possible? Take it out of the markeshes and start all over again. What did the pan do? What did the markeshes do? What we learned that the klisharis doesn't have an effect on it. And you're right, it doesn't have an effect to the point that you can continue to bring it onto the Mizbeach. I was teaching the Pasuk, which we had the other day. It has enough effect to make it to ruin it. A person on Sunday says, I want to bring a carbon mincha to the Beis Hamikdash. And on Monday, he goes to the store and he buys a bag of flour and he takes out from the flour. So when exactly does he decide that he's going to bring a frying pan and a deep dish? At the time of his nether, when he specifies he's going to bring a mincha, a markesh. Now when he pulls the flour out of the bag, at that point, it's too late, you can't decide that. Or you decide all at the end. As the Gemara Shas nether, when you're moving the flour from the bag, why? Because in the pasuk, as you make a nether, a vow, but now when you are separating and removing it and putting aside the flour, it's Barnami. Omer Rabbi Chanino, Omer Rabbi Yochanan. Shanu, Elo Shekavon, Shas Nether. Shas Afroshaloi. You have to say by the time that you say the nether, it's all about. Again, once again, you see the idea. It's about your speech, your people, not the mice. Removing the flour. When you say I'm going to bring a milk up, Shas Nether. Shas Afroshaloi. Right? And the Darza, the Lord, Asher, Rashba. Stop the Mishnah. Hare Hoimer, Hare Olai Milcha Min Asoyim. There's something called boys, Lashon, Rishon, boys, Lashon Apple. It's a Muslim in all of Shas. A guy contradicts himself. He says Shtusim. So do I take the first part of the sentence? Hare Olai Mincha, period. Soyim, bananas, Shtusim. I don't. Everybody knows you don't make a milk out of banana. So that part I ignore, or perhaps no. The guy was saying, I really all of a sudden really wait a minute. Mincha, I have to drive now all the way to the place for bananas. So I'm going to erase what I said by saying shtosim. That's going to erase it. So it's a mistake. So do I go by the first? Do I go by the beginning, or go by the end? He messed up. He contradicted himself. I want a mincha, but I want it out of barley, every milk in the world. Get out of wheat, besides 2 you that are not Regeya today, we say he meant to bring a mincha, Sarim, I ignore. What if he says, Kema, I want to bring it out of flour. Again, only a soy that brings Kema. Everybody else brings silence. You'll be silent. Bring it like a bench. And he says, Beloy Shaman or Beloy Levina. Those of us who live Benachos. What mincha does not have oil? You know how the Israelis remember? This is Mindi Arba. They all remember that. They remembered how. Why a guy that doesn't sin, he should gain and he shouldn't have to pay the $2 that the oil costs? That's how you remember. Hoita does not bring oil. He messed up. The only people, he's not bringing a mincha because he's a Hoita. He's not bringing a mincha because he's a Hoita or a Hoita. He's bringing a mincha because he wants to bring a mincha. He messed up. We ignore it. The second part of the statement, disregard. First part of the statement, I really bring a mincha like a man with Levina, with Sarah. What if he says Tatzi Sarah? He has it. We all know a mincha must be at least one Isar. He ignores it. Yav Isar Shalom, we ignore him, and he brings a full Isar. Isar Demefza, this is a good one. What about Isar 1.5? Yav Shnai, the Shnai is 1.5. Reb Shimon Poiter, which says every case in this Mishnah, help him. The guy says, I want to bring a mincha made out of barley, he doesn't have to bring anything. So he's not in Kederach, it's not in, because that's not how people say it. So if he said it the wrong way, that means he wanted to erase his initial comment. Instead of just saying no, he says sorry. Sorry means nothing. Amai neder biskoy imoyu. Isn't he trying to change, rectify, whatever the lashon is? In the nether, he has an opening. Omar Hiskio, Omani, Bishamai. Oh, so here's the machlokes Beisil and Bishamai. Beisil will say, before I show you this, let me just show you the characters. The characters, you have soilless and soilless. Soilless is the number one. Most of the menachos are made of soilless. And who's the last man standing? Rishon and soilless is lashon hara. So when you see the soilless, they still say the akron stands. The barley is the one standing. Plus lashon hara. And we shall say plus lashon rishon. You go by the first part of the statement. We still say you go by the second part of the statement. Says this here, I go with Bisham. And this is like Bisham again. One person says, "Hooray, alai mincha." I want a mincha. So he has to bring a mincha. The second part of the statement, sorry, I ignore that. Disregard. That's twice. Lashon rishon. This says this Mishnah goes like Bisham. Slightly problematic because we go like this. And we fit this Mishnah into Bisham. Omani Bishami, the average person is Rishon. Isnan, Haredi, Nozim, and Agregros. A person looks and he says, I want to be a Nozir. A Nozir is somebody that refrains from grapes, products. He doesn't drink wine, grapes. And he looks at the figs and he says, I'm going to be a Nozir from figs. So again, once again, we have a Palgina Dibura. We have Haredi Nozir, period. I'm going to refrain from grapes. Figs, disregard figs. So that's the class of machlokes. It's not already knows when I grow it's even as vela. Vela is you do vela something like this, where they press the figs together. So his words contradict each other. Bishami Oirim Nazir. Bishami said he's a complete Nazir and we disregard. So in other words, let's grab the first word, disregard each other. But it's already Nazir. Go back to the second word. He meant refraining from figs, and that doesn't exist. So that's Chizki. Chizki says I go with Bishamai, everything is great. Says the Gershon, I prefer to go with Beisila. And in fact, the Gemara is going to say that Chizki also goes with Beisila. Then, we can go with Beisila. But Oimer, even if there, she knows the cap, or you know the cap on the top. So I go, even though Beisila says it's going to be twice like an upright, and he said barley, he's going to say barley, but he explains himself. Person explains himself right away. Says, "Listen, I didn't do the job. I don't know anything about milk. I try to be a smart guy. That's what I have at home. Let me bring a milk out of barley. If I would have known there's no such thing, I wouldn't have said. I would have said wheat. Okay, so bring a milk out of wheat. I'm explaining what you're doing. Hold on, Chizkiah. Soirim is something that exists in the Beis Hamikdash by a Saitam by Oimer. So okay, so he messed up a little bit. If the person said I want to bring a mincha from lentils, that's when Rabbi Yisrael was asking. He's completely pauper. I said, Gemara, what's going on here? The chayra, if you say twice lashon rishon, the guy says, I want to bring a mincha. Period. End the story. Bring a mincha. The fact that he added on a watermelon or lentils, ignore. When they go, just use the first word. So what difference does it make if he said sorry or dashin? Says the Gemara other way. He actually holds. Oh, I forgot to put this in there. If you go mincha and adashim, potter, why? Because you're going by the adashim, and that's why he's potter. So in other words, I hold twice lashon achron. How do you hold twice lashon achron when you hold twice lashon rishon? Rabbi Rothschild, on the other hand, says problematic also. He says that if a person says mincha and adashim, you're chayiv to bring a mincha. That means that I stop. I go mincha, period. So that means I go by lashon rishon. But he holds like a basil that says lashon achron, but that's not the Gemara's case. So other way. The real question is why other way? Why do you take it back? Maybe there's a difference between a dashim and Sairim, and that's what the Gemara is going to ask. By a dashim, there's no mistake. By Sairim, you can make a mistake because that's in the Beis Hamikdash. But nobody, even a guy that never learned menachos in his life knows that you cannot bring a mincha out of lentils. Ask anybody, go to shul tonight, you can ask them, is the mincha made out of barley or wheat? Nobody will know. If you ask them, is the mincha made out of lentils or wheat? They'll tell you not lentils, not for sure. Yeah, that's 2026, not that. Other way, says Gemara, my time, other way. What's the real reason? Or I see some cheating. I don't. He had a problem with the Mishnah. This year. If it's true that the Mishnah goes like Mishana, they go with the first words and we don't go with the second words. By year, they tell me when I saw him, tell me about speaking Kiddush. Person, if you go with lashon rishon, person says mincha. So even if he adds on something silly like lentils, we still go with it. The whole point of the Mishnah is that we go. It's a mistake. You can make an honest mistake between flour from wheat versus flour from barley because the thing is something that you add barley also sometimes. Here, coming up, we have the oimer coming up, it's made out of barley. But nobody's going to make that mistake. If a person says, like you see on the right bottom corner, person says, you have to bring it. Why? He holds that the whole mission is going to be a big silla. But it's never to tell you. And the whole point of the silla is why, even though they typically hold, you go by the last word. And the last words were sa'irin, and that's a no gooder. But the reason why we go with the lashon rishon here is because he made a mistake. He explained himself. He said, had I known, I wouldn't have said sorry. Sorry, ba'adashim loy toy. The fact that in adashim doesn't make a mistake. So you should go with lashon achron from the mistake. Rabbi Rothschild goes like this. He's telling this guy, I don't understand you. Why did you come to my team? Why did you reverse your shita? You went from saying that the Mishnah goes according to the Mishnah to the Mishnah goes according to the Mishnah. That I have a problem with. Why? Stay on your team. You hold, as far as you proved it from the Mishnah, that the Mishnah used the word sorry instead of a dashim. Dilma, maybe that's not such a great question. Dilma, let me dive on. Maybe the Mishnah was saying, that certainly is no chiddush in adashim because a person took it back and he's going with the first language. The reason the Mishnah uses the lashon of Sarim is because maybe in a parent in Sarim a person can make a mistake, and I feel how because lashon rishon still go with the first lashon. Da gimel on the bay brand new suit. Omaziri lishanu ela do omar mincha. When a guy says this whole thing that twice lashon rishon, Rabbi said, I got the first words in a sentence is because he said Harei Olai Mincha. The Omar Mincha. It says Harei I want to bring a mincha. But if he didn't say Harei Alai Mincha, what did he say? He says, Rashi, this is a little tricky. You got to write it in with your pencil. He said, Harei Alai Minchas. It's a big difference. If a person says Harei Alai Mincha So'irim, so I could split his words. Anybody that speaks Hebrew knows. Harei Alai Mincha, period. So'irim is another sentence. When a person says Harei Alai Minchas, So'irim, the So'irim goes together with the word Minchas. You cannot split those two words. They're together. Minchas So'irim. It's a Mincha of. Minchas means Mincha of So'irim. I can't break his words. And therefore, you don't say Kogina Dibura, you be Pasha. Because he said specifically that you can't make two sentences out of one sentence. If you can't make two sentences out of what he says, so what he said is a contradiction and shtusim, and therefore he's punished. So Rav Nachman said this over. Rav Nachman asked, what about in the Mishnah that says, Kemach, the Mishnah doesn't say what he said. It doesn't say in the Mishnah, Harei Alai Kemach. L'chayra, Kemach, Yavi Soilas. My love, the Loyomar Mincha. He didn't say Harei Alai Mincha Kemach. He probably said, looks like in the Mishnah he said, Harei Alai Mincha. Harei Alai Kemach. Sorry, Harei Alai Kemach, he said. Now, a person, Rashi explained, the person doesn't say anything, Levatala. A person doesn't just stop saying things. So Mela, when he says Harei Alai Mincha, then he's being serious. Harei Alai Kemach. My love, the Loyama Mincha. Even without saying Mincha, he's tired. No, you have to say, he said no. Only in the case where he said Harei Alai Mincha, like Ziri said. Now, so free. Below Shem Lebanon says also the Mishnah. Shem Lebanon. Yavi Shem Lebanon. My love, the Loyama Mincha. No, you got a Mincha. He said Mincha. Can't say sorry. Sorry, Sean. My love, the Loyama Mincha. No, you got a Mincha. But the Gemara is setting up this question. What about the end of the Mishnah? It says, sorry, that's the Yavi Shnai. The person one and a half has ring two. Even though I'm Mincha, so ask the Gemara, once a person says the word Mincha, according to you, Ziri, says Mincha, Yichai will be sorry. Then you say twice Lashon Rishon. When a person says Mincha, then the first thing that he said, Yichai will be sorry. Why is he chayiv too? He didn't say anything. On the second part is nothing. His twice Lashon Rishon goes on a full mincha. The second part of Chatzi is nothing. If you want to see this real quick, Mishnami, Taisis the Ramas, the Yafi, Im Sefer Yisrael Rasul. Mishnami, Lo Yomar Mincha, might betray. He didn't say the word Mincha. He has to bring two. Boy Mirili, you see there because he explains himself away. If I would have known. Look, even though Amar Mincha Yisrael Mechza, but if he says the word Mincha and he says the word Yisrael Mechza, so the word Mincha goes on the Yisrael and the Mechza is nothing. I might maybe trade. Why should it bring two? You say you have to say the word mincha. So now he did say mincha, but only on one of the two words. And Ziri says if you don't say the word mincha, this is a better place here. If you don't say the word mincha, you don't have to bring it all. So over here he said mincha, isarin v'chetzi. So the mincha is going to go on the isarin part, and on the chetzi he never said mincha on it. So you shouldn't bring it all. Says Gemara, you're right. When he didn't say 1.5, he said a half and one. And the word time out. So look what the Gemara does here. A little different than what you think. Yeah, we're changing it around a little bit. The key to know about mincha, so the word mincha right there and then means a full isar. Mincha. If a guy says, I really like mincha, how much does he have to bring? One isar, without explaining how many isar. And when he says, I want to bring a half, on the half part, we're going to disregard completely. And then, you hear what's going on here? He says, mincha, that's 1. He says, chatzi, that's 0. And then he says, sorry, that's another 1. 1 plus 1 equals 2, that's why it's 2. Yuppie. But if he really says, mincha, in this Mishnah, yuppie, I understand. You tell me that a person doesn't say Dvar Levatala. A person, he said over here, mincha. So why does Rishon say he doesn't have to bring anything? He said, Harei Alai Mincha. You should at least have to bring, you should have to bring the sar. Amai. There's another slightly different shita. We have twice Lashon Rishon, we have twice Lashon Achron. And then we have a shita that combines the two. It says, listen, if there's a Mishka Babel, if there's a stira here, then we have to disregard everything. We have to consider every statement that he says. So we're going to consider the first statement and the second statement, but they contradict each other. Says Rabbi, so nothing. That's why he doesn't bring anything, according to Rabbi Shimon. And here we're going to come to one of the classic. It's not the Adam Mincha Shishim Misarim. Can't wait. There's not the Adam Mincha Shishim Misarim. Maybe we had this already. It's a Chazara for us. A person brings a giant kli of 60 Isarim. A typical mincha is 1 Isarim. Maximum is 60. That's the maximum mincha. So Shishim Isarim. Maybe that could go in one vessel. The Mama realized Shishim Echad, but what if it goes over the limit? He does 61. Maybe Shishim Echad, that would be Echad. It seems from the Mishnah that you bring one kli that has 60 and one kli that has 1. Don't break it 30 and 31, just 60 and 1. Shekain Hatzibu maybe beyond the Rishon Shechag on Sukkos. Shechalu is b'Shabbos. That's the most components you could ever bring. Shishim be'echad. Here, let me show you a beautiful thing that Yoshi did here. Every sheep, you bring 1 Isar. You see they're holding 1 Isar in their hands? And the aisle is 2 Isar per aisle. Cows are 3. 13 times 3 is how much? 39. 18 times 1 is how many? It's very good. 2 times 2 is 4. So 4 plus 18 is how much? 22. And 22 plus 39 is 61. Even if you don't know math, you can cheat and look at the top. It says 61. 61 Isarim. So that's the max. 61 Isarim. So he says, if the tzibur brings, this is interesting, no one's going to love this one. If the tzibur brings 61, you know what? Take one off the community of an individual, and the individual can bring up to 60. On Rabbi Shimon doesn't make any sense what he's saying. These 39 they bring with the cows, with the bulls, these 18 of the sheep, they never go into the same bowl. How did you just make a mincha that has 60 in one bowl when the bulls and the sheep never go in one bowl? It's awesome for you to mix it. You can't mix different types of mincha. The point is, physically speaking, you cannot mix more than 60. Makes no sense. Okay, 60 you could, but 61 not. Midos. With the tough at them. What are you talking about? Everything in Allah is like that. Barbam so toivel. It says you need 40 sons to be toivel. Barbam so Kotzer Kartoi Eino Yachalitva. But 40 minus one little drop, the smallest amount, you cannot do tefillah. Shol Sheila, they asked the question, Lamalam Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi from Yehuda. Maybe this is Chazara. How do you know if it brings to 61? Maybe Shishim B'Liachal, you can bring 61 B'Liachal. Also, Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi, Rishim Adar Mechal, the famous Gemara. If anybody wants to remember this Gemara, Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi, the famous story of Shim Bar Yochai. Shim Bar Yochai, coming up, Mamish, Goimer, Shim Bar Yochai. You want to remember where that story of Shim Bar Yochai is? Everybody knows Shabbos Daf, Lamed Gimel, La Goimer. So it says over there that's why they started calling him Rabbi Yehuda, Rishim Adar Mechal. That's the whole story that started the whole fight. The Romans wanted to kill Shim Bar Yochai because Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi, he stuck up for the Romans. The Chulu, he said, "Va'amar, shekei matzinu tzibur mevim biyad the Rishon Shechag, Shechag Yis B'Shabbos Shishim Echad." This whole thing that we just said, so basically, she brings 61, and the Yachal will bring 60. This you mix in the morning, this in the evening. They don't go together. So what packed the pshat? Bring something that you can mix. What? 60 you can mix? 61 you can't? Here, this guy, like this. This is how it goes in the whole Torah. There's nothing to do about it. Barbam so toivel, it says 40 saw. Barbam so the smallest amount of liquid. Any other debate some in circle. Listen to this. This you have to remember. Because in the video you're going to see, you're not going to understand what it is. You need a full egg to become tame from a sheretz. If it's less than an egg, then it's not tame. Less than an egg is not tame. Choser shum shum, and some people sum sum, one sesame seed. Oh, so let's do midras. Let's do medidas. The boys can check this out. I love this. Medidas with the measuring tape.
Oh, yes, this is it. It's not kosher. Now it's kosher.
Of course there is a chatzitza. Chatzitze. What are you talking? There is no chatzitza.
Maybe let go of me?
Shut. Be quiet and let two Talmidei Chachamim argue in learning.
Okay, let's just finish up here. Shloisa Mitama Medris. 3 Tvachim and 3 Tvachim gives Tuma for a Zav, a Nida that sit on a chair, on a piece of baguette. Shloisa Chaser Nimachas. If it's missing one hair breadth, Einoi Mitama Tuma's breath. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Nishmasi Mimirosi Rispas Mordechai, Kolo Oimedi Zorik, Zorik. There's a concept in Shas that if something's about to be done, let's say about to be thrown, so I can consider it thrown. We saw it. Also, Kolo Oimed Lipados. If you're about to redeem it, you don't have to actually redeem it. It's as if it was redeemed. Let's say we have a situation where the Shimon says you have the blood in the cup. You could throw it. It's as if it's thrown. So if it's thrown, then you're allowed to eat the carbon, right? You have something that right now you can't eat unless you throw the blood. Throw the blood on the bath, you can eat. So we're going to view it as if it was thrown. It's not thrown, it's in the cup. And therefore what? I can get to eat it. Get to eat it. Now it becomes tummy. Only if I can eat it can it become tummy. So I have to use the whole thing. It's as if I threw it. If I threw it, then it's edible. I can eat it. If the kohen throws the blood in his bath, the other kohen can eat the steak. But he didn't throw it in his bath. It's as if he threw it in his bath. Oh, he threw it in his bath. Then it becomes edible. When it's edible, it's tummy. Right? That's the way I have to stop. If it's edible, it's tummy. That's the essence of it. So now, asking the mother, like 8 lines from the bottom. But how long? Lita is when the carbon, the blood, whatever it is, remains overnight. But how long? With Nei's Rika. Before Rika. It's one of the things we had yesterday. The carbon stayed overnight before you were able to throw the blood on his back. But you use the bottom. The mitzvah is okay. Before he's out, it's a mitzvah to throw the blood, and if he wants, he could. And we said that anything that's about to be thrown, it's as if it was thrown. We could put it in the kind of consulting. But you already established that there's no trauma, meaning that if it wasn't thrown, if it was thrown, then it would be food. If it's food, it becomes common. But you said it's not common. That means it's not food. That means it wasn't thrown. What do you do? The one is like, why don't know? Otherwise, really puts troubles, you're right. If there was a moment, one moment that he could have thrown, then I use this rule. Anything that I could throw, I threw it. I don't have to physically throw. I could have. Colliding the pillow. Okay, colliding the pillow. And being okay. Colliding Lizard, he's on money. I don't use that rule. No, I don't use the rule because he did it by Shkia. He shut the animal a second before Shkia. He didn't have that moment. So it's basically there's two cases. If he had a moment before, then it's as if he used the blood. It couldn't happen to over here. He didn't have a moment. So what's the most classic question? Classic. So then tell me a difference between these two cases. Why are you jumping to a far-fetched case? Two very similar cases. One case is that the player threw the glove at Shkia, so there's not a second that he could have thrown it, and therefore it's not considered food. If it's not considered food, it's not coming. And case number two is no, he shot this animal 5 minutes before Shkia. So he had a 5-minute window. He could have thrown the blood, so it's as if he threw the blood, so then it's edible. If it's edible, it's without a tumor. Why don't you give me these two cases? But if he had a moment to throw the blood, it's as if he threw the blood, then it becomes edible, and it becomes edible, it becomes common. So let's just show you the chart for a second. Check out these two cases that we said yesterday in the price. One is Lina before Zika, one is Lina after Zika. Yeah? You have Lina. Those are the two cases. That's the Gemara. Why don't you just give me two cases that are much more similar? One is that he did Zika. They're all Lina before Zika. Both cases before Zika. But one he had a moment. You give me a no. You say, oh, he did it the last moment. He didn't have a second to throw it. Okay, so give me a case where he had 2 seconds to throw it. And now look, it will be the opposite. As a done alarm lock, as you can come from the cycle, you can just say within that case. The never is named Shaloy Isolate Cycle. One case is we didn't have a moment to throw it, so it's not coming. I would also say, but if we had a moment to throw it, even 10 seconds, the time is coming then it would be, the food would become coming because if you did throw it, you're 100% right. In fact, that's what it says. The two cases on top are identical to the two cases on the bottom. One with Lizzy, one after Lizzy is shows and not shows. Long fighting for your own is Rico. Halo, the common killer soldier. Think the leader was before he's available to these Rico sanitizers. They're allowed to be ready. Rico, the common soldier. Okay, another case. What about we have yesterday also? There's a person that's playing out of a struggle in his head. He thought to himself that what I am, this Rika Saddam, let's talk about Eagle for a second. Eagle is doing all 4 actions. The 4 actions that are taken when you bring a target, you knock the target. First, you shut the target. Then you see the blood, Kabbalah. Then you take the blood, put it in his breath. And when you throw it up in his breath, Rika is the top, that's the most important one, that's the one that you get the power. Okay. But in each and every one of those 4 items, you can have a thought, like in this chart, that I am going to eat this animal in 5 days from now. I want to mix up the item, but you can also have a thought that I'm going to be knocking on this bath because you don't understand the type of eating. Everything that has to do with eating is food, and sweet is also. That's not the point. The point is, let's just take one thing. The left side, he thinks in his mind he's going to eat this animal, the steaks that come down on the eating in 5 days from now. That's vegan. Now, once you do vegan, it becomes partial right away. But no, it says, when people bring the country, literally, this weekend, I have a mitzvah, it's a wrong mitzvah, you figure, you play Zarek, and he has the ability to pay the medallion on top, you play Zarek, it's funny. This is the question we're going to ask, and everybody here should know the answer on the spot. You know, just do it step. You play Zarek, and he throw the gloves, you tell me when it comes to the person, my lab, this is Rika. So if you go back to the chart, you had from the time he does Shkita to the time he does Zrika is 5 minutes. So during those 5 minutes, he could have done Zrika. He could have become during the time he says, how come I don't understand. If Kalaim was Israel, anything I'm about to do and I could have done, it's as if I did it. So I could have drawn the blood, and I had 5 minutes to fill the blood. Before I did the Pigel, I had 5 minutes from the time I did Shkita to the time I did Zrika, I had 5 minutes, and I could have had a mashava. I could have thrown the blood. If I could have thrown the blood, it's as if I threw the blood. What's the theory? Then it's food. It's food and it becomes common. So what's the obvious answer? The mashava Pigel is not all the way at the end of the 5 minutes. It was in the beginning of the 5 minutes. As he shepherded the animal, he had a machshava that he's going to eat this animal in 5 days from now. So there's never a moment that he could have thrown the blood. As he shepherded, when was the moment that he could have thrown the blood? Before he shepherded, that doesn't count. The animal's alive. So as he shepherded, it's too late. So there's never a moment, not even 1 millisecond, that he could have thrown the blood. Might not be able to do it. Too low to be able to speak it. Don't say, no, I knew that. But I'm just trying to lead you into my question. I was thinking of this, my eyes. So, I'll go with you. But what happens if you did the Pigel by Zrika? After 5 minutes into the whole process, 5 minutes after the Zrika, he did a Pigel when he did the Zrika. So in other words, he had 5 minutes where he could have thrown the blood, and he didn't. But if you say that Kala in the Buzuk is already going, in that case, you're asking for me that what? That what? It could be Mikabel Tumah. Very good. In the case where the Pigel was at the end, when there's a 5 minutes slot for him, he was able to do Zrika and he didn't. So he's able to do it, he did. And if he did, it is a kosher Zrika. Kosher Zrika, then the food becomes edible. Food becomes edible, it's about a table. How the Pigel is Zrika Ma'ayah, and then he's out of his own. So the same exact question that we had before, basically. These are the 2 cases that we have yesterday. We learned 2 cases. A person did Pigel when he's doing an animal. A person did Pigel when he's doing a minute. This is more special now. Have 2 cases that are much closer to each other. One is this Pigel by the Shkita. That's what we just said now. Oh, no, we're talking about a case where he didn't have a moment to throw the blood. How's it possible? Well, he did it by Shkita. But if he did it by Zrika, if he had the Pigel throw out by Zrika, then he did have a moment. He had 5 minutes. So I have 2 cases that are so much similar. Why are you jumping to a mincha? One case is touching, where it's not food, and one case is mincha, where it is food. I have 2 cases in checking an animal. One is considered food, one is not considered. One is metabolic, one is not metabolic. How? One, I didn't have a moment to be able to feel the blood. How's that? Because my ego was doing this all over again. The one was over again, they had 5 moments. Then if that deep, let's see. But I was lovely. And finally, I said, the same question we had before. Finally, people have been conversation. Why are you jumping to another case? It's far-fetched. One case, a guy shucked an animal. Number 1, it's cops right. Shucked an animal. Case number 2, cops left. Is minutes. There's different things. One is the septic bottom. One is the septic democracy. You know, 2 different areas. In the septic bottom, I have 1 or 2. They're both in animals. One is a shkita, one is a shkita. No, usually we did the laws, the red one, I'm going to do the shkita. The fact that what happens when you're getting there's not even a moment to shkita, then it's not food. And it's not funny. I'm a figure of shkita, but if you have 5 minutes to do the shkita, that's going to be fire. But there's a 5-minute window where you could have done the shkita with kashrus, so it's considered food. Considered food, without food. Because you know you're right, but I have a much bigger picture. I'd much rather tell you a distinction between something that are almost identical. There's 2 shkitas. In the shkita, Rabbi Rothschild, in shkita, step number 1, in the shkita, 1 shkita is considered food, and 1 shkita is not considered food. How's that possible? Because guess what? Mincha is a shkita. The shkita part of mincha is shkita. How? Let's check this out. Look over here. The 4 avodas that you have on an animal that are in common. Shkita, Kabbalah, and that's Zrika. The 4 avodas they have by mincha, putting it in the 3, the same thing for Lacha and Akar. They line up with each other. The meats are going like this. The flour is like checking an animal. So that's what I want to show you. What's the word I'm looking for? Not a distinction, the contrast. The contrast between types of shechita. Shechita on an animal, I cannot consider it food. But shechita, so to speak, on flour, I could consider it food as I do it. It's a big difference. That it's sort of like a shechita, yet it's still considered food. How? Think of it as a shechita. I'll tell you that thing. Rabbi got to do with pizza, even though the people out there doing pizza, the point is the mikvah, the shechita. The pizza by a mikvah is like the shechita by an animal. Nevertheless, we come to the suffering by a mikvah, of course, we make it from it. Because flour, before it came to the English, was flour. It was edible. So in many laws, that's what we had yesterday. They had a sacrifice. They had a moment of fitness before it came to the English. An animal didn't have a moment of fitness. You never ate a feed it. The only time you're able to eat it is when you check. Then it's already too late. It's not considered food. But that's that. That's a cup of olive. We're only already a cup of gimel. Says the Gemara, I think we're trying to come into Rav Nachman. I said this over there. And he told me, I see the thing man, long man. You can even say in the Shimon, it doesn't matter. Lina is literally, in other words, Lina before or after Zrika. It doesn't matter what. Before or after. That's the thing with the people is Zrika. We already established that the people only happen in step number 1 by the Zrika. Not true. The people is going to happen in step number 4 by the Zrika. So I want to tell you something. You start the year. Something that you're about to redeem, it's like it's redeemed. Something that you're about to burn, it's like you burn. Something that you're about to throw, it's like you throw. Not true. It's different distinctions. It's not a one rule for everything. It's not a blanket concept. The body part is amina. Think about it. When a guy has a handful of flour for a minute, what if his wife comes up, I need to make pancakes. He's holding this thing that's published in his hand. So what does he do? He says, all the kedusha that's in my hand should transfer to my $5 bill in my pocket. An action? No. He said something with his mouth. The neighbor, listen to this, very simple. Since you don't have to take action, all you have to do is say, kedusha from here to go to there. So then it happens by itself. Even if you didn't do it, I can hear the logic that even if you didn't do it, it's as if you did it. Why? It's so simple. But anything they have to take a physical action, I have to get up and go. And then I have to throw it at the Mizbeah. You didn't do that. So why is it as if you did it? It's a Mechitzer Maisa. That's literally the word. Here, I'll tell you Rashi. It's hard to see Rashi's role. Here. He says the employee part of Amad Mechitzer Kibiyah, Yakta Maisa. You use those words, Mechitzer Maisa. And they stick in the Mechitzer Maisa because they mean Ocean, Kazbel, Kazayin, Kitzer. That's what he's saying there. One is missing action, one is not missing action. And it actually makes sense logically. Someone that's missing action, you can say, oh, it's as if it happened. No, it didn't happen. Now, you mean, like, I want to build a building. I want to build it. So it's as if it's built. No, it's not as if it's built. It takes 3 years to build a building. But I want to destroy the building. I want to give it a little jolt in the corner like you do in Gaza. And everything goes on. Maybe that is not a person. It's just throwing it out. Like, sometimes you do say this, sometimes you don't. If it's easy, then you say it. If it's harder, then you don't. You buy a car, you want to redeem it and just saying the word, that word. You buy it, have a jar, it's not it. You got to say, if you wanted to, you could have thrown the blood. You're nice, you didn't. You're pushing nice. You buy it, have a jar, basically. All right. Here's another one. In a Parad Duma, we said that you have a Parad Duma, you kill the Parad Duma, you shut the Parad Duma, and it's very normal that if somebody comes with a larger, better Parad Duma, you redeem it. In that case, you say, well, the payment list goes, even though you didn't do it, depends on it. Why? Because it's normal to do. It's under the opinion. But by a mincha, we don't say. The Gemara made a distinction, a mincha and a paraduma. So the way it works in the Beis Hamikdash, if there's food that's owned by the Beis Hamikdash and you eat it, you use it, what do you just do? Mila. And what do you have to do? You have to pay 25% penalty. You have to be with carbon only. Let's say it's food that went from being the Beis Hamikdash, it went to being the Kohen. Any Kohen can eat it. And then you went ahead and you grabbed the steak and you ate it. Is that Mila? No, it's not Mila. Why? Oh, because there's no Kedusha on it. The Kedusha of the Beis Hamikdash went away. Now, a human being is allowed to eat it. Correct. Not from anybody in particular, from the whole Seder, yeah. So, what about if it was available to be Kohen to eat for a moment? So far also, since it was available to the Kohen for a moment, so the Kedusha flew away, and remember it shouldn't be needed. There's a moment that the Kohen could have eaten. There's no issue of
the
movement.
other thing that is
The Kohen should know
like
it's
it seems like an article or nutrient, anything that is just like the news and manifest that under people's brains, this is just it's being skewed, they put it out.
So, no, listen to me. There's the shot of the gun.
And the ties get comments from it, so it seems scary.
In other words, there's nothing to the point. But now it became also because it's overnight. It was one of the boy of the show, it didn't become tennis. It was one of the guy that she also did went outside of the show, goes to nobody could. There's this one doing shot of the gun. It doesn't mean that it was never a boy.
Make this idea into Harvard Math, like you will look
in his head.
7 to 10
As he gets he's talking to someone who's going to eat it outside for a lot of time. He's going to eat it in a week from now. If it's the Kohen said, I'm going to eat it, but Shana, she was not allowed to. Then he can just tune in. The Kabbalah Sabdan is done by a Kohen that's possible. A Balmon. The Zaz is done on a Balmon through the blood. Or through the blood. It's done in the Elisha, but what does it say? Shalom, and these three things happen. Now, my lot, one amount. So the Gemara says over here, one amount, what I mean that even the blood, there's a lien on the blood. In other words, there's no zrika yet. So what's the question? There's no zrika. But you could have done zrika. It happened before the night. It went through the night, the blood went through the night, the meat went through the night. That's bad, it's still overnight. But at the end of the day, he could have thrown the blood. And if he could have thrown the blood, the Kohen could have eaten it. The Kohen could have eaten it, so it's not public anymore. It's not going to be something different. If the Kohen could have eaten it for 1 minute, then it's not why is it either. Since I could have thrown the blood, I could have, it's as if I threw it. It's as if I threw it, and the Kohen could eat it. The Kohen could eat it, there's no lima. It's the same thing we said before.
But no, this is part of the comments manifesto. Get with it.
They could have thrown the blood. Funny they know. Why? But I 20 and no. The segment 4 is that's it is. He's always done it. The other player. So if he's able to eat this,
Dude, there should be a Harvard law review. Do the part, just like you've been doing. Don't change, okay?
So he couldn't. What happened by us? All the blood was not thrown in the blood. It went overnight. And that's considered as if the Kohen could eat it. Why? There's no zrika. You must say that it could have been thrown. The Kohen of Israel is always coming. His blood, without a shas of kosher, without a shas pepper, right before Shkia, there's a pot of blood, there's no zrika on it. So it's a zrika into the Kohen for 1 minute. No minute. So what do I see? I see that the Kohen of Israel is always coming. I do say it in something that requires a ma'isa. Before I said, oh, if I throw it, that's too much. I have to throw it. So, and since I didn't throw it, I can't say, the name of Israel deserves that because I have to take action. The way you say before is, even if I have to take action, if you say, the name of Israel deserves that because in fact, we love to do comments during that game. No, you did throw it. The story is different. The story is not that he didn't throw the blood. He did throw the blood. It was a complete recap. So in other words, the blood, there's no on the blood. The only suit that we have over here is Lena. So they, yes, it was really good fight. Rika was really good fight, and that's why there's no Lena. There's Rika, so it's really good. There's a real, not a defense Rika, I love Rika. There's a physical, and then therefore, at that point, it became the pain. And it became the pain. It's no longer Lena. The pain. The problem is that it went through the night. What if he didn't do Zrika Saddam? He didn't do Zrika Saddam. According to what you just told us. It's because he did Zrika Saddam, that's why it went out of the base of possession, went to the Kohen's possession, and therefore if he's wrong, comes in oxygen, he did take him from Target, Zrika Saddam. But what if he didn't do Zrika? Economic development. So what would be Meila? Hi, Kesha, Hoya, Lo Shasa. So now the Gemara just asked a question on the left. Well, let's just do this together outside. It's very simple. What happens if the blood was thrown? The blood was thrown. They threw the blood. So is it the times right now? They threw the blood. The moment they threw the blood, what happened? So when is it okay? When is it okay? Yesterday or right now? Well, I do Zrika right now. When does it become okay? Right now. So why are you telling me that in the past, a lesson of the past, Shahaisa, it should say Yeshloi right now, it's a Shaka because right now it's just Zrika, right now it's the fire. That bothers the Gemara. I call the lesson that's not good. Why?
Having to have another device or a telephone number apparently discriminated against lower income people. If you have telephone line, and even if you have like a lifeline or something, you still need to be enrolled in one of it should be any sort of login without necessarily needing code.
Tower City wise. What? By Meila, it's not about is it food or not food. That's what we're talking about now. So is it food, not food? Is considered food. By Meila, it's a different thing. By Meila, is it as Kedusha or not Kedusha? What establishes the issue by Meila? Does it have, does this piece of steak have Kedusha on it or not? If it has Kedusha, then you did think, you have to pay 25% and be part of it. If it doesn't have Kedusha, okay. So the thoughts of the public justice, so what happened over here? If this could have blood, okay, so you could use it up.
Remember
So
this
the flies away. And
if they write it for it,
what
they
do you do, right?
have a law review of it. They just move it,
Unless they
footnote, move it, footnote, and 10 out of 10. Logic of fun. You understand footnote? Please, footnote.
And it never became multiple fire. You don't need it forever. Because once the Kedusha, usually, the Kuma, the Kedusha, a lot of people are saying, but the basic Kuma is just susceptible
Please
to
provide
Kuma.
me the public
Because
address.
whether or not this thing is edible. And this way, this one, the mango is not enough for it. Because you need really like food right now. So baseball, you have to see the potential, you have to be curious here. The fact makes that word, so I was just reading that thing the way the back says it. That it could be sorry place, not really just that. If it literally does reach out, then you made it physically food, and the kind of things that done, it's physically food. It becomes funny. Baseball, the Eloy sorry. They got all these words, funny, much. The bottom line is, if you didn't do Zrika, it's not really overflow. And so, if you did Zrika, it's food. If you didn't do Zrika, it's not food. The lower down to the zone, it's not food, it's not funny. Basically, okay, so now it gets easier for me. Basically, almost like a new cigarette. Attached to the previous one, it's like a new. A maybe of some color. The neighbor's name color. What's the story? One time, a person is not sure what he is. He ate something, and his wife said, What do? You ate a piece of fat, the gala. Are you sure? I had a piece of caleb over there that I'm going to give to the guy. Crazy? But I don't know if I ate the right or the left. I don't know. The person doesn't know. It could have been caleb, it could have been nothing. It could have been manish, something mutter, something geschmack, gala. So what do? If he knew for sure that he ate caleb, his wife said you ate caleb, what did he do? He was a macker. But if he can't bring a macker, what did he bring down in? Often called a hanging off. Look at the hanging. They might find out tomorrow that I didn't eat it. I figure it out. I take a step back. I look at the video. Then I don't have to bring it. They're not to lay ishkat like the lens. So basically, there's three options here. Rabbi Rothschild. There's three options. Either, if you find out that you did not eat, you get the beautiful news you didn't eat it. In fact, the babysitter comes, he says, I took I know, I took it. I ate it. And you ate the good. So either the Asham Kali becomes a regular animal. Mamish goes right back to where it came from. Zero Gusha nothing. Why? Because you made a mistake. Or, I'm telling you this because you'll see in the video, there's three belts. Like in the airport, three belts. Belt number one is schooling on top. Belt number two is chemist land. You're actually start. Belt number three, let's see the video. Mamish, very good. It is empty! Yes! Oh, absolutely! Get to know, you're actually starved. Until you get to know, and then you redeem it, divide it. So what happened? They thought they chose the Taylor. Turns out they got a tremendous super fun out. So now what do you do with the Taylor? So Shita number one says, I may be on the organization or something, actually, you found out that it's not. He wasn't over that they wrote the year of Asia. It's mamish cool, don't worry about it, put it right back in the pen, give her a name, not a problem. But my home, my name, my say, as you start, you put it on the line, going down to the airport, you make sure it breaks its leg, you know that we either go to the double. You take the money that you sell it, take the money, you buy what thing on his back, you preserve in his back. Rice, because you can't just put it back in the plate. Because you leave a no plate. A person is worried that he didn't have there. Somewhere in that place is Rashi. Okay, fine. He's a very nice thing to do. Lezer Yikra, make it a carbon. It's one of the three parts over there. Shemini Bob, that's it. I really go. I said after. It's not this. It's like a father-in-law who goes over to someone and he's going to smack in the face. So what do? I don't know. I'm sure you deserve it for something else. So, hey, no, you know what? You didn't do this up. Trust me, there's another out there that it's before. So no matter what, just check it as a regular card. Mission is not going to delay. When if you already checked this Hashem Tanoi, Adam Yishafim, the blood must be spilled. Boiling that was here for Zvaka. What does it mean it was spilled? What do you spill? What do you spill it? The both side. In the ammo. The next one is bad. Do it in there. What's inside of you put it in the meat? Why do you bring the meat? It's like, that's right. Don't bother eating. What about Mikvah Kadam? If the blood is already on his back, and you found out that you didn't say no, I guess you have to see. You didn't see me. Don't see out there. I feel like I'm a place. The Kabbalah said that. The Kabbalah see the blood in a pot. He's Zorek. keep on going. You found out now that he's in the pain. Keep on going. Spray the blood on the mizbeach. Now, what's the opposite to you? The other one, here's the number. Because the sugi, the what? The what? You have blood in the cup. You didn't throw it. It's as if you threw it. Then it becomes like edible. And now it's ties into our sugi. That is always coming. Like you say the concept that it's as if you threw it, even though you have to take action. Says the Gemara, no, not a right. You can kind of think the reason is Kalei, the reason is always coming. No. I don't know. I have another reason. This might be like Yosi, but Hanina, what's the reason? Because so much shows the process of seeing what happened there? The blood went into the tree. That's true, not because I'm able to throw the blood, it's as if I threw the blood. No, the tree gives a special power, it's as if it was already. The practice of seeing what feeling it allows you to be mindful of the other Rashi the other, this is the question I asked you guys before. If you say the concept that is that's grown, or why is the movement grown down? So therefore, let's continue the logic. So the other than this time, now we can say that anything's about to be burned, burn. So notice I have the noisar, I have leftover meat that I'm going to burn. For a para, that I burn, that is. I'm not going to say how long the halacha is. But if a person, comment touches the car, it becomes comment. Why? After the harmony, this is considered a halacha because it's a bunch of ashes. It was a punishment shaitan. The what? Special love, the kedusha. We said if I would, we said if I were going on, so we're also a special thing for Parat Duma. You're right, 100%. It's burnt. But nevertheless, we'll make it comment. On a layer of dinner of actually, even the 100 years, because the buffet. So the way it works is, you have top level of sumo. I do have a sumo. Then under that, what do you have? The Lord said, what do you have? No, you have a sumo. What do you have under that? You show it under that. Shady, Slishu, Reef, Amishu, that far, do know whatever. Okay. But it's also a process of process. Someone touches this apple, it becomes process. It doesn't have the power to keep on giving things to something else. It's not a illusion that makes something else change, it's just process. So, the other mind is things I can understand. You want to take this part out of Puma, so even though it's a bunch of ashes, I'm going to make it awesome. Awesome. You can't use it anymore. With Rui coming now, you literally they're using shame to say that it has enough power to get something else. Come on, knock it down. And if so, since it is boiling your stockings, you want to say yes, it does have the power. This is very exciting. When someone has a question, so in the place, you have flour. What do you do with the flour? You pour in a bunch of oil and you mix it. You have to burn it down, but I did it once for shear. Last thing we're going to do is down.
How you living? Oh, Flex, how you living, Pam? What's good, son? Every day's a holiday. Every day's a feast, thankfully. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
I had a question for you.
What's up, you look Max and Pam? Fuck no, man. We rock that shit. Weddings are some of the best places to meet horny bitches.
Everything in the mincha, even in the glove, in the tzara, the Gemara calls it, this is very shtakish.
Who's getting married? Kicking ass, taking names. Who is getting married?
You have the answer right
Are
here.
they dudes? Are they women? Are they a man and a woman?
That was his question.
Two men and a woman? That's like they're having a three-way?
Oh, no, a man and a woman. That's all.
Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, so you have two friends, a man and a woman. They're getting married, and they were nice enough to invite you to their wedding, and you're gonna go as a lone wolf, and you're gonna be like, hey, to all the single chicks there, my name is a Flashlight. I'm a kick streamer. I'm amazing looking. I have a great personality, a huge community, and I'd like to ask you on a date. And these bitches are gonna be dropping panties like you can't believe. 100%, dude. Like, of all of the events, weddings are the best places to meet women. Like, no doubt. Have you ever seen the movie Wedding Crashers?
No, I never seen
Oh
it.
no, you gotta check it out. It goes into all of the psychology of how women go to an event, especially if they're single, like a wedding, and they want that to be them. They get horny. There's all kinds of love in the air. There's alcohol. There's dancing. It's a great place to pick up chicks, dog.
Then you do something with your
No, yeah, but at the wedding, don't bring a wedding. Don't bring a girl. It's totally going to be a letdown if you bring some random chick who you don't really care about, as opposed to going there, you look cool, people be like, hey, how do you know the bride or groom? And you're like, I know both, they're both my friends. I'm amazing. Do you know about Kick? Do you know about a flag slide? Do you know a flag slide knows Rabbi Rothschild? They'll be like, no way, you know Rabbi Rothschild? You'd be like, oh yeah, he and I go way back. And they're like, wow, do you want me to take my panties off now or in the car? And you'd be like, calm down, baby.
Over here, that's amazing.
Okay, that was funny. No, you're right. I'm gonna say that.
100%. So how have things been on Kick?
Into my pocket.
It's good to see me on single. I've been getting harassed. People tell me they hate me.
Yeah, welcome to the club, Doug. Why do they hate you?
Now,
there's this one time when I quote unquote turned my back on my community and time and banned everyone. And now they have a vendetta, they hate me.
no matter what.
All right, well, you don't ever want to do that because you need your community. But okay, so what do you?
So wait, do you think I was wait? I didn't mean to cut you off. You think I was wrong for banning my community?
You banned everyone in your community.
So it's still.
I banned like a month because they were being weird.
How many people did you ban?
I banned like shit, like 30 plus.
Yeah, you should do an amnesty. Everybody deserves a second chance. Let everybody back.
You have the
I let them in, but they started being weird and started harassing me.
Okay. I mean, then if they continue to do that, you can reban them, but give them a second chance. 100%. Flex, you should make it an event. You should call it Flex Amnesty. You should literally go through all your banned users live on Kick. You should unban every single person, every rabbi account, every other bot account. Just unban everybody. People aren't coming back to go harass you. And if they do, then you just reban them. But that'll put you in more good graces with your community because you'll be like, you know what? Flex gave everybody a second chance. Maybe this time around it'll be different. And especially that core group of people who you ban, they'll recognize that, like, hey, we're all getting a second chance. And if anybody, mouths off or anything, they can get another ban. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing that.
Give them multiple second chances.
Okay. Well, then give them a third chance.
There's a problem, and only because there's a problem you can do. No, you don't need a problem.
Dude, every day's a holiday, every minute's a season. My question to you is this. How permanent do you want your bans to be? Like, basically, you're just turning away your users. And I understand they can get annoying, and that's cool. So you reban. No big deal. People who spam you reban. But everybody else, you might get some people like, you know what, I was having a bad day with
okay, if they were adults, my brother,
okay, so the doxing thing, you can report them to and Kick will.
I don't think they can.
Okay, you are a big enough streamer on Kick that all you have to do is go to support at kick.com and you say to them, look, here's a screenshot of what they said, my brother's address, I don't like that, please address this issue with this streamer. Dog, I've been telling you for a long time, you need to go multi-stream.
no video pshita. That's pasha.
So you don't recognize it, but you're a big time streamer. You're a big fish in a small pond. Why not increase your audience by 4 times and multi-stream using Rumble Studio, which is free, on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, and Kick, all simultaneously? You get 4 times as many people interacting with you.
It's the same thing. If you're about boom, you're coming. So if you're coming, you know what I'm saying? Most of my viewers are same category. It's the nickname.
Wait, hold on. You don't understand. When you multi-stream on Rumble Studio, your chat is unified. So they can watch you on Kick simultaneously while other people watch you on YouTube. And whenever somebody on Kick says something, there's a little green thing next to their name, so you know it's from Kick. Or if they do it from YouTube, there's a little red thing next to their name. Or if they do it from Twitch, there's a purple thing next to their name. If they do it from Rumble, there's a Rumble thing next to their name. But you know exactly from where that's from. It's called, yeah, dog, and it's amazing. Dude, not Mike, dude. There is no May. There is only Dude.
This is Rashi, an unbelievable thing. I don't know. I think maybe
no, I mean anybody who streams enough to get annoyed with people, but don't be stubborn. Literally, you should be creating a Rumble Studio account right now, not sitting on your thumb like, maybe I'll do it. That's a good idea. I've heard you talk about this for a long time. You need to create a Rumble Studio account right now. Then what you need to do is you need to connect your YouTube, and you need to connect your Twitch, and then what you do is connect your Kick. And then you go, when you go live on Rumble Studio, you go live on Kick, you go live on Twitch, you go live on Rumble, you go live on YouTube, all at the same time. There is no May. There's only you. You should just say to yourself, you know what, I'm going to do it. It can't hurt. Why am I doing all this work on Kick? None of my streams are getting archived. That makes it difficult for people to clip me, you know, like more than 30 days out. And I'm not building the kind of community that I want to. It's like this. If you are trying to put out a fire, do you want one hose doing it or 4 fire hoses doing it? It only makes sense. 4 fire hoses. That's more interaction for you. Like right now, you're just pissing on a fire. Kick is small, and they don't care about you. They care about clavicular. They care about people who are bodying themselves in huge ways. So you need to expand your community, and the best way to do that is to give more people the opportunity to be able to see you. And multi-streaming is the way to do this.
Let's say the animal developed
Okay, Flax, if you have questions, come in here and I'll help you. My other question to you, Flax, is do you have a link tree? Okay, well you should. You should put all your links in there for Rumble, YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. And then whenever anybody is watching your stream, at least once an hour, you say, hey, I'd appreciate it if you go to my link tree, linktree.com/FlaxLife, and follow me on these platforms. I'll follow you back and continue to grow together.
And it has Kedusha. Why? You said I am going to bring this on the
Don't be on a pedestal with your community. You need to follow people back, and then you're going to grow. But right now, Kick, like, you've streamed a lot in the last, 2 years or so that I've known you, and of the amount of hours that you've streamed, less than 1% of it is archived, because it's not on YouTube and it's not on Rumble, and those two archive your stuff for you. So if I'm your fan and I want to go back and see, man, what was Flax like back in the day? I can't do it because everything's gone on Kick. Twitch is the same way. Expand your community. Expand the amount of content that you're archiving.
think I should go streamer?
Absolutely not. I think you should do it more. I don't think you do it enough.
What are they considered right now at this point? Kedushas? What if it gets hard? What's the problem? Why
It's gonna
can't you
get
redeem
hard.
them?
And right now, you're a streamer who's just spinning their wheels. I want you to get traction. The way you get traction is by creating content for yourself. Right now, you are on a platform that, frankly, doesn't care about you. They don't care about your data. They don't care about what you're archiving. Rumble does. YouTube does. Because you can go back and watch yourself 5 years ago on YouTube if you wanted to, or a year ago on Rumble. It archived your data for you. Kick literally is just a website for influencers to get their communities to use Stake.
Okay, we'll make it as if halacha, it's food.
Absolutely, and you want to be more than that. So
first of all,
it's just like, hey, you could be driving, like you've got to see your streaming journey, like your, I don't know, perhaps like you have a carriage. And right now you've got one horse that's pulling your carriage. That's Kick. But you could add Twitch, like you said. You could add Rumble. You could add YouTube. That's 4 times the amount of engagement. You already get a lot of engagement. But why not add those other platforms as well that, frankly, have some of them 10, 20, 30 times as many users as Kick does? And it's all free. It would be one thing. It'd be one thing, Flax, if I were saying to you, "Oh, but it is $5 a month or $10 a month." No, it's free. You should have done this a long time ago, but it's not too late. It's still very early in the game. So you go to Rumble, you create an account, you get a Flax light. You do the same on YouTube if you haven't already, which I'm sure you have. You do the same on Twitch. All you do is link all your accounts. You go live on Rumble. You'll be live simultaneously on Rumble, on Kick, on Twitch, and on YouTube. And then you're going to get 4 times as many people watching you. It's very simple. I can't put it to you any simpler than that. Excellent, big man. All right, Flax, I got a friend here. He and I are going to watch a documentary. You go do good in the world, God willing. If you need help, I'm here to help you, okay? You too, Flax. Take care, man. Peace. What up, Riser? How you living, Tim? Dog, I created a killer bot today. This thing is baller. It's gonna take over the world. So, what it is, it basically creates like huge Wikipedia articles. Not on Wikipedia, on my blog. Okay, so normally, like a topic like I don't know, hypercomputers or quantum computers, its Wikipedia article is like, I don't know, maybe 1,000 words or something like that. What my bot does is it takes that Wikipedia article and then creates 100 outlines for subtopics within that Wikipedia article. So, like, maybe, I don't know, like the one it's working on now. Quantum hardware control electronics and signal chains and gate-based quantum computers. And you're like, huh? It's like, I mean, you can see it. If you go to Rabbi Rothschild Wikipedia.blogspot.com, you can see it working right now. So what it does is I have this like list of all these like of 100 kinds of supercomputers, and it's taking every like 6 hours or so, takes one of those and creates a blog entry on it, and then creates like 100 different outlines about topics related to that, and then it goes to the next one. And it's a beautiful system. How do you like that?
So my wife makes pancakes.
No, it's still
Even if I redeem it, the
What'd you
money
say?
is not full of money. I can't do whatever I want with it. I can't. I must use it just for this back. he would have regretted what he said. He wouldn't have said that you're lying.
Yeah, so
how do you get
through Google.
He knows about that.
Well, through Google, but you know, it's topics that I like the Bering Strait Tunnel and sea scrapers, that kind of futuristic stuff. So there's only limited amounts of articles or anything on like sea scrapers, unless you like go into like the deep like academia for like architectural journals. There isn't just like one blog that has 100 different sub articles of outlines on sea scrapers on how do you get rid of waste in a sea scraper, how do you generate energy in a sea scraper, how do you go how do you deal with seismic activity in a sea scraper, all of those things. And my blog bot does that. And
says something that's
it's really efficient. Like it creates a new outline every 45 seconds through ChatGPT, and it moves slowly enough that it doesn't, like ChatGPT doesn't say you run out of requests today, try again tomorrow. It's very slow. Not very slow, but like it takes it like maybe 2 minutes to create each one or so. So it's pretty baller. What are your thoughts?
He argues on
I mean, if you think you'll actually generate traffic to the blog,
oh yeah, it already does. Yeah, like because a lot of people think I have a Wikipedia article, and I don't. And the reason why I don't is because Wikipedia is very touchy. I've been told. We've talked about it before. It's this like foggy group of people that runs it. Even though I donate to it, I've been told don't create your own Wikipedia article. Just wait for one of their approved moderators to take notice of you someday, and then have it generated. So in the meantime, when you type in Rabbi Rothschild Wikipedia, it shows the guy from Atlanta. And this one British Rabbi Rothschild, she's a lady. But then my blog shows up on the first page, like generally. So I just named the blog Rabbi Rothschild Wikipedia. Like my other blog, it's called Who is Rabbi Rothschild? Because a lot of people type that in. Basically, I take whatever search term that somebody's going to search, and I make a blog under that name, and then I put a ton of content on it. Make sense?
So now, Rabbi said brand new studio.
Exactly.
you know what Hannah's archive is?
Everybody knows what that is, but refresh me.
What if it's food that
It's like this
it's food
huge archive of like millions and millions of books.
Oh yeah. I do know what that is. It's like a digital library, right?
Since it's not food, really.
Yeah.
It's food, but it's not edible to a human being. So it's not food. If it's not food, it's not mekabel tuchah. That's one way to look at it. She says, Gemara, Shamati.
I don't know. I can't give you how many.
As he's doing the
how many books are there right now, but I've gone in there to find like interesting information on a bunch of stuff, and then I actually get like a real just PDF of like a good book,
as soon as you do
all of that information just isn't just like floating around like Google results, you know, so maybe I'll just train an AI on the Hammond archive book and all sorts of features on sort of a topic
AI's already been trained on that though.
That's fine.
That's part of the backbone of what AI is. AI is basically parsed every single written book that's ever been created. What my strategy does is it takes one of those topics and then writes a blog on it, 16,000 character blog, and then from there automatically parses subtopics in there that have never been delved into previously. So even like Anna's Archive, let's give an example. Anna's Archive might have a bunch of things on sea scrapers, and that's cool. But no one person has gone through and done 100 outlines of 16,000 characters on sea scrapers that are all different, like how like the materials that are needed. You get it. It is not hallucinating. It's like extremely accurate. I mean, I've read it, and it's like they're all different, and they all are like I could have it make a blog, just all blog entries, blog entry after blog after blog entry, but that gets too hard to parse. Outlines are the way to go. You can read the outline, and it makes a lot of sense. And like the Bering Strait Tunnel one, it's like, dude, it was bringing up such good ideas, like things that I never thought about, like the like that cross contamination, but like the migration patterns of animals will change when the Bering Strait Tunnel is created. You know, it's 50. It needs to be 100 kilometers, and the tunnel is 50 kilometers, and that was done over 100 years ago, so it's possible. But the idea is like this: like there are like bugs and things that are more common in Asia than in Alaska. And those bugs are gonna get into like the train cars, and then they're gonna be like, contaminating each other or whatever. It'll change like migration patterns a little bit. Just like little things like that I've been talking about this subject publicly for almost 5 years, and I never even thought of that one. I mean, I'm sure I could have pondered it, but I always thought like just like maybe that the bugs were basically the same because it's only like 100 kilometers difference, but not really because you could get bugs that like migrate. And anyway, just like things like that, it just was a really interesting point that I was looking at today. And with the computers, like I don't know. Let's just talk about like holographic computers right now, for instance, like a really advanced kind of computer. There are people who have written articles on holographic computers, but no one's made 100 outlines, really, really in-depth outlines on the different things, timelines of holographic computers, and glossaries of holographic computers, and I understand what you're saying, like, well, how do you know it's not hallucinating? I mean, when I read it, it's not. These are like terms that it's using that are consistent, and it's like combining some of the ideas. So like, I'll be like, give me a timeline for holographic computers, and it's conservative. It's not like they'll be here tomorrow, but like I'll say, give me a timeline for the next million years of holographic computers, and it's okay if it hallucinates a little bit because in the far future it doesn't know, but it's actually pretty conservative in what it says. Like like nobody really knows 10,000 years into the future if people will be even using holographic computers. Like maybe there are other computers that could be developed, and it will give a list of them. So long story short, you always have to worry about hallucination of AI models, but in this case, I think it's pretty solid. So all I have to do is just almost like a Tommy gun, or like one of those guns that you feed it with like magazine, like you feed it with bullets. You know, like when Rambo would wear like the bullets on his like chest. You know what I'm talking about? You know who Rambo is? Like Rambo, or like when they like wear like bullets on their chest and they feed those bullets into a gun. All I have to do is make sure that I have topics and So what I do is I just have to go to ChatGPT and be like, give me 100 kinds of computers faster than a quantum computer. And it'll be like, here are 100 proposed versions, and it will take that. I take that list of 100, and those are my bullets for my like my Rambo vest or whatever. And then it just after like 6 hours, it moves on to the next one. All right, and then the other bot I've got going, I had to work on my kick bot a little bit today, and it just hasn't been working. It's been okay. It's been okay. I get people who have been saying, "Hey, I saw you clipped my kick, you clipped my thing and kick or whatever." I was running into an issue which I don't understand. Still don't understand exactly why, but I changed the timing on it a little bit, and it seems to be working better. And then my other bot is I think I told you this. Pictures of like all of the Miss Universe winners, like, and the Miss America winners, like all time, and I put like a watermark over them, and then I put them on a blog, and that populates Google Images, and then it is. Then I like changing the alt text on them all and the titles on them all, which takes a long time. And sometimes when you're doing like 3,000 pictures at once, you can't do them all at once. You have to do them individually. So I have a bot doing that, and then I've got my TikTok bots are working out. They're populating things. So I've got right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got like 7 bots going. Then I've got another 2 bots going on Rumble. I could have more bots going, but they sometimes on some of my other devices don't work as well. So I'm kind of the bot king. I think it's pretty baller. And that's what I've been doing. How was your day?
Stayed overnight. Stayed
It was good.
Yeah, I heard about this from for trademark or for copyright infringement.
Yeah, the site's still up.
If it never had a shot at kosher, it was never available for the Mizbeach.
How do you even do these people?
It's not edible. So it's
Yeah,
on the top.
I mean they just basically go after their ISP, and the ISP will have to shut it down.
Legal, he made
Yeah.
right away. In other words, there's no for as soon as you have a
Exactly.
thought, this thing becomes awesome. Maybe because you count.
But mine, But mine is all organic, and it's not copyrighted because every single entry is new. Like, it's not, nobody's ever put these words together before.
Shayo said, it's not.
AI.
If it never had a moment that you ever needed, so it's not.
I've seen that too.
I hate it so much that I agree. I've been doing it, and I know.
They explain because
another thing is people are scanning out Spotify songs with AI crap.
Like the shit
I feel like if you can make like a sick
when it was
sleep,
connected.
like if you make a sleep playlist, like they
So what if you
people like fall asleep on,
Right.
So
or you like feel like white noise or something, and because the listening time of those songs is like 10 hours long, and apparently just like funny when it's doing that. So I think it's become so saturated or
that he says that
That's what Jayski does. He lives pretty close to Hollywood, and he just takes video of Hollywood Boulevard, and then just lets it play. And like Miss Aquarius has one of those going right now. The issue that occurs with those is advertisers recognize that, yeah, the person's watching it for 8 hours, but they're not conscious during it. much of the time. But that doesn't always mean that, you know, sometimes people just listen to it as white noise while they're studying or something. So, yeah, if I were you, this is a really good idea. You should start a YouTube channel that is dedicated to soundscapes, and you could just even just take open source or open video that's out there of like traffic, and then just the waves on like a tropical island, and rain, and you make a 12-hour video of this, then you put the labels on it, and people eat that shit up. I have 12-hour videos that I listen to quite often. There's JC right there. So he will. JC, if you can hear me, we're talking about those long videos that we make, like the one we make on the Urban Boulevard. The Missing Players, JC each night puts on those long videos when he gets along. And so yeah, Riser. I think that's a really good idea. I would rather watch Michael than yes and no you watch Aaron. We have to watch out with Zoot. Zoot's like, that's illegal. Like Zoot, you're the one who created super gonorrhea by going to the adult arcade and didn't tell anybody about it. He's like, that's not illegal. You only have to tell them if it's AIDS. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, excuse me. I think that shit. Yeah. Wonderful. Anyway, we'll say this is a newsworthy event, and that'll be good. But yeah, so I am ready. I saw this movie. The first time I saw it, I've only seen it once. Was during the pandemic, and I immediately thought it was one of the best biopics that I've ever seen, especially because you never see Michael Jordan, and I think that's a really cool like a really cool way to do the movie, because it's like, who could play Michael Jordan? Like, he has a really unique face, and he's still alive, and the answer to that is don't ever show his face, just show his parents.
I learned the entire player. This is a really rad documentary that I have.
No, just one.
I learned wants to know, can I sit back and relax? I learned all
it's
a documentary.
It's a movie.
Today they have the apps. You can learn Spanish in a few days. I want to learn something. I want to learn chess. What do I do? All of Amikra is there. He says,
That's a good question. Okay, we don't have to watch it, but it's a. Well, here's how it happened. I said a while back we should watch Air sometime, and you're like, okay. And then recently I said we should watch Air sometime. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. It's a biopic. It's a movie, like a biography of something.
He didn't stop learning Torah in the basement.
So that's why.
If that's the case,
no, it's true. That's why I kind of consider it to be like. I never said that it's a documentary, nor do I see it as a documentary. a true story that is the story of how Michael Jordan's shoes got started. And it's fascinating. I really like biopics. And so anyway, I said to you a while back, we should watch Air because I thought it was really good, and you were like, we've added it to the list, but at no point was I ever like, it's like documentary. However, I don't see it as that much different because you're learning like the story of how this thing came to be, and I'm okay with those kind of movies. If you're like, hey, let's watch, I don't know, some movie that never took place and isn't real, I'm okay with that. But I like movies where you like learn about something. And biopics, yeah, but it's not true. That's not allegedly how the Flaming Hots came to be, but I've seen it. It's pretty good. Sure. So here's what you do. You go to fmovies.com.
A very narrow opening. Rachav. It's wide. It's narrow. It's wide.
Oh, pardon me. fmovies.com. Just type in fmovies and Gotcha. fmovies.com.
A friend is constantly telling his friend to do bad stuff, trying to convince him to do this, to do that. Okay. It's throwing him off the path.
And then I'm going to type in Air, Michael Jordan.
He tries to nudge him onto the path. He's trying to steer you away from that narrow opening in the Gehenna. From that Gehenna, that its opening is very narrow. It's smoke of the Gehenna is stuck inside that pipe. Maybe the whole Gehenna was very narrow.
So it's not called air time?
No, it's literally just up here. And then
it's wider and wider. You'll say, you know what? Gehenna is not for special people.
It was made in 2020.
We did something terrible.
Its soundtrack is amazing.
No. The Gehenna is there for everybody. Even if I'm in public.
And Matt Damon.
There's a lot of
I think I have it.
fire. It's the schmuck.
I found it.
Good job. And we may have, I don't know, been on the
soundtrack.
Dude, soundtrack is like the best soundtrack I've heard in 20 years.
Damn. What were you gonna say?
I think maybe we got onto the biopic discussion because the Michael Jackson biopic. I'm not exactly sure, but I think you'll like it. I honestly think this may start us on a bunch of biopics because there are a lot of them, and you learn from them. And so I don't see them as like just normal movies.
Yeah. I mean, the social network is apparently
Oh yeah, for sure.
They're waiting for it.
But it's just like, I don't know, probably
and you have this carbon in the Beis Hamikdash
like engineered
on Yom Kippur.
or to be like a solid movie, but
The other one, sorry, lads,
I like those movies.
but the sorry, most of my thing was you have to eat. So who eats it though? It's Yom Kippur, you can't eat it. So when do you eat it? You eat it on Matzah Yom Kippur, which is Friday night by the Suda. You cook the fish and raw meat because you can't cook it. You're gonna eat now Yom Kippur, now it's out. Who eats raw meat? Who doesn't eat it? I'm a rabbi, I don't know. What about eating it? Hello. Alex is Greek. These are Alexandrians. These are like Egyptians. They didn't like the Babylon, very so. It was a derogatory name. You're a Babylon. But it really meant you're the Alexandrian. These are people that eat raw meat.
I don't mean to be rude, but if possible, can you mute your microphone when possible? Because I don't want to get a copyright strike.
I didn't
You're good.
You're good.
So our boy say, we're learning a lot about the Shulchan. We're going to say goodbye to him today. The way it works is we put the bread, the lechem, on the Shulchan on Shabbos, and the bezichin, the levina, the frankincense, also on Shabbos. It stays there until the following Shabbos. See this halechem b'Shabbos, this bezichin lach Shabbos. So all the mission is going to discuss different scenarios where he messed up. Instead of putting the lechem and the bezichin, the fragrances, the levina, instead of putting it on Shabbos, he did one of them after Shabbos. See this halechem b'Shabbos, this bezichin lach Shabbos. Both of them after Shabbos. The same cases. Instead of putting it on Shabbos, he put the levina after Shabbos. The hikdir as a bezichin Shabbos. And he went along and he took the bezichin that he put on the shulchan on Sunday instead of Shabbos. He did one day late, and he put it on the table on Shabbos. Also, that's called mechusar zman. It's missing time. What does it mean? It's missing time. It's not the right time. He put it on the table on Sunday instead of Shabbos. So it's mechusar zman. It's possible. And once it's possible, so what's possible? What's possible? The bread is possible. The levina is the bread's matter. They go together. In order to eat the bread, you need to put the levina on the mizbeach. And you put something that's worthless on the mizbeach. It was only on the table for 7 days instead of 8. Then chayav alayim, you're not chayav on this bread. Mishum pigol, noisa v'tama. Interesting. Today's parsha. Pigol, there's no noisa. If you leave it over, you leave the lechem upon for 2 weeks. There's no noisa. Why? Because it was never mutter to eat. There's no noise on something that was never mutter to eat. And the coming, let's say the kohen himself is coming, and the kohen himself goes and touches this lechem upon him. He's not chayiv kares. All three of these are kares, right? The pigul, the noise, the coming. There's no tuma. Why? Because it's not something you can eat. And we may love these things. We're going to say it again 3 times. See, this halechem is a bezichin b'Shabbos. What if he put it on the right day? Behikis a bezichin lach Shabbos, but he removed it on the wrong day. He removed the bezichin on Sunday instead of waiting a whole week until the following Shabbos. Sula is possible. Therefore, not chayav. See, this halechem is a bezichin lach Shabbos. If he set up the bread and the bezichin on Sunday instead of on Shabbos, the third case, very similar cases. It all has to do with Sunday. You put the bezichin on Sunday. You put the bread on Sunday. You put both on Sunday. The bread and the levina, you put it on Sunday. The higdus of bezichin b'Shabbos, and he waited until the following Shabbos, 7 days later. Put the bezichin on. So what should he do? How do you make this work? He put it on Sunday. Something happened. There was an emergency in the Beis Hamikdash. They didn't have bread. I don't know what. He put it on Sunday. So how does he make it work? Yanichin al Shabbos haba. So just a simple calendar. If he messed up and he put the breads on a Sunday instead of Shabbos all the way to the right, so the first Shabbos that comes along is not good enough. It's not enough days. So you wait until the second Shabbos. You have to go all the way over here. Now it turns out it's on the table for 14 days. Okay? Why? Because you need what? 13 days. Whatever days. It's confusing. Because if you put the bread on Sunday, you take it off on Sunday, it's 8 days. Right? Like a bris. Not also the second in command after the Kohen Gadol tells we're talking about the Korban Tamid. I love the Korban Tamid. It reminds me of Australia. Korban Tamid in the morning, every morning, he says, go see if the sun came out. In Megia, if he does see the sun, he says these words Barkoi. In other words, there's sunrise. Hey, Rayoy. Matis Yevin Shmuel Oimer. Hey, they call him Israel Hachim February. Did it light up all the way to February? Boimer, hey. And he said, yes. Check it out.
guy. העיר פני כל המזרח עד שבחברון הם.
Why do you need all this? One day, they saw the moon, but they thought it was the sun. They thought it was sunrise, it was already late. So they shefted the carbon pomid. If you mess up, so you take it and you throw it in the garbage. There's a place called, in that Zara, there's a place called Beis HaShreifa. Also outside of the Beis HaMikdash is a place. Now we're talking about inside the Beis HaMikdash, inside the Azara. The Lashon Vayitziyu is a little interesting. They took it out. Okay, fine, but it's in the Beis HaMikdash. They burn it. In other words, worthless. This is the garbage can have a yochel of things that you mess up with. Another halacha, not to get it's a continuation over there. The Kohen Gadol needs to title before he does the tamid. And there was a rule. If you go to the bathroom, you relieve yourself toilet, on tefillah. Crazy thing. Imagine a guy goes to the bathroom 3 times a day. He has to mikvah 3 times. But just went for tanim, then you have to go to the kiyar, which is also, it's a little bit more than what we do. You have to wash your feet and hands in that position. So this line that we're about to read here is very important for the sugya. So just focus on this line. It's not only that animal that you shechted in the middle of the night instead of during the day, but you have to burn. There's 2 other things. If a kohen did melika, shechted the melika of the bird at night, which you're not supposed to, burn it, put it in that Beis HaShreifa fire. So we'll focus on this one. On a mincha that you did kmitza, you took a handful at night. You're not supposed to do it at night. So what do you do with what's in your hand? Put it in the Beis HaShreifa. Says Gemara, if you knock its head off, you can't reattach its head. There's nothing you can do about it, so you burn it. I don't understand what the problem is. But the problem is asking Gemara, I don't understand. What is the problem? Take the flour. Restart. Do over. Says Gemara, he asked the question, he answered the question. You see from here, like Noam said, that once you put the mitzvah into the klisharis, it gives a kedusha even at night. Gemara had to tell us a finish. But let me ask you a question. I'm going to show you a brisa that says the exact opposite, that it doesn't give kedusha at night. And in fact, the Gemara goes with this. So Naomi might not have been right over here. Anything that's done during the day in the Beis HaMikdash gets kedusha during the day. Like what? Like everything. Like every single karma. Balayla, things that you only do at night. Now, here you're going to have to struggle to come up with something. What do you do at night? Rashi says in Safra. So the Shittim Kubetzis changes it and says he means to say that the other Rishonim also is talking about the oil for the menorah. That we just learned the other day. The only thing that is at night is the oil in the menorah. That's the only thing. Something that you can do both days during the day, like Misafim, Imurim. Then the Kedusha is found during the day and the night. What's a mincha? Something that you do during the day. So when does it receive kedusha? Only during the day. It's a big kasha. How? When a kohen messes up and does a kmitza at 2 in, it has 0 kedusha. Why? Because it's something you do during the day, and at night it doesn't receive kedusha. I don't care if it has a kedusha or not. Says Mara, you're 100% right. And it comes to the Torah. What I said that it doesn't have kedusha, I meant to say that it doesn't have enough kedusha that you put it onto the mizbeach. He gave it a little bit of kedusha, this kedusha in the middle of the night, and now it becomes possible to or if a Tuliyah touches it, it makes it common. You're right, it doesn't give it the real kedusha, it gives it a little bit. So what do we do with our Mishnah? It says in our Mishnah that if you put the bread on the table, the lechem on the table right on Sunday, after Shabbos, big as even Shabbos, and you put the levoina onto the mizbeach 7 days later on Shabbos, psula. But kids is asking, what should you do? You should leave it like in this calendar. Let's just have the calendar up for a second. Leave it for a second Shabbos. In other words, on the table 13, 14 days. The Mishnah tells us doesn't matter if it's on the table for a long time. As the Gemara is looking at it, what's the shulchan? Rabbi says shulchan is a klishares. And if you tell me even at night a little bit, then they should become puzzled for lima. So now you have the bread on the shulchan overnight for a long time, for 8 days. So it should make it kadosh. It should be puzzled. Migdosh, they should become kadosh and then become puzzled because it's lima. Your question that you just asked me, Reb Zera, is beautiful. But you brought me a Mefurish Brisa that says that if I do kmitza at night, shalom bismana, I have to burn it. In other words, from our mission, it's mashma that there's no kedusha night. And you brought me a raya that there is a kedusha night because if you do kmitza 2 in the morning, you have to burn it. Burn it means there is some kedusha. And our mission says there's no kedusha. You should have to burn the lechem upon him according to what you're telling me. So we have a contradiction. What do we do? Very simple. Laila and Chuzizman. What happened? You did kmitza 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning is actually like 7 in the morning. When do you go? When does a kid become bar mitzvah? The night before. The Judaism, the day starts at night. So when you went and you put the kmitza on the mizbeach a few hours before you're supposed to, it's not like you're in left field. You're part of that day. That night is part of the following night. So Mamela gives it a psul. It's not considered night. It's not considered, oh, you did it the wrong days. It's part of that day. But over here on this calendar, you messed up on a few days. You can't say, oh, you put the lechem upon him on a Tuesday. It's kilo. You put it on Shabbos. No, it's too far away. That's the Gemara, very good. But what happened? Look at this calendar. He put the bread onto the shulchan on where it's red. Rishon Beiziyah. When is he taking it off? 14 days later, 13 days later, let's call it, on Shabbos, all the way at the end. The first Shabbos, it becomes kadosh. And then when the second Shabbos rolls around, that's when it's become puzzle. When are they going to eat it? Shabbos morning with the chol. But the problem is by the gefilte fish at night, it already became, night is part of the day. Then it stayed overnight, the whole night, the whole Friday night it stayed over. It should become possible, according to what you just told me. Omar Rava, B'shikalim B'silim, says Rava, okay, I'll get out of it. He's talking about that the day before, on this calendar, the last day on the calendar Shabbos, on Friday, he took off all the breads. He took them off. He put them like where they are. Oh, well, no, this is on the shulchan. He took them out. So they didn't become puzzle from the shulchan on Friday night because they weren't on the shulchan Friday night. No big doichat. The lechem remained on the table the entire time. You didn't take it out. Even the sidra is like mitzvah. Since you put it on the table on the wrong day on Sunday instead of on Shabbos, it's literally as if a monkey did it. In other words, when you do something wrong, it's not you didn't do something. It's the same thing if it happened by itself. Same thing as if a monkey did it. You didn't do the right thing. So maybe doesn't become puzzling the night before. Check this out. I think you're gonna have a lot on off.
Did we get it? Yes, that was perfect. Now change into an elephant costume and we'll
will film the video of Pilsha Balak to Kamitzri. Zok the Mishnah. So you always eat the shtei alechem minimum 2 days after it's baked. Why? Because you have to bake it before Yom Tov. You're not allowed to bake, and we all know that you're allowed to cook on Yom Tov. Everybody cooks on Yom Tov, but not for the Beis Hamikdash. There's a mandala that says you can't bake for the Beis Hamikdash. It's lechem, it's for you, but not for Beis Hamikdash purposes. So anything that has to do with the Beis Hamikdash, he holds, you have to bake before Yom Tov. So mainly you're always eating the shtei alechem the following day, which is 2 days. Never more than 3 days. You never eat the bread 3 days after it's baked. Ketzad, how does it work? Never more of Yom Tov. You bake it before Yom Tov. Again, it's not Doch Yom Tov. Necholas Yom Tov Lishnai. So then you eat it on Sunday. Yom Tov is after Shabbos. But what if? I believe this year Shavuos is on a Friday. No. Okay, so what if Chali is after Shabbos? Yom Tov Shavuos is on a Sunday. Now you can't bake on a Shabbos, obviously. So you're going to bake on a Friday. So maybe on that Chol is the Shlosh, you're going to be eating it 3 days later. What about the Tisha? Again, the Chol you put on the table on Shabbos, and you eat it on Shabbos. So that's 8 days. You always bake it before Shabbos, and everything. That's 9 days. Never more than 11. How? Never more Shabbos, no Shabbos. The normal is you bake it on a Friday, you eat it on Shabbos. That's 9 days later. But what if this is Yom Tov on a Friday? So now I have to bake it before Yom Tov. So now you have 10 days. What about if it's a 2 day Yom Tov? They haven't done Rosh Hashanah. It happened to fell on a Thursday and a Friday. So now you can't bake on Rosh Hashanah. So you bake before Rosh Hashanah. So now a little bit of a problem. You're going to eat it on 11 days. Everybody knows what's 11 days after Rosh Hashanah. Yom Kippur. How are you going to eat on Yom Kippur? Says Rashi, eat on Yom Kippur, Motzi. But isn't Motzi Yom Kippur considered the 12th day? It's already 12 days. He says no. When it comes to Kachim, the night goes after the day, which we said before. The day goes after the night. Okay. Baking of the bread and the part of the Shnei doesn't push on Shabbos, doesn't push on Yom Tov. And you could bake bread on Shabbos and on Yom Tov. Why? Because it's a nefesh. I don't agree with you that you're not allowed to bake for the Beis Hamikdash. It doesn't sound Yom Tov, but it doesn't show off Yom Kippur. Omer Avina, the Divrei, according to you, that you say if you hold it, you're not allowed to bring a shlam on Yom Tov. Why? Because there's a machlokes. There's a concept called if I'm allowed to bring a carbon because I have to, so then I'll bring also if I don't have to. I'll bring a shlam, I'll bring oil. But he holds no, you can't do it. What you have to bring a Yom Tov, you bring. But when you don't bring your like hey mom the right, so it's the chazon rabbanon the gazon shleyash. Don't say it was a xer the rabbanon. Then what? I said I'm going to bring a shlam. So what do? I know that my family's coming for Pesach, massive sudas, 30 people sudas. So I push off my nedavos all the way to Pesach. I chefed it on Pesach. Then no, don't do that. Why? Shemayasha. You're going to something's going to happen. You're going to get a flat tire, and then you won't bring it on Pesach. So maybe that's why Rabbanan said don't do it. Right? So now you should know the Rabbanan. The Torah says don't bring it on Pesach. Don't bring it on a Yom Tov. The why? Proven from our Mishnah. What about the 2 breads? You have to bring it on Shavuos. And then there's no problem, maybe you'll get stuck. This is the Beis Hamikdash we're talking about. And it still says, you can't bake it on Shabbos and Yom Tov. So Mela even thinks, so Klochke, something that's in a dava, you shouldn't bring on Yom Tov and bake on Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day.
Merit exclusive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com is sponsored MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi Shulchan. Was it in position in the Beis Hamikdash to the width or to the length? of the Beis Hamikdash. This is the long way. So it says the Gemara, Bishloima, we're holding 5 lines from the bottom of Tzadik Chesam Beis. Bishloima Lamanda Omar Mizrach Omayro, that it goes the long way of the Beis Hamikdash. So here, this is a beautiful picture. The Paroichos, the depiction with the lions behind that wall is the Kodesh HaKadosh. Nobody goes in there, only the Kohen Gadol people. Over here you can see the Shulchan position the long way. The pole touching the Paroichos, we spoke about how they touch the Paroichos, that's long. You're right. No, good. Thank you. Exactly. Make sure everybody does it. This is not touching the Paroichos. See, it's not even touching the road. There's a wall there. That's what I'm saying. So, if it goes this way, and we have 10 tables of Shloim HaMelech, each Aroin is 2 amos, 2 shulchan. Each shulchan 2 amos times 10. Each shulchan is 2 amos times 10. 2 times 10 is how much? 20. If you take, let's say, a shoebox that's 20 inches, and you try to put something that's exactly 20 inches in there, it's going to be very, very difficult to get it in there, especially if it's made out of 10 different pieces. Each piece has a little bit of a different variety. It's almost impossible to put something that's exactly 20 amos into a space that's exactly 20 amos. It's going to extend a quarter of an inch, a half a millimeter, whatever it is. It's not going to fit. If it goes this way, the long way, so it extends into an open space. We're not constrained. We have 40 amos. We have another 20 amos past the aron, past the shulchan. But if it goes sideways, from wall to wall, it's almost impossible to get in there. The other problem is here. So if it goes like this, so it's into a wide open space, it's fine. But if it goes like this, the picture just changed. It goes with the Paroichos. You see the lines at now. Problem number 1, how does the Kohen get through there? If I want to get into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, I have to jump over the Shulchanos. They're tight. They're so tight. First of all, physically it's impossible to get 10 tables that are 2 amos in the exact same spot, in the exact same width. Okay? Each table has a variety this way, that way, maybe the wood is not 100%. It's not going to fit. So Bishloi, I could get 10 tables into 20 amos. Because yes, it extends slightly, but that's not a big deal. We don't care about that half an inch that extends over the line. But if it goes from north to south, in other words, the width of the Beis Hamikdash, how could, especially if we say that the shulchan is 12 amos each, 12 amos, not 10. How are the kohanim going to get over the table, over the shulchan? You have to divide this wall, right, that we're looking at on this. There's the right side and the left side. There's a line down the middle. The right side is the north, the left side is the south. You're going to have 5 tables on the south. You're not allowed to have tables on the south. You're not have shulchanos on the south. You only take into consideration 10. There's in fact 11 tables. So where does the 11th one go? Moshe Rabbeinu is right over here. He looks kind of isolated. The one that he actually has the lechem, most of the time you put the lechem on it. Sometimes we had him a place that you put the lechem on the other one. But what do you didn't consider where do you put Moshe Rabbeinu's shulchan? Says Gemara, the man Omar Mizrach Omayr Nami, even if it goes like this one, east to west, shulchan the Moshe Teichab Monachim. We're going to put that one. Now you can't continue the line and make it 11 tables because now he's outside of the red line, he has to be within the 20 amos of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Now he's going to be over the line. If you put him in a row, Elamais, you put him like this, it's strange. So says the Gemara, Elo, Misabas Kadora, you think there's one long row of tables? There are 2. Something like this. 2 rows. If they go to the width and there's 2 rows, everything is good. We have a ton of space. From the Paroichos, from the left wall to the Heichal, we have a ton of space. You could put the rows, you could distance them one from each other like what we have over here, 2.5 amet distance from every aisle is 2.5 amet. It's great. But if it goes this way, we have a big problem. Why? If you recall yesterday when we spoke about the badim that come out of the aron, we said if the poles are on the width, so the width is only 1.5 amma. 1.5 amma, you can't have two people standing inside it. So what do you need? 2.5 amma. People stand 2.5 amma. Imagine you have a kohen standing between the wall and the first row on top, and he's pulling out the lechem upon him. How's another kohen going to get around him? So you need rules. You need an aisle of 2.5 amma. So let's take a look over here. This is mamish easy now. How many ones do you see in the picture? 3. Yeah, the width of the shulchan is 1. The width of Moshe Rabbeinu's shulchan is 1, and the width of the bottom row is also 1. So that's 3. Then you have 3 2.5s. How much is 3 2.5s? 7.5. How do I know? Because 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Plus 2.5 is 7.5. So we have 7.5 plus 3. 7.5 plus 3, 7.5, 8.5, 9, 10.5. We got 10.5. 10.5. It's a big problem. Because once you get to 10.5, the line, the dotted line is at the 10 point. What's the dotted line? Dotted line represents north and south. All the tables have to be above the dotted line. They have to be on the north side of the Heichal. So, what do we do here? How far away is the first table? The shulchan. How far away is the shulchan from the wall? You need 2.5 amas for people to maneuver around each other. The day and the shulchan itself is 1 amma, so that's 3.5. I can't do this math like this. This is 2 hours. Now, between this the row of shulchanos and Moshe Rabbeinu's shulchan, another 2.5 amma. And the actual shulchan of Moshe takes up 1 amma. Another 2.5 amma between Moshe Rabbeinu and the bottom row. The end of the day, and it's comes out that you're 1/2 amma in the south. You have total 10.5 amma instead of 10. You think Moshe Rabbeinu's shulchan is like this in this picture? No. You take the other shulchanos, you push them eastward. You take Moshe Rabbeinu's and you push them westward. Instead of like this, it's going to be like this. Okay? Great. What changed? That the bottom row of tables is far away from the dotted line now. Moshe Rabbeinu's table doesn't take up another 2.5 amma. We gained 2.5 amma because we pulled them out. It's like, says the Gemara, push these guys to the right. You take Moshe Rabbeinu a little bit to the left. It's literally like this table right over here. A Magachir sits in the front, and the Talmidim sit over here. Those of you who think you're Talmidim, whatever, I'm sorry for those who are my Rebbeim. So I said before that we learned yesterday that I meant in the Hebrew shirt. In English, we don't know. There were another 10 shulchanos in addition to Moshe Rabbeinu's shulchan. Was there lechem aponim on that shulchan or not? The Tanakh says the only Moshe Rabbeinu's table got lechem. It's a shulchan asher Allah lechem aponim. So it seems like only this shulchan got the lechem aponim. And some menorahs also shloimah. There's also 10 menorahs that Shlomo Melech added to the 1 menorah of Moshe Rabbeinu, but we only lit 1 menorah. On the bread on the shulchan, it'd be very problematic. We'll see later. We put 11 breads, 11 stacks, 11 times 12 bread. You can't do that. The menorahs, you light extra lights. Okay, it's menorahs hazov and eretzel levarba. You can put the lechem on any one you want. Doesn't mean al kulam together. It means you pick one of Shlomo Melech's tables also. Shlema. And it says shulchan nois, plural. The aleihem, on them, lechem aponim. You can put the lechem aponim on any table. Now, the Tanakh is going to have to explain what we do with the puzzle. It seems very obvious from the puzzle that you put the lechem on any table. Ubet Kulon Hoyim Adlikin says Rabbi Rothschild, you could light any menorah, all 11. Shenemar is a menorah, all from all 11. As a menorah is B'nei Yisrael Lebarim from Mishpat B'nei Advir Zav Saga. A menorah Rois B'nei Yisrael plural. Rabbi Yosef Rabbi Omer. Lo Hoyu Misadrim Elo Al Shel Moshe. No. We said before, there's only one table, the table of Moshe Rabbeinu. That's where the Lechem HaKonim went. What do I do? The fact seems like there's other tables, and on that you put the Lechem Hazah. There are 3 tables in addition to these 11 tables. These are regular, like workshop tables. These are tables that you put stuff down on. And in fact, the bread was on them. The ulam. This on top of me, there's a base of English, but just to show, the ulam is this is the heichal, tall building, like 20 feet tall. There's a smaller part, that's the heichal over here, and then there's the wide part. This is the ulam. As you enter the heichal, there's like more like a foyer, a festival before you get into the heichal. So there's 2 tables over there. One was marble. The reason why I say marble is because the Mishnah says mefurish is marble. Over here, there's a difference in the language, and it's called kesef because compared to the gold color of the zav, it's kesef. It's white, like a whitish color. But I think you should understand that this is marble. Kesef, zav. When you come in with the fresh bread, you put it on the right on the marble table. The stacks of bread, you're holding these stacks. I forgot how much it weighs. Each one, we said it weighs like 16 pounds minimum. Each one, 16 times 6, 70 pounds. You're carrying 70 pounds. It's not possible to carry. So you place down as you're entering, you're exiting, you put it down. So first you start off with marble. You end off with gold. Shemalim Bakoidish, when you read it, there's a cloud in the Torah. They always go upwards. You always add to your learning. You always add to your Kedusha. And there's over from the name Shalom Nachum HaKonim. Pomid. That's what Rabbi Willard said yesterday. Pomid. So there's a concept that the bread should be on the table always. And we can see machlokes whether it means it's here in English. Does it mean literally every second, or it means it shouldn't be overnight without bread? And how do you know that in the Torah you don't go down? You don't downgrade? Vayakam Moshe Hamishkan, Vayitin is Adonov, Vayasam is Krosho, Vayitin is Brichov, Moshe Rabbeinu is building the Mishkan, Vayakam is Amudov, here. That's why all the Grishim and the Adonim, all this. And it says the Lashon Vayakim is Amudov, there's a few shot in the Rashi. One shot is that it says Vayakim, and Vayakim, it doesn't use another Lashon of, let's say, Vayitin. The one I related to more was that it started off with Moshe Rabbeinu, and he doesn't let anybody else build it besides himself, because then it would be downgrading, going down from Moshe Rabbeinu. Somebody else less than Moshe Rabbeinu. And how do you know it's a good idea to go up? In fact, everybody knows that you're either going down or you're going up. Nobody stays stationary. This is the story of Korah. Well, they took these pans that they used for the Korah, but also and they upgraded it to be the plating, thank you, of the Mizbeach, the Krivum Lifnei Hashem, because they sacrificed in front of Hashem by Goshen and became Kadosh. You always live in Israel. Here's a short video. Says the Gemara, before they served the Mizbeach, so the Torah, then it became part and parcel of the Mizbeach, so they went up. Asher Shibarta, something bar. We don't really look at the red highlighting that it did here. We just read a pasuk on a 3rd grade level. So you read, it's referring to the second Luchas. Write exactly on the second Luchas what was written on the first Luchas. Asher Shibarta, which you wrote, Moshe Rabbeinu. The Samtam Bar, you should put them in the Aron. What is it referring to? The first and the second Luchas. the second L'Chaira. I'm telling you how to write the second Luchos, the same wording as the first, and put them in the Aron. The Gemara Darshans, Rav Yosef, Melamish HaLuchos, V'Shivur Luchos, Menachem Bar, even the broken parts of the first Luchos are in Aron. It says, Asher Shivarta V'Samtem Bar. It's like one sentence. If you see, there's a snap over there. Asher Shivarta breaks it. Like the Bakari would read it. Asher Shivarta, like a pause. The Samtem Bar is referring to the no, the Gemara is putting it in one. Asher Shivarta V'Samtem Bar. The one that you broke, you put into the Aron. Like so. Broken pieces and pieces, and the whole one. Okay. Mikan says the Gemara Talmud Chacham Sheshacham Talmudoi Machazanto. A Talmud Chacham like Rabbi Yosef. It's not Rabbi Yosef. I didn't realize this stuff. As I was learning it, Rabbi Yosef is the one that forgot his learning. Rabbi Yosef is the one that says this. Mikan Talmud Chacham Sheshacham Talmudoi Machazanto. Shenayagim boy, because he forgot his learning, because he's sick. Also, sick or Parnasa, it doesn't mean you should make fun of him. Simon Bita Sarah Shachar, these are three things that Rish Lakish said. Amar Rish Lakish. Mamim Shagadik, Mamim should be Tula, Shaltoiro, Zo, Usoida, Usuda, Uksiv, Asher Shibarta. Zok the Gemara, Uksiv. How do I know? Asher Shibarta. Amalai Kajbar for the Moshe, Yishar Poitach Shibarta. Thank you for breaking it. Sometimes breaking is better than not breaking. Sometimes you have to break. Rish Lakish, Tam Chacham Shasarach, in the Vazanis in Paris. Tam Chacham that went off and did something terrible. Because you have to put him in Yidui, you have to put him in Chayrim. You don't do it in public. Shenemar, why not in public? It's a big deal Hashem. But Shenemar, B'choshalta Ayoy, B'choshal Gam Navi Im Kalayla. It says that when the Navi is Nichshal, Kalayla, Paseu Kalayla, cover Kalayla. But it's not a blanket. It's not a blanket out thing. You never. Sometimes you have to. Unfortunately, you have to. So this is a really difficult Gemara for that Yidden. If you forget one thing of what you learned, you're over and allowed. The good news is at the end the Gemara saves us. Shenemar, Yishomer L'cha, Yishmor Nafshecha Ma'oy. You should be careful. Don't watch your soul. Boy, very much. Then Tishkach is Advarim, but you shall not forget the Luchos, the Torah. The famous Gemara, anytime he uses a lashon, Yishomer, or just pen, or just Baal, it means like loy. It's a loy sasa. Eino yela, loy sasa. You know, Amar, Yishomer pen shneilavninu. It says in this pasuk, Yishomer lecha, Yishomer pen tishka. It says Yishomer pen. It says two of those, 2 out of 3. So anytime you forget something in learning, you're over on 2 lavas. Not from right to go on Mishnah you're on 3. Shenema Yishomer lecha, that's 1. Yishomer. Ushmar is another one. Shmor nashkemoy. And it's 3. This guy's like bar. Yachal, I feel my saying so. Talmud loymar, they assume levav. We misir melive akas medaber. A person who's lazy and doesn't do kazara, that's the problem. The story of Yami Omar Yachal afilu takfalo b'shnase. This I think is a dafiyom thing. What's takfalo b'shnase? He's overwhelmed by the amount that he's learning. He's learning another daf. So maybe he's also over. So we got saved. It took 40 days to bring the Torah down. And the neshama goes in to the vlad, the fetus. It takes 40 days to be created and get a neshama. If you touch your Torah, you do chazara, then your soul is protected. And if you don't protect your Torah, then as v'shalom, the neshama is not mishtabah. Very and it's a mashal of a king that has, like a person that has a slave, and he tells him, watch my tzipor drawer, here, watch my sparrow. We have it in the neighborhood, these little guys. Every neighborhood has it. It's one of these birds you can't. Now, they're impossible to tame, and they're impossible to So this king tells his slave, "Oh my, you think that I'm telling you to watch my bird, and if he gets lost, no, the most will only is one Isar, nothing, $1. No, it might be easy to learn a daf, but if you don't watch it, so this Mishnah we just spoke about, we did a lot of it. Chazara, good thing to do Chazara, you know what it says. Shnei shulchanos hayu bo'ula, b'bifnim al Pesach habayis. There were two additional tables at the entrance of the Heichal. Echad sheshaish, one was made out of marble, echad shezah, one was made out of gold. Al sheshaish noisnim lechem achonim b'mitzasei. He's holding the 6 breads. Each coin is holding 6 breads. Puts it on the table when he walks in. Shezah b'mitzasei, and he places it on the golden table when he leaves. Shemalim b'kosh v'leberizim, you go from the marble to the gold. Echad shezah b'mifnim, shalem lechem achonim tamid. Says the Mishnah Var both Koyanim Nechasim Shnayim B'Yodam Shnei Zdarim. Each kohen is holding 70 pounds of bread, 6 breads in his hands. 2 Koyanim holding 6. Shnayim B'Yodam Shnei B'Zichim. And 2 Koyanim are holding the 2 spoons of the Levina. V'Arbo Magdim Lefneim. And you have 4 Koyanim that go in front of them. Shnayim Nidol Shnei Zdarim. The reason why they walk in front of them because you need 2 to remove 6 breads each. Shnayim Nidol Shnei B'Zichim. Big Kitzer, you have 4 Kehanim bringing the new stuff, 4 Kehanim taking out the old stuff. If we look at these tables over here, Moshe Rabbeinu's table, so he's standing on top of the screen by the wall, that's Tzafon. And the other guys are standing between the 2 rows of tables, that's Dara. They're facing the north, facing the other people. So you have a bread. It's on the shulchan like this. So they push the bread out, and they push the new bread in. Maybe I should do it this way. They take the bread from over here, the new bread, and they just push it out. So, and then they take the old bread out. So what happens is that the new bread is on the table. There's always bread on the table. You don't lift the old and put the new down. You're pushing out because you want comment. These pull and these push, they put it in. Every tefach that goes out, a new tefach comes in. You don't need, you could do it normally, pick up a bread, take it out, put the new bread in. It's still considered common. Okay, they put it out on the table that we're talking about, these special tables for holding the bread. And then they put the levina on the fire on the mizbeach. After that, so that's a matir. We learned the word matir. It allows you to do something. It allows you to what? And then the breads are eaten by the kohanim of that mishmah. Smoking the bread. 4 kohanim in front of them to remove the bread. Place the bread on the marble table. Remember, there's no snifim and no konim. That all is removed on Erev Shabbos. And when they're done, you put it on the gold table. Somebody had an aura that some of the levana fell on the floor. Okay. If Yom Kippur falls out on the Shabbos, so what's the problem if Yom Kippur falls out on Shabbos? You can't eat the challah. Who's eating the challah? It's Yom Kippur. So you give it out on Motzei, Shabbos, and you eat it then. Shmak, to break your fast, is a lechem achonim, unbelievable. Challah is better Shabbos. One of Yom Kippur falls out on a Friday. The time of the Gemara, you can fall out on a Friday. Sar sheyom kippur nefel. So this is a side thing because once we're talking about the Yom Kippur and Shabbos. So the goat on Yom Kippur, one of the goats you're able to eat. You can't eat it on Yom Kippur. It's Erev Shabbos, and you can't eat it on Yom Kippur. So what do? So nefel erev, you eat it on Friday night. But the Suda, your Shabbos Suda, it's not Yom Kippur anymore. But when did you cook it? You can't cook it on Yom Kippur. It's Yom Kippur. You can't cook it on Friday night. So when did you cook it? They would eat it like, what is it called? Carpaccio. Because it's almost like a play on words. They're not mefunah. They're not mefunah. He says it's not important to have the bread on every millisecond. Take it off the shelf and put the new one on. It says that it says it should be always. It means that you shouldn't have the table without bread the whole night. On Rabbi Rothschild, like to learn from here. For the harvest, everybody's a field to learn Torah day and night. So if you learn one parak in the morning, one parak in the evening, you do a daf in the morning, daf in the evening. Even if you don't say Kriya Shema just in the morning and the evening, that part. So it says like this. The Dover Zeh. Also, you're not allowed to say this in front of an Amoritz. You shouldn't get comfortable with it. Rav Amar, mitzvah la'amroi b'fnei yamei haaretz. It's a mitzvah, says Rashi. Mitzvah la'amroi b'sofer mishum kriya shema noito sofer gadol kazeh. If you tell the Amoritz, listen, all you have to do is say kriya shema, you mekayim the mitzvah tamei Torah, because that's the mitzvah of then he realizes, wow, that's Torah. Margos, the Talmud Torah, don't forget about his children, Zamaret, Rabboisai, have a wonderful
Merit discourse of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabboisai. Welcome to all the guests. There's a pasuk in Yecheskel that needs a lot of explanation. And basically, the whole sugi discusses whether an amma is 6 tefachim or an amma is 5 tefachim. The pasuk seems to say that there are two parts of the mizbeach that we use a different measurement. We use the amma of 5 tefachim. What are the two parts? It's the base and the walkway, the side and the cyber. Those are the two parts. And the kronos, correct. The kronos also. 5 tefachim instead of 6. We were discussing how it's impossible that's referring to the height of the mizbeach because that gave us a problem in math. It says in the Gemara that the kohen would stand on this walkway on the cyber, and he was looking for him to bend over and apply the blood below his feet 6 tefachim. Now, if you do the math, with this being 5 and this being 5 and everything being 5, then the distance between where you're standing and the red line is only 3 tefachim. It's also to put blood below the red line. If it's blood that belongs above the red line, that must remain above the red line. How in the world could the Brisa say that if you're standing over here, you're allowed to put blood 6 tefachim down when 6 tefachim is below the red line? Therefore, it can't be that we're shortening the mizbeach, making 5 tefachim on the side, 5 tefachim on the side of 5. Let's go back. The entire mizbeach from top to bottom is 6 tefachim per amma. 6 times 10 ammas from top to bottom is 60. 60 divided in 2 is 30. Easy math. If you have 4 ammas from the top to the soiva, to the walkway, 6 times 4 ammas. 4 ammas times 6 tefachim is 24. From the 30 point, from halfway, the red mark is halfway from here to here, and from here to here, halfway. If it's 30 to the red line, and 24 from the top of the mizbeach to the walkway, so from the walkway to the red line is how much? 6 tefachim. That works perfectly. The kohen is on top on the 24 mark. You can bend down 6 tefachim to the 30 mark. Beautiful. We still need to understand the pasuk. The pasuk says that some of the ammas of the mizbeach are 5 tefachim. It can't be on the height. It must be on the width. There's the rise and the run. It's not on the rise. You proved it can't be on the rise. It must be on the run. It must be that the side is 5, not 6. That form on the bottom is a 32 by 32. What they're building right now is 32 by 32. Then it steps in. It goes up 5 amas on top of that, and it steps in. There's another piece that goes on top here, like this that right here. 3 stages. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's the second stage. That wood is a form for the next stage. How big is the next stage? The wooden form, 30. What's the math? Simple math. If this is the bottom, this is the base plate. This, I'm just showing it this way. And then you put another step. You put a step that's 30 by 30. That means they took off 1 amma from every single direction. You take off an amma from the bottom, an amma from the top. So 32 minus 2 equals 30. What if you don't take a full amma from the top? You go like this. Watch the paper. Do it like this. You don't take off a full amma. It's not like this. You went like this. So this box now is much larger. It's not 30. It's only 30 if you go down like this. Let's say you only took off a half amma. So this box will be 30 and a half amma, or 31 amma. 31 amma. So Mara asks, if you're telling me that from here to here is not a full amma, then what the pasuk means is only 5 tefachim, not 6 tefachim. So in fact, it's as if you didn't take off a full amma. You took off less, not a half. You took off less, 1 tefach less. So now you're missing, not missing, but this box, this red box is not 30. It's more than 30. What he's showing here is the mizbech is 32 amas. With the purple, if the purple is normal, 6 tefachim. If everything is normal, we're using 6 tefachim amas. Then the middle box, the purple box, is going to be 30 by 30. But if you're using 5 tefachim, then it's 30 plus 2 tefachim. And then the Gemara keeps on going on and on. As we get into the center, everything gets worse and worse. It's 28 and 4 tefachim. And the Gemara says, but maybe I'm not dak. I don't care so much about the numbers. I said 26, but I really meant 27. So then what about the center box? The center box is 24. Oh, I'm not dak. It's off by no, that can't be because the Torah in the first 24. The middle is 24. So I can't say, oh, the Torah wasn't exact. The Torah is always exact. That's what we're holding right now. So says the Gemara, Mamash middle story. 7 lines from the bottom. We have a major issue. The pasuk in Cheskel says that some of the amas are 5, not 6. So maybe we can't go to the height, and we almost can't go to the width. So what do? We do something in between. We see some of the amas, 6 out of the 32 are 5 tefachim amas. I have nothing else to do here. I'm trying my hardest. Get this pasuk to work. It's all Kabbalah. It's all like Yecheskel, and so maybe some of the amas are as they were building this, as they were putting the cement truck. It's not a full 32. It's actually 31 total. Because 6 out of those 32 amas, 6. We're going to call them 32 amas, but it's really a total of 31. Why? Because 6 amas consist of 5 tefachim, not 6 tefachim. So it's total of 31. Okay, that's going to solve a lot of our issues, all of our issues so far, because then you don't have the extra tefachim. It's not 28 point this. It's exactly the boxes on top. They do work out. The problem is that if the mizbeach, base of the mizbeach is 31, not 32, then the calculation of the width of the whole entire Beis Hamikdash is off. We know the width is 187, but the length is 187. That's because we consider the mizbeach 32. But if the mizbeach is only 31, then the whole length is only 186. Problem. So let's see inside. I'm telling you, if you're spacing it out now, don't worry. You're going to wake up in a second. We have a lot of cool stuff coming. The problem is the Azara is no good. The calculation that we have with the Azara doesn't make sense. This is the Azara. This is not. It was 187 long. You see, on top it says 187. Without the screen going crazy. 187 on top. You see the top number 187. We're not discussing the width, which is 135. From east to west, 187. Look at the all the way on the right. There's dotted lines all the way on the right. 11 amma, 22 feet wide. That's it. That's all the Israelis get. The Israelis get 22 feet, 11 amma. The Ezra's Kohanim, the other dotted line, is another 11. 11 plus 11 rabbis is how much? The width of the Mizbeach is 32. 22 plus 32 is how much? 54. Now, if the Mizbeach is only 31, this whole calculation goes by. That's more fun. Now let's continue. Between the Mizbeach and the Heichal, how much do we have over there? 22. You see the 22, number 22? That's between the Mizbeach and the Heichal. 22 plus 54 is how much? 76. 100 amma is the length of the entire Heichal. 76 plus 100 is how much? 176. Plus 11, the area behind the Heichal, 187. But if the Mizbeach is 31, this doesn't work. We're 186. How many? That's 22. How many Mizbeach is 54? 76. 176. Behind the Kodesh Kodashim is another 11. 187. Hello, says the Gemara. Now we're going to do something. We're going to mix it all up. Something, and then that's the last one. That's the end of it. The boys say, here we go. We can look on the chart. Let's start from the bottom. Bottom. When you're talking about the height of the Yesoid, that's an amma of 5 tefachim. And then it switches. Before we try to say the whole bottom part of the Mizbeach is ammas of 5. And we did 5 times 6 equals 30. Now, no. Now it's just the bottom. One little piece on the bottom. This Yesoid, the red part on the bottom, is an amma of 5 tefachim. So just lost one tefach. Then from that point on, all the way to the soiva, to the walkway, it's ammas of 6 tefachim. So let's do the math. 6 times 5 is 30, plus the 5 on the bottom is 35. Now from the soiva, that where it says number 23, that dotted line over there, that's the soiva, that's the walkway. Now we go up all the way to the horn, only to the horn. Those are ammas of 6. So you have 3 times 6 is how much? 18. But the parent, once again, is a 5er. So if you look at it now, let's do it again. The top is an amma 5. The bottom is an amma 5. That's it. The rest of the entire Mizbeach is ammas of 6. So when Yechezkel tells us, and he says specifically, there are 2 things on the Mizbeach that are an amma 5. What 2? We didn't know. This keren and the bottom you saw. How wide is the keren? We don't care. It doesn't make a difference to us. The height of the keren is 5. Now what just happened? If you remember before, think about it. Before we said that from the top of the Mizbeach, the walkway was 24 tefachim. 6 times 4. Now we just lost 1 tefach. Why? Because the keren is small, it's 23. Now, we also lost 1 tefach on the bottom. Before we had, Rabbi Rothschild, we had 60 tefachim in the entire Mizbeach. 10 times 6 amma. 10 times 6 amma of 6 tefachim. 60 tefachim. Now we just lost 2 tefachim. 1 from the top, 1 from the bottom. Which is 58. 58 divided by 2 is 29. So the halfway point, this Sikra, that's the end of the Sikra, basically. This red point, this red line here is at the 29 point. He's standing on the 23 point. So he has 6 tefachim to bend down, and it fits right into that brisa. It's Givaldic. And that explains the pasuk that there are some ammas, there are 5 tefachim instead of 6. It's referring only to the top, and the bottom. Shalom Yisrael, let's see inside. Elo Cheka Amma, the 2 words in Yechezkel that says Cheka Amma, referring to the base, the Yisoid, the Guva. That we're talking about is a 5 tefachim Amma in the height. That's the rise, not the run, the rise. Amma Reichav. But when it says that we're talking about the run over there, that is Lisa, is actually a 5er on the cyber, but we don't care about that. We took off 1 tefach over there. Vula Asfasa Safa, that's referring to the horn. The horn on top is only 5 tefachim tall. Now, means I don't care if the horn, how wide the horn is. One of them popped off here. There's a horn. I don't care if this is 6 tefachim or 5 tefachim. All I care is that this right over here, from here to here, is 5 tefachim. The width and that I don't care about. Right back over here. So now the Gemara does the whole cheshbon. Easy. If you take 60 tefachim, you take off 2 tefachim because I made the keren shorter, I made the side shorter, I'm down to 58. So 58 divided by 2, that's 29. Mikron is that soivev from the horn on top, the highest part of the mizbeach. That's to the walkway kamahav. That's the it used to be 24, but we just took off 1 tefach because of the horn. From that point, 23 to 29 is how much? Shita. I have 6 tefachim. Usnan, and it said in the Mishnah, I thought it's a bright. If the kohen, which I showed the video yesterday, the beautiful video of he does malika to the bird, goes up, and then if he bends over and smears the bird on the wall of the mizbeach, below his feet, he has up to 6 tefachim to do so. Works out great. Takanami, and I'll prove it to you from the pasuk also because it says different lashon. Let's see. The base, and then we're talking about the height. The amaroichav, and now we're talking about the ledge, the walkway. It's also 5, so it uses different lashonos. Like amaroichav. So Melo, sometimes we're talking about 5 tefachim up, and sometimes we're talking about 5 tefachim to the width. But at the end of the day, we could explain the pasuk away. V'amaroichav shmamino, brand new sukkah. The kind of that took us 33 minutes with the emails. Unbelievable. Okay. We're a little bit of a tsar now, but we'll plug on. So yesterday we mentioned in the Gemara here the 3 amos. There's a 5er, a 6er, and what else? A 6 and one finger, or a half a finger. So this is unbelievable. We're going to miss him. From here to here, the Torah tells us 2 amos. How much is 2 amos? It can either be a amos 5 or amos 6. So if you're Rabbi Yehuda, you say it's amos 5, so 2 times 5 is how much? And if it's your mayor, it's amos 6, so 2 times 6 is 12. So from here to here is 12. The width, same thing, 1 amos. It's either 5 wide or 6 wide. It says the Gemara. Mamish learned this. That's why the Rameir says that the table, the shulchan, was 12. But if you call it a medium size, you say 6 is a medium. What else is there besides 5 and 6? Is the amos larger? Yes, but not. There's 2 measuring sticks. What do you use a measuring stick for? I don't know. Like this, tailors use it. Different. For tools, stick in a stick that has lines on it. So there's 2 of them. Because this the entrance is on the east. So northeast, meaning to the right of the doorway. Left of the doorway. Now, Moshe's Amma is 24 etzbahs. Etzbah is like the thumb. A typical thumb, the width of a thumb. Width. Amma is 24 of those. So he added a half a thumb. Half a thumb, let's call it 2%. He added 2% more. How much is, what's from 24 to 25 is how much? 4%? 4%. Okay, so half of that is 2%. So the one of the measuring sticks was a half a finger wider, and the other one was a full finger. One was 2% more, one was 4% more. Why did they do that? When I'm a contractor and I come to these fingers and they ask me to build a wall, I take out the measuring stick to be some measurement. Okay, I'll build from here to here. Of course, it is $10,000. But in fact, I have to give the Beis Hamikdash another 4%. I have to build a wall 4% longer. I use the other one. There's one for this, one for that. There's 2 measuring sticks. When I hire you as a contractor, you're going to use this stick. When you show me what you produced, I'm going to use the next one. Make sure that you give me 4% more. Why? Anyways, the base of English always wins. Yeah, when you do business in English, you know that it's going to cost you a little bit more than what. Okay, so why do you need two sticks? You have the regular Moshe Rabbeinu stick that's 24 fingers, and you have another one that's 25. Why do you need 25, 24 and a half, and 25? That's lovely. Okay, because if somebody's going to be building with gold, build a shulchan that's made out of gold, yeah, he's not going to give 4% more, take 4% less. You have to be nice with them. So it's 2%. But you're talking about stove, it's cheaper material. You're going to go, you have to give 4% more. Nine also. There's the depiction of Shushan Abir, my time of why. They argue, you have to remember where you come from and respect that. You should fear them. In other words, the king, when he let Klal Yisrael leave and go to Eretz Yisrael, he said, but on the condition that you remember me and put a picture of me and you fear me. Sorry. So it's he's saying that you should always fear the king. Bush Rabbeinu told Paro, you're going to see all your slaves are going to come to me in their pajamas in the middle of the night. They're going to bow to me. He didn't say, he didn't say, you are going to bow to me in your pajamas. In fact, he did come to him. But you don't talk like that to the king. You have to give respect. Another right, even more maybe. This is right after the whole famous story in Har Carmel. And we had Achav, who was the king of Russia. And Eliyahu picked up his clothes and he ran. His wife gave him special purpose to run. It says, there's going to be a very small, like water, not a leak, like water goes through this English, and eventually it's going to widen and widen before you can't cross it, and a stream. Thank you. And there's going to be trees growing from this water, source of water. They'll lay in this trufa and you take a leaf and it'll be medicine for you. The word trufa is lahatir peh. Trufa. Lahatir peh. What does it mean? It's going to fix the mouth. It means your mouth that you speak from. So if a person is a mute to be able to speak, or if a woman can't give birth, her womb is closed, then we'll fix that. So it is marriage. And over here the Gemara says in the Furish, not the Malo, the Mata, but rather the Peh Ulmim, it's going to help. And that Korah, so let's just do this Bapeh because it's super, super simple, and it's almost like a freebie. You got like 12 lines that will fly through here. This is the part, the two psukim. It says in the psukim, Shtem Esrei Chalas is 12 breads on the shulchan. This shulchan right over here, 12 breads. Sure, I don't know why you did it. Crazy stuff. 12. But there's a extra lashon here. Shtayim marachos, 2 rows like this. 1, 2. Shesha marachos, 6 breads per each one. Well, how would you say it? If you wanted to say in English that there should be 12 breads, 2 rows, and each row is 6 breads, how would you say it? Now, could I get away with not saying Shtei Marachos? Could I get away without saying Shesha Marachos? It really says Shtei Esrei Chalas and it says Shtei Marachos. So that the idea is that if it says Shtei Esrei Chalas and only 2 Marachos, I don't know how many per. I could do 8 on one and 4 on the other. Or perhaps it means 3 that are 6. 3 that are 4. Let's say it doesn't say Sheish Marachos, it's just a Shtei Esrei Chalas, Shtei Marachos. So, or because let's see inside. That's the whole thing. 11 lines explain one thing, that it's 2 rows of 6 and a total of 12. It didn't say 6. It doesn't say 6 and 6. Maybe It should be one. You could even do 1, 4, and 1, 8, which is a total of 12. As long as it's total. That's why it says 6. It has to be 60. It doesn't say 12. It just says 2 rows of 6. Maybe Shtayim Marachos means 12 plus Shisha Marachos is another 6, total of 18. So now I have to give you a total. 12. It doesn't say 2. I would think it means 3 times 4. You'll have your 12, but not 2 rows. 3 rows of 4. That's 2 rows of 6. Well, actually, the order of shows the voice doesn't say all 3 of these things. I wouldn't know. Okay, so how do you do it? 2 rows of 6, 6. It doesn't have a shah, but I'm just 4 and 8. Loy Yotza. Now, Rabbi Rothschild, think about it. What if you did 2 rows of 7? Good or not good? It's good. You could do it because we just pretend that there's nothing on top. That's the Gemara, the Vino, the Satan. You have to put the Bezichin, the Levoina on top. Now, as we have top of the 6th one, not on top of the 7th one, as we have top of the bottom. Here, the 7 rows, how are you putting it on top? No, the Bezichin was over here. It's not a problem. So I told my cousin, yeah, as we learn, just stop. So it's mashma. The point of the manana that you have to do like this. You do on top. So you can't have 7. Of course. Rabbi Rothschild, Al doesn't mean. This is just a question that those who know don't answer. We had the same sugi like a day ago, 2 days ago, and the Gemara brought a raya that Al does not mean on top, it means next to. What was the raya from? Very good. The Shvatim, it can't be that Menashe is on top of Ephraim or Ephraim on top of Menashe. It says that one is Al. It means next to. Over here, the Gemara uses a different one. Maybe it means literally on top. It's a place for Al Orim. It's a Paroichas. You should put the Paroichas, the curtain, on top of the Orim. The famous Orim in the Kodesh Kodashim that has contained the Luchas, the Torah. You don't put a Paroichas on top of it. It means next to it. It's the wall that divides the Hebel from the Kodesh Kodashim. It's next to it. It says Gemara, if the Beis Hamikdash goes in this direction, the Heichal, 187, we said this way, 187, so the Kli has to be this way, not this way. It goes with the left, from east to west, not from north to south, or south to north. Okay. Says Gemara. It actually was not positioned like this, it was positioned like this. How do I know? It's poles, right? You see these poles? These are the poles of the Mizbech HaTorah. We're not talking about the Mizbech HaTorah, but it has poles. It's good. Because of the poles. What the Gemara is really talking about? My corner? Whole corner. Here. Show you a picture, maybe it's better. But there's 2 ways the poles could have been. Like this, or like this. How would you guys do it? This way? This is easier. Like you go in and out of doors. The problem is that there was a kohen holding this pole and a kohen holding this pole. And they stood between the poles. There's not enough room here to stand. There's only 1.5 am. It cannot be this way. So it must be this way. Oh. So now that I know that it's this way, to the length, it's on the long part. The 2 poles are on the long part. And I know that the 2 poles poke the paroichas. You could see a little bit of an indentation in the paroichas. So I know it was stationed like this and not like this. Because the paroichas was over here, going this way. Yeah? So it must be that the Aron was not this way, because then it would have poked the paroichas. It was this way, north-south. Great. There's a picture too. Here. This is where the poles are on the long way of the Aron, and this is the short way of the Aron. This is on the way. This can't be because you can't stand between the poles. It must be like this. Now you see the baroichas behind? The poles went into the baroich, into the red curtain over there, give it a little poke. Now, this is interesting. Did I skip something? How do you know that the badim were like that? So when they got there, they look at this, they extended the badim. They took it out of the. There's a nicer one. Sometimes we use this. I love this. It's unbelievable. Just it's not so user friendly. Wow, it's heavy also. These badim, they came out like this, and they were extended when they came. Okay, Taisa says in top, you can look at Taisa that it was an ace. They didn't fall. Okay, fine. Says Gemara. Maybe these poles didn't touch the paredes. When you're outside of the Kodesh Kodashim, you're in the Heichal, you can actually see the indentation in the paredes of the pole. Oh, you literally saw the pole. Maybe there's two holes in the paredes, and the poles came out, and you're able to see it. You don't see it. So, do you see it or you don't see it? Okay, Tzad, how does it work? They push out the paroichas. The diamond can be the similar to a woman. It actually fits into the pasuk. Tzroy Hamar, special summon, fragrance, doidi li. So I'm saying that Baruch Hu, doidi, my beloved, Baruch Hu is like a beautiful perfume. Bein Shadayalim. Baruch Hu rests between the two poles of the Aron. Moving on, the battle of the Pusi, the Aron, Havi, Yasvi. How do you know that these poles were like this, not like this? Maybe they went with the Lentadar. Or maybe the three guys, how can two people stand inside that small area of 1.5? Moving along, the bar ball. How do you know four people? Oh, we had a different picture that Kobe did back in the day. This is in our Gemara. It's based on the Masifta picture because the way I understood it is that each person put a pole on one shoulder, not on two like this. So they're actually standing towards the Aron. So it's not exactly like that. I don't know where he got it from. What? Yeah, you told me that. Okay, fine. A little machlokas between him and. But the idea, it's the Sabers. Again, this is the idea. 4 for him. How do you know 4? Maybe it's 1 on each side. The Siv, and also have the Hasim. Have the Hasim was plural. Trey, 2. No, you say Amigdash. No, you say it's plural. Not in trade. Torabanon. Okay. So we know that Moshe Rabbeinu had 1 shulchan and 1 menorah. But for whatever reason, I guess Shlomo Melech got this the Kabbalah from Moshe Rabbeinu that when he builds the Beis Hamikdash, he should add another 10 tables without bread, 10 tables, and another 10 menorahs. Asar shulchan is also Shlomo Melech shenemar v'yash shulchan is asaro v'yanach be'echon. There's 10 tables. Now, where did he put these tables? Where did he put these extra menorahs? 5 on the right, 5 on the left. Now, you and I, when we read this, it's just normal reading. When we walk into the Heichal, 5 on the right, 5 on the left. That would be the normal way of understanding it here. Something like this. 5 on the right, 5 on the left. That's impossible. Why? And we're going to do the same exact thing with the menorah, just the opposite. Why? Because we know the shulchan is on top of the picture on the north, and the menorahs are on the south. You can even see one on the north, one on the south, one on the left. It's impossible. 5 of them come out on the south. But the table should be on the north. The Chamishim Yemina, the Chamishim Smoiloi, I don't have a good picture for the Shulchan, but I'll show you what it looks like with the menorah. Same idea. Moshe Rabbeinu smack in the middle with the lighter colored base, and 5 menorahs on the right of him, and 5 menorahs on the right, not of the door, of the Moshe's menorah. That's left and right. So now we do the same exact thing with the menorah. Es menorah is shloima. Shneimar v'yaseh menorah is zav. Eser is 10. Chamish levidim heichal. Chamish mimin, chamish mismal. On the right, on the left. You You mean this? 5 on the right, 5 on the left is the door. You gave us even over something. You have menorahs on the north. Like so it should be across from the shulchan on the south. Hello, so that we do have a great picture for this one right over here. It means the menorah was on the wall, on the southern wall, and the 5 are on the south, and the 5 are on the south. The 5 are on the right of Moshe, the 5 on the left. Oh, now this is also super easy. We have a contradiction. Check this out. This is the Heichal and the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Kodesh HaKadoshim, Rabbi Isai, is 20 amas wide. The Heichal, 40. Together, 60. It's 3 boxes of 20. Basically, if you want to do it, something like this. So, on the one hand, it says that all the menorahs in the Shulchan were on the left of that red line, where it says Shlish, with the arrow, big red arrow, on to the left of it. But it calls it on the other side of the halfway point. And in one place it says on the other side of the third. Which one is it? Very simple. If you're just viewing the Heichal itself without the Kodesh HaKadoshim, that's the halfway point. Then you have a box of 40. Halfway is 20. It's on the other side, on the left of that box. But if you consider the Kodesh HaKadoshim, so it's 60. So that line, that red line, is the third. Behind, to the left of that red third line, let's see, it's not a contradiction. If you consider the Kodesh HaKadoshim also, so you have 60 total, so it's a third. You have 3 minutes, let's see what we can do. The Shulchanos were Mizrach Tamayrav, meaning like this. Oh, this is like that. Okay, good. He did throw this in somewhere. I don't know what this Moshe Rabbeinu meant. Okay. Mizrach Tamayrav, you see this? East to west. Perfect. Different Rebbe. Let me see if I can find the Tzafim V'Dar one. Like this. Gevaldik Tzafim V'Dar. North to south. By time of the Rebbe. Where did he come up with this? Go in Menorah. He learned it from the Menorah. Menorah means Menorah. Just like the Menorah was east to south or west. Now he means Menorah east to south. Go Menorah, go Menorah. How do you know the Menorah is east to south from the Ksiv? The Nemar Ravi, Yarch Soy, the Hashem. You hear this? The Torah tells us there's one candle out of the menorah was on the west. How is that possible? If the menorah was like this, right up against the curtain, let's say, every single one of those candles, every single one of the neiros is on the west. Neither of them, none of them are closer or further away from the parochos than each other. But if it's like this, if the menorah is situated east to west, one of the candles,
it's the Michael Jordan shoe biopic.
Like in that era, that was called the Western Light. Not all of them are next to the Kodesh HaKadoshim, only one. But if the menorah goes like this, we have a lot of pictures, but I didn't like them. The ones that are in the Gemara are very hard. But this is in our Gemara, so I couldn't understand it so well. It wasn't so clear. This is clear. Then all of them are in front of Hashem. So it doesn't work out that it should be this direction. Therefore, it must be this direction. And if the menorah is in that direction, the shulchan is also in that direction, east-west. He learns from the Aron inside. He already says the Aron was different than all the Kalim. It wasn't straight like this, it was like this. So Mela, Ma'ara, and Tzafim V'Dar. How come Rebbe doesn't learn the Shulchan from the Aron inside? Beautiful, the Aron. He says, the Aron is inside the Kodesh HaKadoshim. How am I going to learn something that's in the Heichal from the Kodesh HaKadoshim? It's an inner room. Rabbi Lezer, Rabbi Shimon Ligma Menorah, let him learn from Menorah. Amalach, Menorah Gufa, Tzafim V'Dar, and have a manchal. The Menorah itself was situated Tzafim V'Dar, north-south. The Menorah was north-south. But we had the question. What was our group before? Like say, saw only one of the flames was next to the curtain. Not all, according to you, all the flames were next to the curtain. No, the pshat is the Mitzvah Dude. If you look at your Gemara, you have a picture. Mitzvah Dude means, see if I have a good picture here. The wicks. I don't have a great one. I'm going to show you the. Here, this is not this picture from the art scroll. One wick was towards the black line, stuff in dark, and the rest of the wicks were towards the middle one. So it's called. That's why the middle one is called the marrow, because its wick is pointing towards the building. In other words, Warren. Let's just finish this line here. And one last thing. The middle one is the most important one. Rabbi Rothschild, have a wonderful day.
Merit the Schluss of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
We're holding smack in the middle of a sugya, and that's Tzadik Zayin Oral. No need to know what we were learning before or say it over. We'll just al-Khazar over. Why not? So this is the shulchan. The Gemara tells us that the shulchan can become tamei. But you gotta be careful not to make it tamei. So the Gemara, but how can it become tamei? It's the nachas. It's meant to stand in one place, sort of like this table right over here. It's not meant to be moved, so it's not makabel tumah. So the Gemara tells us no. When Klal Yisrael comes